Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. This morning, we're going to hear from the charter schools who will be presenting their supplemental budget requests. Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha, Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Morawaki, Chair Mikado Kim, and Vice Chair Kadani, members of the committees. My name is PJ Four. I'm the Deputy Director at the State Public Charter School Commission. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Ed No, our Executive Director, and Commission Chair Maklua Alan Castor. I'm joined by Danny Vasconcelos, our Finance Director, and Deanne Goya, also our Early Learning Programs Director. I'm going to share just a few successes related to the work of the Commission, which aligns to EDN 612, and then also the work of some of our charter schools in our portfolio, which aligns to EDN 600. All right, Danny. There we go. So just really quickly at a glance, this is the current portfolio as it exists. We have 40 charter schools currently. That's due to the closure of one school this past year and the opening of 3 new schools. 2 of those are pre-K only charter schools, and one of those being Namahana School in Kilauea, Kauai. So that's how we get to the number of 40 at this current time. We have 13,000 students, just above that, currently enrolled in charter schools across the state of Hawaii. Of that 13,000, the largest demographic that we have is our Native Hawaiian population, which comprises 37% of the enrollment in public charter schools in the state of Hawaii. That also includes that Native Hawaiian population also includes, or the 13,000, the only Kaiapuni schools that are on or public schools on the islands of Kauai and Molokai. Yeah. Next slide. Skip that. There we go. So as far as enrollment is concerned, like I mentioned, we've gone up you see a steady increase from the inception or the creation of the Charter Commission in 2014. We've now increased up to over 13,000. We've seen a steep increase over the past 2 years of almost 1,000 students. So our public charter schools continue to provide a choice for the people or the parents in the state of Hawaii. We expect that number to continue to grow a bit with our 2 most recent schools, Kulia Academy in Kalihi and Namahana in Kilauea, Kauai. They're both on slow growth models over the next couple of years, going up to the 12th grade. So we expect that number to continue to increase a bit. Go to the Kulia Academy. There. So the successes, Kulia Academy, which did open last year and is expanding to 12th grade over the next couple of years, was identified and did really well in their initial year and was the top performing. That says school statewide. That is not the case. We were corrected. It is the top performing charter school. They are one of the highest performing middle schools, but I think Mililani Iki is the highest performing school. So we were corrected on that, but they are the top performing charter school statewide in their first year of existence. We opened the 3 new charter schools. Like we said, those 2 you see, Parkway Village Preschool and Waikiki Community Preschool, are 2 preschool only charters, and both of them are full with students at this point. We also want to highlight that one of our successes is the ongoing work and the update of our strategic plan to focus on systems. If you could go back, please, to the early learning slide there. One of those key successes, we continue to work with the Lieutenant Governor and the Ready Keiki initiative to open classrooms for early learning opportunities for students across the state of Hawaii. That includes those 2 preschool only charters that you see there, which comprised 10 classrooms. We opened another 5 classrooms this year as well. We'll open 1 more classroom next year and 14 the following year. Those 14 classrooms we're working with closely with SFA. They do involve some new construction, and they are on existing charter school sites. And then we go back to this slide. So as I mentioned, the charter school, one of our successes is the continued revisit of our strategic plan. You see there the key point being in the middle of the systems. We really continue to look at that goal 4 and designing systems of continuous improvement, assessing what we're doing, making sure that we're meeting our statutory requirement to authorize high quality charter schools, monitor them, and do what's necessary. The last slide would be just to quickly thank our volunteer commissioners. We do appreciate the work they put in. And then from there, we would like to go to table 6.
Wait, can you go back on one?
Sure.
So there's this slide, and then can you go back to your accomplish your successes? So do you do any analysis to see trends on why the schools that close, if there's a consistency or there's patterns of why they close versus, and when some of the schools have success, there are patterns that you see, and then how do you make sure you kind of implement those, what you learn from those patterns into the new strategic plan?
Patterns of the school.
Yeah, so if there's certain like things that you recognize, wow, every school that we gotta close experiences these same 3 or 4 things, and every school that does really well does these 3 or 4 things, and then I'm not sure if you are able to extract that and include that in your strategic plan, so we can minimize future closures.
Yes.
And then hopefully help other schools succeed.
So as far as patterns are concerned, one of the parts that we've done, and I had deleted these slides from the
No,
presentation.
that's okay, because we have the full presentation.
So if we look now, if you look in the presentation, go to the next. One of the things we'll be putting up to ensure some of that transparency and make sure that we can identify patterns. We do collect data that's used in renewal from the standpoint of identifying patterns.
But there must be some anecdotal, right? Like you think, wow, the principals really need these qualifications, or they need these many teachers, or the student ratio, or the environment. There has to be some, I don't know, it's anecdotal at this point, but if you ever to track that so we can, yeah, then if they didn't meet those if they didn't have those things that you need to succeed, then don't open. You're not ready yet.
Right. So, okay, that's a 2-part then response. One of which is, as we've been compiling data, it's been in-house. We're unveiling and putting up in February public dashboards regarding the 3 frameworks which we use to monitor school performance. So that'll have academic, financial, and organizational. And I think to your point, the organizational piece may come around about assessing a school's capacity to implement its plan and its contract. So that's, are they meeting their statutory requirements? Is the governing board asking the right questions, say at a governing board meeting? Are they following up on their finances, holding the principal accountable? Those are pieces that we do collect anecdotally at this point, but we'll be able to put them forward on a public dashboard that has each charter school that you can dive into each charter school's performance.
Okay, so if you were to get ahead of that, then if that seems to be an issue that lots of principals may not have the financing background or skill set, is that a class or some certification that you would require or provide to make sure that you provide assistance ahead of time? Try to like stop the train wreck.
So 2 parts again. One would be the application process, which we're in the middle of now. We worked on last year and improved it. We believe we made it better. We need to continue to make it better. So the more stringent our application process is to ask those kinds of questions of people who are proposing new schools, we can make sure that we're authorizing schools to open and supporting them that they open in a successful mode as opposed to finding too many struggles.
Yeah, because the one in Wahiawa was having trouble for several years.
Correct.
And it's really hard on the families.
So yes, it is.
It's really hard.
And with existing schools, we have stepped up our efforts to monitor governing boards and attend governing board meetings to make sure that their oversight is asking the right questions and collecting that data as well. And part of that is putting together governing board resources and training. What I'm actually doing that right now with 3 volunteer governing boards who have joined a work group to assess our practices. And we're out of that going to develop some resources that we can share with all governing boards.
And these dashboards will be public facing. So
they're all
not only are these available to the public, these are going to be available to our governing boards. And they should also be the ones going through the different data sets that are going to be available. And as Deputy Director Four has said, we've been monitoring, or we've been trying to work more with the governing boards on that oversight, and with the different tools that we'll have available. This is definitely going to be one of, we hope, our strongest tools that, again, we can make available to the boards to say, you should be going through the data.
So do you
on a
have an
regular-
accreditation practice or?
Charter schools are not required to
No,
be
but for
accredited.
you guys, just because if we see schools closing,
Mhm.
you would want at least some, and you're trying to monitor. So can we formalize the monitoring process by actually doing some type of, or building out an accreditation system that you guys oversee to make sure that all the different schools are meeting certain standards? So you can see these things way ahead versus waiting for it to fall apart, and then now you have to come in and react.
So to address that, part of what we've been doing is systematizing our monitoring practice. So each school gets an annual report of the data that we're showing here, academic, financial, and organizational. So, and commissioners receive that as well. So that, just as you said, it's not a surprise decision. We don't suddenly, after 5 years, show data and a school's surprised. Each of those annual reports has areas of strength, but also areas of deficiency that they need to improve on that we've noticed, whether it be meeting organizational framework or underperforming in academics, or perhaps at a moderate to high
But do
risk.
they know what all the standards are at the beginning so they can
Yes.
continue to strive for them?
Yes,
But you don't have a formal accreditation or even informal accreditation process.
not accreditation. We have we have the contract and we monitor the
Something
contract
similar to that,
performance.
Dawn. I mean,
Yeah, and just to build on that, so two things. One, as you see as you monitor it, you see some problems. Do you have training, or do you help them so that they do succeed? And secondly, if you are closing, what are you doing with the kids that are in the program? Do you have an exit strategy that you can assist so that they're not just left out in the cold?
yeah, especially because it is a hardship for the families.
Correct. Regarding if we notice deficiencies, we continue, again, the governing board is the authority over the school directly, like the director, about practices and operational and what to do to correct the issue. We continue to monitor what we've identified as a deficiency. The authorizer is allowed to provide technical guidance. So we do provide technical support, but we also, so in other words, working with the governing boards on what good practices for governing boards are. But as far as identifying specific corrective actions, the governing board would work with their director to put in place the practices to correct what we've pointed out as deficiencies. We wouldn't, as the authorizer, go in and tell them how to correct it.
Yeah.
But you would have a fund, or does the governing board have a fund for training, professional development, so that you can prevent the closure if possible through, helping either the faculty or the administration in terms of really providing the right kind of service?
That would be up to each school to allocate the funds to do that. Our office through EDN 612 functions on our staff and the supports we provide, whether it be technical assistance or monitoring, so we can gather the data and let them know how their performance is. From EDN 600, the per pupil allocation, that is where governing boards then authorize how they use their funding and where they allocate it to
We
either.
may want to relook at that, because if they're individually looking at training, then there's no consistent training. Versus if you guys develop a training that everyone needs to at least participate or attend, then there's consistency in training.
But there's no commission policy
on
on training boards.
Or teachers or
Yeah, the
principals.
teachers.
No, so each school is their own in-state agency, so they conduct their own professional development related to their mission. It's not,
The scale is not there. That's the problem, right? And so when you have scale, at least you,
But it can't be a condition of their charter.
each of their contracts has performance data that they need to achieve. You're right, it's not across the
yeah, it's
board the
expensive
same.
then for the charter
It's
schools.
different. Correct.
But is there an opportunity for you guys to share with the charter schools some of the performance evaluations so that you prevent those schools that are struggling from having to do it on their own. Because if there's a step ladder or something that they can look at and you share it with the charter schools, it would be helpful to them so that they don't make the same mistakes.
One of the things we're doing, we're currently in the renewal process for 13 of our charter schools. And in this renewal process, one of the items we just was released under our current charter contract is a performance report. So it does take the data from the term of the contract. So usually that's about 4 years of data, right? It's hard to get the data for the current year, but 4 years of data are collected and presented in this performance report. And then this report is then given to the charter school and its governing board as part of the renewal materials. So the schools as well have the data, have the information that the commission will be utilizing in terms of making renewal decisions and going forward. Part of the monitoring process that Deputy Director Four has mentioned is that we do have different teams out at the charter schools on an annual basis. Our performance frameworks team that monitors the contract and the 3 frameworks that make up the contract are out at the schools at least twice a year physically. So that's a chance for them to go out, talk with the school director, talk with governing board. They'll even talk with financial staff, with SASAs.
Yeah, the only thing is it's all talking, no formal process.
So is there a website you can share with all the charter schools of ideas or missteps that happen and you don't, without naming the school that, so
Well,
other schools can see?
They did
Wait.
name one school, so we can just be transparent about that.
We did what?
There is at least one school we know publicly that closed.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you were to relate her questions to at least that one school, well, how do you use the lessons learned? What are the reports that were generated so that you could share that? I mean, do you even have like a newsletter for all a commission newsletter that kind of goes over training and
We do a monthly newsletter that we do provide as, to our subscribers as well as most charter schools. The other item we do have is our commission general business meetings. We do have the materials readily available. They're posted with our agenda. So we create submittal reports. So when we were going through the unfortunate non-renewal of Kamalani, all the different reports that the commission used in making its decision and coming to that decision are readily available to the
Okay.
public.
I
We
mean,
have
you guys are old enough where I think it's time to mature even a little more
Thank you.
in regards to some of these more formalized processes.
And if you,
Yeah.
you look at consistency and some standards, so if you're looking at performance and you're actually evaluating, and you can have training that you could develop, professional development that you can send these people to, and it's consistent and not just, I'm gonna, hire this person or hire that person. So I think that's what we're looking for, so that you can really
Elevate.
elevate, yeah, and support the schools being successful.
Yeah, we probably have started that maybe more on the, I want to say, administrative and practical side. We do have a annual training session in April. Either schools can either come in person or participate remotely, but we'll bring together things like working with the DOE systems. We'll have ethics there as well. So we've, I think, started maybe the rudimentary
the formal.
items that you're looking at, but in terms of, let's say, formal governing board training, I know that's something we've been looking at and
And that's
thinking
the way
about.
the
And
formula
again,
for that.
Deputy Director Four has been sort of leading that charge, so he might have more.
Wait, I just want to point out though, the weighted student formula for Charter Commission is slightly different than the weighted student formula for DOE. So I think the dollar per pupil is a little higher, right? Because you're based on the charter, the formula includes EDN 100, 200, 300, and 400.
Sure.
But not all of those monies go directly to the students at DOE in those those 4 program IDs. But you get the formula allows you to have a weighted student formula based on those four for DOE, even though they don't spend it all on students.
Correct.
So
Chair.
that's where if you took some of that money, since it's like slightly inflated, for the commission to do these more overall things to help the system, I think that would be prudent.
I think that's something we can definitely work with the legislatures and education committee on going forward. You know, the one thing with the EDN 600 allocation, it does go directly to the charter schools
So we
based on
could, we
enrollment.
should look at that so that you can formalize some of these things with consistency, evaluation. And training is not just educational and professional training for the teachers, but really operations,
Right,
training for operations.
for the governing boards.
Yeah, are the governing boards all subject to sunshine law?
No. In Charter Law 302 D12, they are not subject to sunshine law. However, they do have public requirements for posting of agendas and minutes and timeframes in that. And that's outlined in 302 D12. I believe it's 302 D12H.
Okay. Is there a requirement on certain items that should be on an agenda throughout the year, at some point throughout the year, like the evaluation or training opportunities, financial numbers? And there should, that way at least it's forced
Got it.
to be public
Okay,
versus just this, you're writing them a letter and it's never really
I hear you.
required to be at any meeting.
Okay. I hear what you're
The
saying.
closure and what your procedure is, do you have that formalized?
Yes, we do. We have a closure protocol that's in place.
And what happens to the students in the program when you close?
During, so it depends on how the closure is structured or goes. If a school does something egregious and has to be closed immediately, we have processes in place to notify the parents, be able to help and work with the school and the parents to get them placed. This past closure that took place went over the course of 5 months. We identified the school closing in January, closed by June, and we were able to work with the schools around in the area and with the current school staff to make sure all the students had a place. Parents obviously have the choice to go where they wish to go with their children. And then we worked with the Department of Education to make sure cumulative folders were sent to the appropriate schools. And so we have a process in place to work not only with the school, but with the DOE and to make sure parents have all the information necessary for surrounding schools so they can choose their next step for the children. Alani, I believe, was 2017,
Approximately 7 years.
7 years.
At what point did you were alerted that?
Well, I believe we identified them for
The-
non-renewal years prior. Or 4 years ago, and then it went through an appeal process with the Board of Education. And we were asked to offer them a new contract term. And we did for 2 years, so they were in operation for 4 years.
Was there any harm done to the students during that period of time?
Their academic performance that we could see, the data came in pretty midland. They weren't on the highest quality, but it wasn't also our lowest performing school academically. And the area, based on parent testimony during some of the governing board meetings and processes, is that they loved the school and that it met their kids' needs in that area. So academically, we didn't see that. That's, again, to Senator's point, that's more anecdotal data than, say, formal, but during our monitoring processes, they didn't flag highly for academic low performance. It was more financial challenges.
Okay, it is in that situation, but in others, it could be harm to the students in the meantime, right? While you're mulling over or trying to get it closed for 4 years, and if students could be harmed in that. In the future, I think we need to look at.
Correct, and that is to the point why we're really making sure we can get academic performance data public so that everyone knows what we're looking at. The school can see it. It's all public facing data. You don't have to go digging for it. You can go onto our website and you'll be able to identify a school and see what the performance is so that there aren't any surprises and that commissioners, the public, anyone can look at that. That's a good point. Pardon?
Could you, is performing, we can go online and see the
Oh,
performance.
we can
I
ask.
believe so.
It's just that there's so much information. How do you find it? You know, sometimes. So
That's correct.
So for the
Doesn't go
closure, so in this case, I would assume that it was a clean closure. You said it was financial issues.
Yeah.
So what if, you know, a charter school ends up with a huge amount of debt? Who assumes that debt? Does that come back to the state?
We have to work with not only the school, but we also work with in this case, Department of the Attorney General. They'll handle or they'll take the lead on looking at any potential liability issues that come up, and we usually take our instructions in terms of priority of payment.
But I guess what is the mitigation strategies, right? Like you, in theory, you're supposed to be getting these compliance reports, I would assume. They're not filing it, that could accumulate, then what do we do?
Or that could be potential reasons for closure and non-renewal.
No, exactly, but is it, if it takes, you know, multiple years for us to eventually close it down?
We do monitor their performance on a quarterly and annual. So they do submit quarterly reports.
Okay.
And our schools are generally very good about getting the reports. And if it comes late, it's not usually very late.
Right.
Part of the closure protocol is there's a point in time where the commission gets access to their bank accounts and make sure that we're able to monitor the funds in the bank accounts. And we also have make sure that we can pay off all debtors and creditors. We get a list of that. So part of the closure process is identifying what bills are outstanding and making sure there's enough money in the bank accounts to allocate for that. So that's part of the process. If there isn't enough, that's a question that then we begin to work with the Department of Attorney General and find out what we can
Well,
do.
but
for
but
that.
I would hope that we would never get to that. point,
Correct.
Right, because then
That's-
your reporting requirements should be
Right.
solid enough.
That's our intention. That's why we keep up on those quarterly
And
financial
so
reports.
everyone in the system is compliant.
Yes. Right now, that's.
So is there anyone, are there schools that you are concerned about that are, what's that number?
One of our slides, no, the financial framework slide. Keep going back. There. So we have a risk assessment model in place to monitor the finances for our schools. You can see that the schools, the majority of them are in the low and acceptable.
I
The
see that.
one school that's in a high risk at this point is our newest school, or Hawai'i Academy, which has only been open for 1 year. So there's still some of their numbers
No.
aren't growing yet due to their student population, so they're still young. That number should move more towards the acceptable and low over the next 2 years as they add students. And we monitor what that ratio is. I can say, having attended their governing board meetings, their governing board monitors this closely.
Okay.
They do it in their governing board meetings and they go over their finances in detail, including their year-to-dates, budgets, cash on hand, et cetera.
What kind of financial reports do you get from each of the schools?
Quarterly, we get the school's P&L as well as their cash flow statements. Again, that comes to us quarterly, and then at the end of the year, all charter schools as well as the commission are required to go through a financial audit. So in some schools' cases, especially those with higher receipt of federal funds, they'll go through the single audit process. So these are outside auditors that the schools as well as the commission have to contract with.
At what point are the parents notified when a school is in trouble?
Immediately.
Yeah, that they need
Well,
to start looking for.
in trouble?
Yeah,
I'm
I mean, the process takes a while, but
sorry, I jumped the gun on there. I thought you meant when they're
No,
closing.
for instance, like you see where it says high, the one.
Yes.
Do they know now that the parents know, hey, your school is in high risk financially?
We don't send them a notice saying their school is in high risk. That's part of why we're putting that financial dashboard on the website so that public can access. The governing board meetings are open to the public. We don't publicly
Okay, so
send a notice to the
okay,
parent.
Okay, so the answer
Yeah.
is you guys don't send.
Correct.
But do you require the school to send?
We do not require
I
them
guess
to
at
send
what
that.
point I want to know.
Yeah.
When a child's education is going to be interrupted, shouldn't the parents know so that they can plan what happens on the day that the school closed?
Or
Because
leading
it
up to
doesn't-
it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It takes a while for them to
Yes.
decide, make decisions. Can they afford something else?
Oh, yeah.
Or does a
Yeah.
child now have to go to a public school? And I think that's important for parents to know, for guardians to know.
You know, I think we gotta reassess the accreditation component maybe and formalize some of these processes maybe.
Okay.
And then relook at the weighted student formula for you guys. So that I don't want to use, well, I guess I don't want to describe it that way, but I don't know another word, but for the inflated part of the weighted student formula. Because it's not equal. Weighted student formula for charter schools is slightly higher than it is for DOE. So the difference should go to the commission so that the commission can do the administrative work it needs to.
Okay.
That's something we can definitely work with,
I can,
with this
So do
committee.
you-
Yeah, at least a portion
Education
of the
also.
difference.
Do you
Because
think-
then you can do the training and the accreditation and the communications.
okay.
But do you have that data when schools close, where those students go and how long it takes them to be placed?
With Kamalani, we monitor that with them and the students all found homes. We track that. The ones that moved out of state, we have their folders or files here at our office. But we track that data when that's happening. Kamalani's, I think, who closed before them was Halaulo Kahi. So it was a few years ago. So we haven't had to do that,
But on it.
thank goodness. But at the same point, we need to understand that. And it's part of our process is to track where students
I
go.
guess what I'm asking,
So then.
so if
you
help
like
is
that.
needed for these students to find other homes.
Yes.
How long does it take? I mean, are they
Oh,
waiting
the-
weeks before they're placed?
the planning.
They know ahead of time, they could start the process to find another school? Do you guys have that data?
We can put that together in terms of the last closure that we went through with Kamalani. I think in this case, because the school, I want to say, accepted their non-renewal and worked with the commission and were able to wind down and close out the school year. You know, the children were then, the students were able to finish up at Kamalani. And because they knew the school was not going to be open the following year, again, worked with the DOE area schools as well as with other charter schools that parents and students were potentially interested in. So it is something that the commission as well as the school itself worked with their students on.
You said they accepted the non-renewal. You don't have the authority to close the school and say, these are not,
You do,
criteria not
right?
being met, you're gonna close the school? They have to accept a non-renewal? Or can they
No, well, no,
protest
they
it?
can't.
The commissioners can authorize the non-renewal, so they don't meet their performance. There is an appeal effort or option that they can appeal that decision to the Board of Education.
Yeah.
They chose not to. The prior time when the commissioners approved the non-renewal for Kamalani, they appealed to the Board of Education, and the Board of Education gave us the choice of continuing on a contract or offering a new contract for a term decided by the commissioners. So there's an appeal process. That's what they can appeal that decision to the Board of Education.
Yeah.
This time they chose not to. That's what he means by accepting the decision of the commissioners. And so they worked with us to close the school over time.
Okay, so they don't have any ads. The table 6 is,
Correct.
but their weighted student formula will be based on the ads we put into one EDN 100, 200, 300, 400. So their
Correct.
budget could still change based on us, any changes to DOE's budget.
Any impact to
Yeah.
DOE's budget impacts charter schools. Yes.
And there currently is a reduction in table 5 to the per pupil. It's about 1.8 But again, that's the executive budget request.
Yeah,
So no additions,
Yeah.
but
that's
reduction
just a
of what
point in
needs-
time until we get to the end.
Correct,
Yeah.
Chair.
Yeah, yeah.
So at what point when Kamalani, who's, did the parents and students know that they were going through the process so they could start looking?
They knew it early in, actually the decision, or the governing board made the parents aware of the renewal process and the non-renewal in November, December of the prior school year. The commissioners made their decision in January. And so parents were made aware in January. And through the appeal process timeline, which put them into February, it was confirmed to parents by February of that school year that the school would be closing and that they would be working with us to place their students for the following school year. So they had 4 months.
Okay, so they were able to close out that school year.
Correct. At the school.
Okay, why don't we move on? Oh, go ahead.
I have a question on table 11, vacancy report. So at the top of your vacancy report, it's for November 30th of 2024. Do you have an updated vacancy report for 2025? And are you actively recruiting to hire for
Oh.
these vacancies?
But that's not your role, right? The school got to go because the school has to go and recruit themselves.
And our apologies for the typo. This is our updated vacancy list.
Okay.
If you're looking primarily at the preschool teachers, that's part of the Ready Keiki Initiative expansion program that we're currently working on. From last year, we did have a larger list. We can provide more details, but we have some teachers in a teacher prep program as well as the new opening classrooms, which led to the reduction in this list. So again,
But whose responsibility is for the recruitment? Is it the school or is it the commission?
The schools.
Yeah.
the schools.
And as I noted in
So
the,
at some point, what we could do is write a letter to each school that we see the high number of vacancies and ask the governing board, what's your plan?
and in the list that we talked about, the preschools opening classrooms over the next year, 1 classroom next year, 14 the following. These are positions that are cited there. So we're trying to get them into training programs so that they walk in prepared for
Thank
those
you.
classrooms.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, why don't we move on to,
Question.
oh.
Travel, what's the total cost of travel for the year? And what's the budgeted amount?
This does, our travel table wasn't totaled. Just a quick estimate that I can give you right now, it will be probably in the $70,000 range if it includes our early learning program.
Okay, can you turn that into us? We want to know what the total cost of travel and what the budgeted amount of travel. So
Okay.
did you stay within your budget, went over your budget or under your budget?
We'll get that information to the.
Okay, but to put it in context, do you have any oversight on the schools on their travel?
No.
Yeah, so that one, this one is, charter school is slightly different.
Yeah, but we still want to
Yeah.
know what the travel, and then maybe.
No, we should, but the accountability part is a little awkward.
Maybe you can also tell us what schools, who was the highest travel school.
We can request that information from the school.
From the schools.
Yeah.
Want some data.
Okay, why don't we recess for just a couple minutes so that libraries can set up. Okay, recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Okay, reconvening. Okay, so next we're going to hear from the libraries who will present their non-existent supplemental budget requests. So, good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year. It's so nice to see you all. Thank you, Chair Dela Cruz and Chair Kim and Vice Chair Morwaki and Vice Chair Kadani and members of both of the committees. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you a brief presentation about our public libraries. And we do actually have a little bit of a budget request. I'm Stacey Aldridge, State Librarian, and I have with me my awesome colleague, Mallory Fujitani, who is the Special Assistant to the State Librarian. So our libraries continue to be community hubs where we create opportunities for all to read, learn, and connect. I want to first thank you all for the support that you gave us for rebranding our libraries. In 2022, we did a survey of the public, and we heard very clearly from even our users, they didn't know what services were available at the library. So you gave us funding to do a project to bring awareness and to invite people back into our libraries. And so we launched in May of this past year, 2025, and we've seen some really nice increases in the use of our services. We had a 44% increase in the number of people who participated in summer reading program this year. We've had a 66.4% increase in the use of some of our online databases for learning. We've had an 18% increase in the number of people coming to our programs, and we've seen a 10% increase in the number of people coming into our libraries. So it is making a difference. We also were able to institute an e-newsletter that goes out to all of our users, which is about 400,000 emails, and we have a 47 to 50% open rate, read rate, which is actually pretty good for a newsletter. And we hear from people because now they really know about our services and programs, and we can see little bumps in the use of ebooks. We've seen a 7% increase in the use of our ebooks. We also continue to involve our services around digital equity. Libraries are the best place for people to learn how to use all the digital tools that are available and to be able to manage in a digital environment. And we finished up classes across the state, digital literacy classes, and we've just implemented our digital navigator program, which has digital navigator 4 hours twice a week in all of our branches, where individuals can sign up for up to 45 minutes for individual help on particular issues that they're having with technology, which is very popular. And we've had about 520 appointments already in just 3 months. So people want to have different ways to learn how to use their technologies. And it can be as easy as, how do I turn off my phone? People have found this to be a very important service for them. We continue to innovate around the foundations that we've built with RFID. We added 7 self-check shelving units in our libraries. You can see one over at the Hawaii State Library. A library patron can come back and just put their books on the shelf, and they'll check in right away, and then they're left there for people to see what people have checked out, and then they can check out those materials, which saves time for staff because they don't have to reshelve all the time, and patrons can see what's back in the library. We're also looking to expand our services by doing a pilot project with a book locker in Hana. So the hours of Hana are difficult because it's hard to find people to actually keep the library open. So we continue to look for a new librarian for Hana, but our janitor and one staff member do a great job. But to increase those hours of access, we're going to be adding a book locker so people can pick up their holds after hours, so they don't have to wait until the library is open. And we continue to build our collections. People still like paper and plastic. We had about 3.5 million items circulated that were paper, 1.7 million items that were digital. So those are ebooks, audiobooks, and magazines. And we were excited to add the Ni Hao collection of stories in our Lehui library. So we're very excited we were able to expand the stories to Kauai. And we continue to look at what kinds of programs and services can we implement to create equity of access. And this year, Matt Brown, our manager of our library for the blind and print disabled, started a book club. So he has a book club for the members of the Library for the Blind and Print Disabled service who come. He can get up to 60 people who are just having a wonderful time getting together and talking about books. There's celebrations every year. We're going to be celebrating Louis Braille's birthday at the end of this month. And so it's another program. And they also have Dungeons and Dragons, which is pretty amazing. They have special dice that the users can use to play. So we're continuing to look at expanding our programs for everyone. I wanted to do a light touch on LSTA. That's our federal funding. So we receive about $1.5 million from the Institute of Museum and Library Services in Library Service and Technology Act grants to state funding. It's a formula-based program, and all the states receive the money if they can continue their match and their maintenance of effort. Many thanks to the Attorney General's office, who made sure, along with 20 other states, that the program continued because DOJ shut down IMLS in the spring. And 21 states went to court and they were able to keep it. So we were able to keep the funding that we have for their federal fiscal year 25. We have about 400,000 left of those funds that we have to spend by September. We don't know about FY 26, so we're just federal fiscal year 26, so we're waiting. If we don't get the funds, it will directly impact the digital services we have available, like New York Times, Mango Languages, some of the more popular online tools that are available to everybody. So that's just a little bit about our LSTA funds. And as we look ahead, we remain grounded in our mission and inspired by a belief that every person who walks through our doors or connects with us through our online resources has access to what they need. And they also have a welcoming space to learn, dream, and to thrive. And we're happy to answer any questions, but we also did have 2 requests of the governor that were not considered, and we would respectfully ask consideration for.
Okay. We just, what, are they part of the decisions table?
I think so. I think.
So our original request to the governor was 1.5 million
Yeah, I see that
And-
for security.
for
Yes.
security.
Yeah, okay, and then,
And the 5 million for NCIP
Mhm.
for planning design at 4 Oahu.
oh, okay, no, that's in CIP.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you
we're
have one
not-
operating request.
One operating, one CIP.
And then have you guys been trying to work with DLE to help?
Yes, we're meeting with them. We had to go to a new contract for security because we were having a horrible experience with the other security company. And so when we went to the new company, which is more expensive, we did do a review of all of our libraries to identify the ones that would be less impacted by not having security guards. We looked at our data on incident reports, we reviewed everything. So there were about 5 libraries that we could pull back on. And we've been talking with them now on how can we support the libraries where we don't have security. So we have about 35 libraries that.
So
have
the
security.
1.5 is for 35.
It's in addition to the cost that the current budget that we already have. So we need 1.5 added to the base.
And the base is what?
2.9.
2.9.
The contract is about 4.1. And the base is 2.9.
Okay, and you cannot take from any of your special funds?
Mhm.
The special funds are designated for certain activities at the libraries, yeah.
In collections.
Okay, and then the CIP requests. Oh, it's not there. What was it?
5 million for planning and design for 4 Oahu libraries, Eva Beach,
Meaning-
Milalani,
oh.
Kalihi Palama, and Kaimaki.
On the
So-
existing libraries.
Existing
So plan and
libraries.
design for refurbishment?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
And to upgrade any AC, electrical, all the things that haven't been upgraded since they were built.
So right now we have in the existing biennium budget, we have 25 million in lump sum CIP fund
Yeah.
for both 25 million in 26 and 25 million in 27. I have pre-existing projects that are ready to go out to bid for in 2026 as well as 2027. So we pretty much have used up all of our lump sum funds. And we actually still have projects that are waiting, could use some construction funds if we had the opportunity to spend more money.
Yeah.
They're ready to go. So that 50 million that we have in this biennium budget will not lapse.
Okay, so RIM things I think can be handled under operating though, right?
I'm sorry?
RIM.
Yeah,
Yes.
we do have 1.5 million in our base
Repair and
budget for
maintenance.
repair and maintenance.
Okay, but like for instance, changing out our AC, if the lifespan is not longer than 7-8 years, you don't need to put that in CIP. You can use that in cash.
It depends on what we're replacing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have tried to do some with the cash when we can.
Questions?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The CIP labs,
Yes, I'm gonna ask a
Chair,
question on
with
this.
regards to the Pahoa Library, so the county hasn't
I'm
moved
gonna ask the same
at
question.
all, so would the funds be
Those are
lapsed?
right. Those funds are going to lapse because they lapse. And we would have to encumber them by
Need to
June
borrow the
30 of
staff.
this year.
Yes.
And the issue with the Pahoa Public Library is that we were gonna co-locate on county-owned property, which they have identified through that planning process. The county has not yet acquired the land. So because of the title of the CIP, which is Pahoa Public Library and Transit Hub. And we don't do projects, including transportation projects. And we're waiting for the county to purchase the land for.
Or the transit hub.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that was kind of interesting because I thought it was going to be on state lands and I thought
No.
because the community has been having, I think recently about the proposed new library and I didn't attend that, but I'm just kind of concerned that they're not given the right information.
So for many years, we had
I still
actually
went
had a
to
planning
visit a
consultant.
while ago, right? At
Yeah.
the shopping center.
Property-
We looked at
Yeah.
many different, but there's really no, a lot of the land in that Pahoa region is on
It's private.
lava zone 1 and 2, and so it was, or it's in really poor areas
Yeah.
for the.
So
public
you're
to
gonna
get
just
to.
continue to stay at the shopping center?
Well, we're currently in a high
In the high school.
and we're still working with the county. I think they're still trying to acquire the
Check with
property.
I
Sub-district
swear, was it-
chair.
What was the shopping center that was nearby? The green, is that the one? The
Are you
green,
thinking-
Yeah.
are you- or are you
this
thinking
one,
about
I remember
Wakefield?
Senator
No.
Ruderman, is that the same one?
Yeah.
If it's
that's-
Rudolph,
maybe,
it's before-
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The parcel.
He took us to,
Parcel for the transit hub is across the street,
okay,
yeah, from the shopping center.
okay, maybe that's what it was then.
Yeah, yeah, so it's actually an ideal location.
Yeah, because then
And
you have lots of
The
people.
county said they
Yeah.
were gonna have, they had federal money to purchase the land, but we're just not aware of the details on that.
Yeah, but I
land
remember when we
acquisition.
had this conversation back then, that we talked about that, well, the one bill that the governor had vetoed, which would have helped you, so you could have did like coffee shop, retail, and then to pay for some operations, get somebody to do free Wi-Fi. So I don't know if, different administration, if that's something worth pursuing again for this one, because that area is next to a shopping center.
Mhm.
Yes,
It is.
it's all close by.
Yeah.
I'll check, I'll work with Senator San Buenaventura on it and ask her if she's aware.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Do you remember the bill number and the year? If not, just send
look
it to
up.
us, as I wrote it for you guys, but I
Yeah.
gotta go look it up.
That was Act 230.
230.
Yeah,
Well, it would help them, and then if we did land acquisition, then they could do a PPP on it, have a library, and then do some mixed use, so that the mixed use pays for, and they were all supportive of it, so it's not like they were against it.
oh, yes.
They say they're gonna.
Then, because some coffee shops, they give you free Wi-Fi, right? So let's say they had a coffee shop right next.
From 2017, they said they were filling.
Yeah, I mean, when the transit hub project started, it seemed it was like a great marry.
Oh, yeah.
With the
Yeah.
people at the transit hub.
Yeah, with the
and
library,
the
makes
library,
sense.
Right, and then, but it's just taken time for the county to kind of
Acquire the
do the,
property.
yeah. Because they went through the environmental assessment process already. We've had community meetings.
Oh, yeah,
everything. I think
I don't know,
everybody
how- that was
supported
when I was, I think,
that.
CIP chair.
Yeah, they were supportive. I mean, if,
It's been kind
Yeah, I
of,
was just gonna say, it's change of administration as well too, so I think they're getting settled, but I'll work with
Okay.
Senator Joy.
okay.
Thank you.
Senator
I
Val,
just got a question, who negotiates on the security contracts? Who does the,
no,
who's,
that's RFP.
for the, like, who's in the
We're
library that
using- We're
overlooks?
using the price list vendor that the state procurement office.
Yeah, the only reason why is that, again, you get the security companies out there charging the state $30 to $42 an hour. They pay the security guard minimum wage. And the part that I get upset is that they also charge the state for vacation, yeah, holiday pay, sick leave, and none of the security guards get that. So to me, again, if you guys put in this, the bid for security guards, you gotta actually put them inside there, that they're actually giving them, as, again, this is the same thing that happened at the airport, so we need to watch the contract because they're putting in $42 plus French's vacation and sick leave and medical, but none of the security guards ever get that because they hire them part-time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's $42 an hour, and the guy only getting minimum wage, and that's the problem we had at the airport. You know what I mean? So can you guys please, watch that because.
We actually do monitor,
Yeah.
so that the list from
Yeah.
the state, has two vendors.
Well,
on it.
that's why you're trying to change vendor.
Well, we did, yeah, we had.
Oh, that's why you
change-
had to
We
change,
had
yeah.
to change vendors.
So they are-
Too. We're using
yeah.
the same vendors
But
schools
I-
use and the capital
Yeah.
now.
And I think it depends on the SPO office negotiating that part into the contract, if that's
But
what,
they're all pretty much the same, these security vendors.
yeah.
We actually are experiencing better security, much better than we
than
had.
the last one.
Because
Yeah.
people go with boat security, they do part-time at each one or something.
Mm.
Oh, you had vacancies? Yeah, go ahead.
Vacancies. Can we look at the vacancies?
Yeah, table 11. That's page
First of all, what's the red
11.
numbers indicate?
Under the budgeted amounts.
Yeah.
Red numbers.
What does that mean when it's red?
I don't see. They didn't print them.
The table. So
Hmm.
library assistant 3,
Yeah.
budget amount is 38,000. That's how much they get paid?
Yeah. That's why we have so
Full-time.
much- we have so much turnover in that position.
And that's with college degree.
Not the
no,
library assistant.
Not the library
positions.
assistant.
What is that? AA?
No, no,
CTE? High school
high school.
GE? Oh, okay. Still, wow.
So
I think when we were reviewing them, sometimes we make notes. So I mean, I'll go back and check.
Okay, I was
Sometimes
just-
we're reorging and trying to make sure.
It was if that was secret code for something.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's not, I don't think it's any secret code.
Sometimes it's just with
Yeah, you know, the
internal
library.
staff or putting in, updating figures, then we
With Nick-
use
Nick
different
Key.
colors.
Yeah, I think that's an editing, but we'll check.
Yeah, national treasure. All these secret codes
It is.
with the libraries.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So some of your vacancies have been vacant since 2013, 2016, 2 of them.
You see, 2009, 2009.
I mean, really expect to fill them?
For some of the vacancies, we actually have been trying to fill them. We did a
Since
vacancy chart.
2009,
Yes.
2007.
There are some positions where we get lists of names and we try over and over again where people don't, or we have substitutes in those positions. And then depending on how many vacancies we have to prioritize how we're hiring and how many vacancies and which vacancies we have. So if we have branch managers, they rise to the top in terms of making sure that we fill those positions. At the same time, we have the issue of the restrictions on our budget. And so we don't have the full allotment of our budget to pay for all of the positions because our budget, 80% is people. So we have to prioritize which are the positions that will, it's not that we don't need them, but how do we make sure we can keep our libraries open?
Well, which ones are vacant? Which ones have no budget?
They all have budget now.
They all
So-
have the dollars there.
Last year is the first year that you turned back. We had about 64 positions that didn't have budget for almost 3 years.
Okay, that's why I was looking at the red. I thought maybe that's what it meant, that there were no budgeted amount.
Mm.
So you can't hire every single one of these individuals.
Mm-mm.
So
Oh,
we
not
s-
now because of the restrictions.
Right.
But if you didn't have the restrictions, then you could.
So we start the fiscal year, we basically, our budget is based on personnel costs and current expenses. Those are the two main. The current expenses are all the utilities, security guard contract, all that stuff. And it's much smaller. It's only like 20% of our total budget. So at the beginning of the year, when we have to identify where are we taking the 5% restriction, actually the 10% restriction, we have to identify where the 4 million is coming from. And so it has to come out of personnel. Otherwise, we have to, kind of worry about whether we can have enough, we can keep the lights on, pay the water bills, pay for the security guards.
Going back to these vacant positions that have been vacant since 2009. You only show one of them, the vacant since 2017, that you intend to fill here by February 3rd of 2026. Page, the first page of it, towards the bottom, I think 7 or 8 from the bottom.
Mhm.
So is that one coming on board on 2/3?
If it says the fill date, we've already done the interviews and we've already offered for people to begin. So yes,
Okay, so I can expect that this is not going to be on the list next year when I
would
look
not
it
be
up.
unless somebody leaves.
Okay, well, I've gone over lists where you folks say fill date and then the next year is still vacant, the next year is still vacant. Not necessarily you guys, but the agencies do that. But then the rest of them, the 2009, it doesn't even have an expected fill date.
Which is, yeah, I'm trying to find 2001.
It's on the last page, 13. But yeah, you have 2019,
the one
2016,
that-
2019, 2019, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, that position we actually just moved. It was sitting in another, I think this might be a position that I have to go and double check because we have 2 6s. 1 6 we have moved to be a project librarian, and we're working with DHERD on the description of this position. And then there's
Okay, well,
another
then it's
position.
helpful for you to let us know. That's why we asked for these charts. Because if you don't give it to us, then we're gonna ask it.
No, I get it though.
So your total amount of vacancies total up to what, $6.3 million?
Should not be 6.3.
But it's not 6.3 million.
Oh. Your whole total 11 doesn't add up to that. Well, how much is your total vacancy in salaries?
Salaries. I would have to get back with you. I
Okay,
have another
well-
table for that
Well,
one.
then how would you know if it's not that?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think it's 6. I mean, half of them, I know that about 30 positions can be, again, it depends on which position it is and,
Okay, and none of these, oh, go ahead.
If we were to sweep all of these positions that I just went over since 2009 to now. I mean, you've lived with it without all of these years, so I guess you could go without it, right?
That would end up with closure on a lot of our smaller libraries on the neighbor islands.
But they're vacant now, yeah.
They've been vacant for all those years. You haven't been operating with them, so.
Actually, well, in many cases, we rotate staff, we put in subs.
But you don't even have 89, you only have, what,
That's-
2
that's the
89 they
current-
hire?
That's the current, when we can find a 89 or a sub to.
and this is as of
Yeah,
November.
account
so
for,
we can update you for what we have up to now, because we have filled some of these positions.
okay, why don't you resubmit your table 11 then?
Okay, but up to. we'll
What
go
your current, yeah.
Current. Mhm.
Okay.
Just like bring this up because, the problem that I guess we,
table?
yeah, it's gonna be table, 7, page 7. Because given the consistency of the 9.1 budget restrictions over the last 3 years, fiscal years, we just was talking about, you talking about that, which other libraries has been seeing a significant reduction in operation hours to public service? The reason why I asked that, because now you just said, if we sweep all the vacancies, it's gonna change the hours and operation for some
No,
libraries.
okay, so you know
So
why?
already did that.
So if we sweep the vacancies, they're at 100%. They need, whatever they got is what they're using.
Right.
If you sweep the vacancies. So if the governor says 10% restriction, now they don't have the vacancies to cushion them anymore. Now they have to eat into live bodies.
Right.
So that it's a trickle down effect. It's not as direct. They're not explaining it as correctly as maybe
because,
they're trying not to throw anybody under the bus.
Yeah, I know,
So
definitely, but
so
just-
it ends up resulting in that over time, if there's depending on the percentage of the restriction.
because I mean, for the last 3 years, it's been going up on you guys' restrictions.
Oh, yeah, so this is like a shell game every year. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they all pad their budgets with some amount, or they wish they at least have that amount, because you're guessing at to what the percentage of the restriction might be that the governor and the MBNF is gonna send them. And then now they gotta figure out, okay, of all my budget, how do I restrict 8 or 5 or 10% depending on what the governor tells them?
But that's not real
So
restriction.
the last 10 years, which is the libraries that was,
Yeah, it's
affected for the, times and the restrictions?
So when we can't fill positions, so you'll see there's a lot of newer positions too. We have smaller libraries in neighbor islands that do not
Yeah.
have as many positions. And so we have to drop our services
no, but
when we can't fill the position.
But the question is not cutting all the vacancies, it's cutting the really old ones.
That's been
Yeah.
vacant for.
Yeah.
well, for
Right,
the
and
year.
I think we've done a really good job trying to get at those really old ones. And as I said, I'll
Oh,
follow up
okay.
on, we have a lot of
You
like.
may have an
ancient-
updated table that does not include that one.
Or I can.
Or you're gonna
explain
make
that
sure
we
by the
moved
time
it.
you send over the updated table, it won't
Feel that.
include that.
2 6s. We just reorganized and it takes a long time for us to reorganize. We've been looking at all of our positions. We had 64 that we couldn't touch for 3 years. We didn't have the funding for them. So we're trying to be very strategic with the vacancies that we do have And we have gone back to creating island managers, which will help provide better services on the islands. They provide an additional staff member, but they also provide support directly to the island. And so we have actually moved positions around to better serve the needs of our libraries. So I am sure that 6 is one of them. And it was out there for a while because we didn't use it, but now we do have a way that we want to use it. So we're not trying to leave some in the dust. There are some positions that, again, we're not filled because we only have so much money.
So
And you have to-
maybe like for the vacancies, right? Like how Senator De La Cruz always says, so if you guys kind of fill some of the positions, because like he's surprised and I surprised seeing that the position for Assistant 3 is 38,000 a year. So there's any way the vacancies or the money that you guys have in the areas that you guys haven't filled for a while to kind of entice the position so that you would be able to hire somebody on a higher pay scale to adjust that?
I think it's actually a larger issue that we have to work with DHERD on changing the classification, which is a whole group, because they're doing different levels of work than they did when the original library assistants were created.
Yeah.
And that's a larger
Because it'll be
project,
hard to get
because it'll
somebody
need
for
more money to
38,000
actually
money.
provide the positions, because the library
Security
assistants
officers work for 38,000 and less. So-
And a lot of times that's the problem, right? We are able to find somebody, but then they stay only for like 4 to 6 months and once until they can find another higher paying job. So that's
Mhm.
why there's like this constant churn on especially the LA positions, the
those-
library assistant positions, the ones that pay the least. They're their entry level positions. Like in the fiscal office, I've reviewed like 17 lists for the entry level audit clerk position that we desperately need. But I've been through 17 lists over the last 3-4 years. We've made many offers and either they've been hired by another department, they decide to come and then they reject it. I mean, so
Okay,
it's
so then if you know that for 17 years, why are we doing the same thing over and over? Why aren't you repurposing these positions? I know it takes a long time, but 17 years,
So-
you could have done it.
no, it was 17 lists. So we
Lists,
actually
not years.
recently found someone that actually.
No, but you've
we
been
hired.
doing this for years, because I've been in these hearings for years, and you
You're
guys.
part of the
the
wallpaper.
same.
That's a little scary. It's scary. So more recently, specific to that position, we actually have 2 positions, same exact classification, same level and everything. That's why there's 17 lists and we're constantly trying to fill one of the 2. We finally found a temporary employee that actually worked out really well. So we spent the last year to downgrade the position so she could qualify. So it's a longer discussion about how this is an entry-level clerical position, but the requirement is there's no degree requirement.
know, I
but there's
think, but-
2
no,
years
but I think the
specialized
point is,
experience,
Why
yeah.
don't you guys come up with a bill or something
Yes.
so that you can have the flexibility you need and then she's willing to consider it
Okay,
in subject matter?
Fix it. Don't
I
just
think
tell
that's
what the
kind of
problem is.
her point. Is that she wants to help, but you guys know what you need to help yourselves. If not, we would be guessing.
I guess we've tried every which way through the DHERD process.
No, so let's
and
try
it's
a
not-
legislative
yeah.
fix. That's
Okay.
her point.
You know what we need in government? We need positions that's called fixers.
Yeah,
Not so the fixers, not we fix the problem.
yeah. Somebody was telling me they're CEOs,
Yeah.
CIOs, COOs, and
FIO.
FIOs.
Perfect, yeah, fixer.
Figure it out.
How can we fix it? How can we
Figure
fix
it out.
I would love to talk more about it because every year we say the same thing. No, but I mean, talk about the
proposals.
possibilities.
No, so yeah, when you write the bill, then you'll
Yeah.
have lots of discussion when you talk about, when you hear the bill.
Come up
Yeah,
with solutions.
with several options and you guys,
Have you guys seen a drop in the visits to the library because of lack of security?
No, she said it's.
No, it went up.
She said.
Even at the beginning,
Yeah,
said it
yeah, we
opened
went
up.
up by about 10%. People have come to the library, but
So, yeah, so what I'm getting at is that maybe we can put more funding into the position descriptions and to up the pay so we can get
No,
people
but
there.
it won't matter because they still gotta work with DHERD.
Yeah, but.
Because the classification is what's
Yeah,
difficult.
but
that's why you
what
need
they
the
got-
legislative
gotta
fix.
fix it.
Yeah,
We gotta fix it.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Can we go
Okay.
back to,
Table,
table 13 overtime? My question is not so much on the overtime. My question is regarding the increase in salaries. Is this based on the contract
no.
that you're projecting?
Mm.
Because you know, you've got these base salaries for actual, and then you see a base salary for 2026 goes up, and then for 2027, base salaries are going up.
It will be
Oh.
based on contract because most of the positions are part of the union, a union, so.
So I'm just asking, so that base salary is based on the
Projected,
Projected.
based on, the collective
projected
bargaining.
negotiated contracts.
So it goes from 2.2 to 2.8?
And then to 3. Look at the
No,
2027.
but that's 200,000, but this jump is 600,000.
Just like the,
Because that's a big percentage then, from 2.2 to 2.8.
just like the third one. 5.6 to 6.5.
Anyway, you guys should double check
We
that
can
then.
double check. We
Yeah.
have a new financial person, so we'll take this
Okay.
table back and we'll.
Good.
Yeah, you guys should check these things before you give it to us, because it raises all these questions. Okay, can we talk about travel? Table 23. First of all, I'm gonna ask that you folks provide to us a total of how much travel that you've for the year that you folks spent. And what was your travel budget? Were you over, above, below? Okay, having said that, what is staff day?
Every 2 years, we bring staff together on each of the islands for staff development. So the Friends of the Library actually pay for the day itself. They help us to bring in speakers and to have an event where we do staff development. So we close the library for 1 day every 2 years, and we bring everybody on Oahu together, everybody on Hawaii Island together, everyone on Hawaii, and everybody on Maui.
Okay, so this cost that's listed, total
Mhm.
cost of trip,
It's
Is
the
that paid-
airfare.
It's
So. and
is that
some-
paid for by?
So the
Friends of
airfare is
Library?
paid for by the state. So staff day occurs, well, the projected is occurs every 2 years, but the last staff day we had was pre-COVID. So it was 5 years ago in 2019.
So
and this
so
one?
Show Hawaii Staff Day, that's the island of Hawaii.
Right.
right.
Where did they fly to?
No, so state librarian, certain managers fly out to that island.
For that staff day.
And all
'cause
the
we're made-
Hawaii, all the Big Island staff gather in one space.
Okay, so
And
where
then,
did they come from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 Hawaii Staff Day people came from where?
okay, so
Did they all
so-
come from Oahu? Did they all come from?
yes, most of them do. They're managers of the support offices, our IT section, our head of fiscal, our head of HR.
Mm.
We all go, so the executive team basically goes to whatever island is having that staff day.
So the same group goes now, because then you have
Right.
the Maui Staff Day.
Right,
And then you have the Kauai Staff
Right,
Day.
Yes,
And then I don't see Oahu Staff Day.
because
we don't have to fly, we can
right.
just drive.
Right,
So there's no cost associated with.
right.
Oahu.
Because the cost of the actual training and staff day
It's covered by
is covered by
Friends.
by the Friends
Friends.
of the Library. So we try to do it every 2 years, but it's, right, as I mentioned, the last one was pre-COVID.
So you don't have your total travel budget? on
No,
hand,
we
right?
can
We
provide
can
that.
provide it.
That's what we're-
Okay, why don't we recess and move on to Executive Office on Early Learning. So we'll recess for a couple minutes. Thank you, Ajahn. Okay, reconvening. So next we're going to hear from Executive Office of Early Learning. So good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chair Moriwaki, Chair Kim, and Vice Chair Kirani, and members of both committees. I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. So of course, our vision is that every child in Hawaii has access to high quality early childhood development and early learning experiences, which lay the foundation for lifelong well-being. So of course, our two main functions coordinate and improve the early childhood system while also hosting the Head Start Collaboration Office in our office and working in partnership with the DOE to administer the EOEL Public Pre-K program. I'm going to skip over the next slide so that I can come back and speak to Table 6. I wanted to highlight that we just recently completed the preschool development grant in partnership with Hawaii P20. And through this, we updated our comprehensive birth to 5 needs assessment. We created a new state plan. We maximized parent and family engagement in the birth to 5 system. We supported our workforce, program quality improvement, and enhanced and expanded access. And this photo is a picture of the brochure from our symposium, which highlighted all the work that had been going on in the early learning field. And we are able to give you a copy if you're interested. Another part that I'd like to highlight that came out of the preschool development grant is the new First 5 Hawaii. This is a common eligibility portal for all residents of Hawaii, where they can enter simple, basic information about their family, and they can be screened across 18 different programs to see what their families may be eligible for. And these programs span early learning, health and safety, food and nutrition, special needs and early intervention, and parenting, family support, and also housing.
How many families actually utilize that, or what?
So we just released it in January, and I pulled a traffic report, and there were over 33,000 hits. As part of our preschool development grant as well, we updated our Hawaii Early Childhood State Plan. We are hoping to formally release this within the next month, and we will also share with you a copy of this. In working with our preschool, the reauthorization of our new state plan, we did a lot of community engagement and visited each of these islands that are represented here and had 296 responses from people across all of our islands. A couple of years ago, when I attended the Hunt Institute, there was a session that the Children's Funding Project highlighted, and this was to create a state fiscal map. So I attended an online session, and the Early Childhood Action Strategy actually was also showed a similar interest. So we partnered together with the Children's Funding Project. This too is looking to be released within the next year. This tracks public investments for children and young adults from 0 to 24 between the years of 2019 to 2023. So our work began in 2024. So the last comprehensive year that we had was 2023. And we're looking to update it every, I think within every 2 years roughly. It shows the funding landscape for state, federal, and federal relief funds. And it looks at how Hawaii is working towards our outcomes, how we fund our services, and how we support different age groups and populations. So again, this is going to be formally released within the next month or so. I wanted to highlight that through the support of the legislature, the governor, and the lieutenant governor's Ready Keiki initiative, the number of EOEL public pre-K classrooms have more than tripled since 2022. Our interest in our program remains strong. The number of applications still continue to far exceed the number of seats statewide. So currently we have 89 sites, 117 classrooms, 2,275 seats. And as of January, we had 4,979 applications, with 3,491 of them being unique because there were 42 pairs of twins. As we also expand our public pre-K program, we are still committed to maintaining a high-quality early learning environment for our students. We're happy to report that EOEL met 10 out of 10 benchmarks on the latest near public pre-K report. 5 states met all 10 of the National Institute for Early Education Research quality standards, which are Alabama, Hawaii, Michigan, Mississippi, and Rhode Island. We continue to support our early childhood educator stipend program, and so far we've had 162 recipients. It could look as 163 because one person has gone through the program twice so far. And we've had 61 completers who are now filtered into the early childhood system across many different programs. One thing that's not shown on this slide is that through the Preschool Development Grant, the Executive Office on Early Learning also supported the National Administrator's Credential that is hosted by the National Early Childhood Program Accreditation, or NECPA. And 48 community-based providers were interested in this opportunity and took us up on this offer. And it helps to develop director skills in our community-based program. So it's for directors, aspiring directors, or people who are interested in what the role of a director is. And so it helps them with marketing, legal and fiscal management, operations, educational programming, community relations. And so we're really excited to offer that to our community-based programs. One thing that we're all tracking is the progress towards our Act 46 outcomes, which state that 50% of the currently unserved children in Hawaii should have a seat by 2027 and 100% by 2032. And so as we take a look at this chart here, the declining top line are birth rates in Hawaii according to Department of Health statistics. The very bottom line are the number of seats. And when you see the line drawn at 2027, this marks our first marker. So this looks like we are on target to meeting that first mark in 2027. You can also see the lowest 2027 target line, and that's where we're at right now. Then we continue our trajectory out to 2032 if we continue to see this 1.97 decrease in birth rate, and also if the seats were to hold steady. There's just that minimal gap at the end. However, we also know that we are increasing additional seats to close that gap. And we are also going to continue to need to watch the trajectory of births or children population, because if it stays steady, as you can see in that dotted top line, there would therefore be a 14% difference if the trajectory of the births stayed the same as it is at this moment, and also if we did not increase seats. But right now, we are definitely on track. So looking towards our future, while we just closed our final preschool development grant, the Executive Office on Early Learning for the first time applied for a federal grant on our own. And there were 34 states that applied. Only 23 were awarded, and we were one of them. And so we are going to be focusing on this next year of systems building grants. Previously, PDGB-5 grants were awarded in 3-year cycles, but now they're going to be awarded in 1-year cycles, which is also tied to our request, which I'm going to be speaking about shortly. We are also continuing to focus on the next 25 classrooms that are going to be opened this upcoming school year. And so now I'll go back to it. So when you look at Table 6, so this is based on what the legislature appropriated last session. This is our base budget for fiscal year 27. This includes positions and funding needed to continue our existing 117 classrooms and to open 25 new classrooms this upcoming school year. So for our supplemental budget request, we are requesting general fund position counts only to support the growing workload and responsibilities of the office in coordinating the early learning system. The program specialist positions were previously funded by the preschool development grant, but now that they are being offered on one-year cycles, it's no longer really possible to have positions funded through the preschool development grant. But we also just created our new state plan. We also have a new preschool development grant for this school year. And so we would like to continue to have these positions and put them into our FTE.
What's your total FTE?
Including, okay, so one moment, I have to, so we have, what is the big total, 200? 331? We're gonna double check, maybe 331, so,
331 positions?
mhm, yes.
That includes the early learning teachers? Or that's just admin?
So these are classroom teacher positions, educational assistant positions, and then EOEL office positions. Majority are in the schools. And so we are also looking to add an evaluation specialist to our office. So what we have learned is that we are continuing to do additional research on the early learning field. And so we're looking for a person to provide leadership, planning, coordination, and evaluation of the effectiveness of programs and assessing the extent to which the objectives of our early learning system are being realized at the state level. And so along with our request, we are asking to transfer funds from other current expenses to personnel to cover the cost of these positions. Yes.
You guys are asking for the 4 positions, but you got quite a bit of vacancies.
So these are 3 positions. So when we look at our vacancies, so we have, okay, let me go here. Vacancy. 11, yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. So when you look at the vacancies that we have right now, so we filled the office assistant position and a secretary position. And then one of the things to note is the date of vacancy. So when we were looking at the date, so there's definitely one, but there may be more than one. That is probably incorrect. We think maybe the school repurposed the prior position number, the one that's from 2013, because we did not have that school open in 2013. It's a brand new school this year. So we're not sure about that one, but we have currently only 10 truly vacant EA positions at this time. And then those 12-month state office teacher positions are actually in our office. So there's a process by which we have to go about creating the positions and then recruiting for them. And then within the Department of Education system, there opens a teacher transfer period. And so there are some rules that we have to abide by during the teacher transfer period. And so we are looking to fill the remaining state office teacher positions in our office. But what that means right now is just that our team works harder to meet the needs of all of our 117 different classrooms at this time.
When you say in your office, teacher, what did you just say, teacher?
Our early learning state office teacher positions.
Yes, so state office positions, meaning?
So these are teachers that are held in our office versus placed at school versus being hired by a principal at a school.
Okay, and then where do they teach?
So they are the coaches and the mentors that are assigned to each of our public PK.
Okay, so they don't actually teach, they just mentor. They don't sit in the classroom.
They do not teach students. They are responsible for the adult learning.
Okay, and when you say 12-month state, they work 12 months out of the year.
They do, yes.
Versus the teachers in the classroom are 9 months.
Well, the Department of Education has 12-month and 10-month state office teacher positions, depending on what their roles and responsibilities are. So over the summers, our teachers still do work with onboarding new teachers who are coming into public pre-K. They work on developing our workforce as well over the summers. So they are working 12 months.
Why do you have so many EA3 vacancies? What's the problem there, that you can't recruit, or you don't? Where are they stationed, you know?
Yes, that's a really great question. So the first thing about educational assistance, number one, is that our EAs have what we call a select certification. So beyond meeting the Department of Education's requirements for typical educational assistance, ours also have to have some early learning coursework. And so some of these have to do with the timing of being enrolled in coursework. So they have to enroll, then they have to submit their documentation to say that they're enrolled in order to even come onto the list. And so trying to really open up those pathways for people to get that early childhood coursework and hours completed is what we're actually really focused on for the EAs.
You can't downgrade the positions, bring people in without the certificate and then have them develop with the certificate and then upgrade them.
So that's a good question. So in our statute, it says that they have to either have it or be enrolled. And so we will work with them until they fully satisfy the requirements. It's just that they have to enroll first. And so lots of times principals might find some people. What we find is that an educational assistant is an entry level position. And so sometimes people are just curious about early learning and maybe are not really ready to commit yet. And so they're willing to substitute while they kind of figure out if this is what they want to do. But then we hold sessions for them. Our workforce development specialists host online sessions to tell them about the requirements and that you don't need to pay for these certifications because we have a stipend program and we can help you walk you through that. So I think that helps. And we have converted a lot of substitutes or potential substitutes into permanent positions.
So how many schools do you have and are they all, if you have these many vacancies, are they all staffed up to being able to serve the kids in this?
So every single one of our classrooms are open. Every single teacher position is filled. And so we only have 10 where there's not an educational assistant. So what we have provided the school are paraprofessional positions. So every school is open right now. So the ones, we have only 10 sites that do not have a person in the position for the educational assistant. So they typically will enroll up to 10 children until they can get that fully staffed second person. We just don't want the inconsistency happening in the classroom. So we'd rather staff at a ratio of 1 to 10, which is what it is according to our near benchmarks, and then provide that second additional person for the classroom. But we really want a solid 2 people for the full day at least.
Are you projecting as you're looking at, you're saying you're going to get more schools? What is the projection of that in terms of staffing?
So all the principals that have indicated interest have said that they have interested people who are willing to move into the position. What we found is that sometimes principals are not familiar with select certifications for the educational assistant position. So that can be a little tricky, as well as the timing of these types of positions in the system. And so I'll give one example. So prior to the school year, we have to make sure the positions are created and that they're posted. Sometimes we have had a posting missed. So once you miss a posting, you have to wait for the next posting, which could be a month out. And then you have to wait for them to vet all the people. And then you have to go through the interview process. So if you miss a posting period, it can push it out at least a few months. And so
You
just
can't
really,
use WikiWiki?
I'm not familiar with WikiWiki. I'm not sure what that is.
Because it's very unique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should talk to Dehert, yeah.
WikiWiki hire, because all your positions are the same and they're unique to your program.
Okay, thank you for that. I can
Yeah,
look
it's
into
an
that.
expedited hiring process.
Okay, I can look into that. Thank you.
Travel.
Yes.
Do you have a total of your travel?
Yes,
cost?
I do. Our travel total is 195,638, and that's just for the calendar year up to November
195,000.
638. A lot of that is with our early learning state office teachers doing travel to support each of our 117 classrooms.
Okay, because if you look on the last page, table 13, the second to the bottom, it says educational specialist, 12 months date, 102,000 right there. So you're saying the rest only total up to 90 something thousand? And
Right.
then why isn't that one broken down? Why is it a lump sum?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to find you. So on the very bottom, the 102,000. So you're asking why is it coming up to 195?
Well, I'm just saying, first of all, you give us a lump sum, it's not broken out. Then your total is 195, but that takes up, more than half. So I'm not sure, I didn't add up all your things because I found that the numbers that have been given, when I go and put the numbers in, it doesn't add up, but I haven't added up yours. So it just, is a red flag for me at this point. Because right below it, it says 31,000. So just those two lines alone, it comes up to 133,000. And so, and you're saying your total, all the rest of the page is 195 altogether?
Yes. Correct, Kelly, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, but what she's saying is the 102 and the 31 come out to 133. So is it possible that the rest of everything else totals just 60? The answer is yes. Mhm.
No, I don't think so. Because you've got 2,000 on one, the Family Engagement Conference, you got another 3,000 on the Bellevue, Washington. You got another 2,000 on the PACE, another 2,500, and it was 2009, another 3,000 above that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a real math whiz, but it doesn't seem like, and you go on the first page, you've got a number in the threes, the twos, so. Anyway, can you reconcile that and get back to us? And then what's your budget? What's your travel budget?
So our budget for fiscal year, let's see.
At least you have your total. Nobody else had their totals. Albeit might be wrong.
For fiscal year 25, we had 393,007, and fiscal year 26, 568.7. And the reason that we have these dollar amounts is when we open up new EOL public pre-K, there's a lot of work and coordination that goes into play. So we have to estimate how many will be hosted on neighbor islands, and that includes the travel, especially with the onboarding process for new schools.
Thank you. So if you'll get back to us regarding that number, that'll,
Sure.
because your budget alone is double, almost double of what you're telling me your total was. So, but it's
Sure.
good if you're under. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're gonna recess for School Facilities Authority. Okay, recess.
Thank you.
Okay, reconvening. So next we're gonna hear from School Facilities Authority. Good morning still.
Good morning, Chair De La Cruz, Chair Kim, Vice Chair Morawaki, Vice Chair Kidani, and members of the committee. I'm Ricky Fujitani. I work for the Hawaii School Facilities Authority. The authority is tasked with redefining what's possible for government facilities in Hawaii. We follow a philosophy of build less, solve more in design and construction, which basically emphasizes three things. The first being efficiency, which means build faster into a budget. The second thing is deliver on a minimal viable solution that there's no more fancy smancy anymore. It's got to be back to basics. And then the third thing is address core problems. which means it's sort of like the corollary to the 80-20 rule. Focus on the 20% that give you the 80% outcomes. So what we just want to do is take that philosophy and apply it to the initiatives that have been assigned to us by the legislature. So it's just one chart. The first one that we want to apply it to is pre-K. And so if you apply that philosophy to pre-K, the first question is why build, which means what are the core problems you want to address with pre-K? And it pretty much has to do with the Ready Keiki initiative, right? Hawaii finally walking the talk with regard to universal pre-K. We've been talking about it for 30 years. Now we're going to really address it. The second philosophy is what to build, and that's the minimal viable solution. And the minimal viable solution is renovations. Take an existing infrastructure, renovate it. That's the best use of the money. The next best use is to take a design of a project that's already in flight and insert pre-K classrooms like we did at the University of Hawaii or at the libraries. And then the third is the most expensive, is build new hubs to address additional capacity. But again, you want to focus on what to build. Then the final application is how to build. You want to build it differently. And that's what we're trying to do. You do it by standardization. Each renovations follows a specific design guidance standard. It uses the same flooring. It uses the same materials. So your contractors get very, very good at it. You don't do it with low bid. You take the effort to do a pre-qualified contractor list. So you reward good contractors and they get really, really good and efficient at doing these projects. And finally, you look at multiple options for construction, and this is more applicable to hubs. Because of supply chain issues, you don't want to be welded to one type of building supply chain. You want to be able to do it with mass timber, CMU block, or even prefabricated flat packs. So that same,
What did you guys get built this past year?
this year, another 25 classroom renovations, yeah.
And okay, so that you use the monies were all CIP designated to.
Yes, it was. Yeah. So the money that we have at our disposal now is all CIP,
And how
the
much?
general funds.
What's the total amount and how much have you spent on the 25?
So the total amount in pre-K of available funds,
No, total funds that you received. How much did the 25 cost and then what's left?
okay. So the total allotments received is 116 million, but this is over the course of the existence of all the program, of the pre-K program.
Yeah, so how many fiscal years was this?
This is since in the initiation in fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 26
Okay, so those 3 years added up to 116.
of allotments released.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
No, not released. So what was appropriated?
Appropriated was a total of 320 million in pre-K,
And then what was released was 116,
118. Yeah.
118. And then you spent how much on the 25?
So, what's been, okay, let's backtrack. 320 million in appropriations. 118 was lapsed or restricted by the governor because the bulk of it was cash and it had to be used for the Maui fires. What's allotted is 116. We've encumbered 86 million of it. And to date spent 40 million of it.
So how much do you have left?
We have left a balance of 29 million in what was allotted by the governor. But there still is an unallotted amount of 85 million, the bulk of it being CIP, and then the next fiscal year's money, CIP also.
Okay, so the plan is to just continue to do more classrooms with those
No,
dollars left.
the bulk of that kind of money is going to be for preschool hubs. Because a preschool hub is anticipated being about 4,000 to 6,000 square feet. You're looking at 8 to 12 million per hub. So the challenge for us in pre-K is
So the hub is what? Several classrooms?
It's basically a preschool, yeah. A functional preschool. Not affiliated with a campus. Often by itself on its own, either in DHHL land, University of Hawaii land.
And that's already planned for, or you still have to develop a plan of where and how big and how many?
Right now, there's about 14 in design. EAs have been submitted. That money has to be encumbered in 6 months.
Okay.
This is part of the,
So the money you have left is gonna cover the 14.
depending on what the bids come out to. We think it'll be more like 8 or 9 only.
So who makes these decisions that we're gonna go to these hubs?
And then-
Right. So the Ready Cake Initiative has an overall target of hitting this capacity. We've looked at, again, the best way is through renovations, but there's only so many.
Yeah, that's why it's like.
The next option is to drop in with shovel-ready designs already in flight. So to hit that number, your only way is to build hubs, additional preschools.
Okay, so do we know, or are we
I don't know if
factoring in
that's
the
good,
cost to
though,
operate
then
these hubs?
Distance wise now.
So right now, all of our money is CIP. So
Right,
as these
understand.
hubs come along, we will need funds for
Yeah.
operation and
Okay,
maintenance.
but my question
Yes.
is in the plan, I'm not sure how the decisions are being made.
Yeah.
But the decisions are being made that how we're gonna operate and maintain the facilities. And the future needs for it to be, you know, the roofs, whatever we're building.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
only, you factored in, so we embark on these programs with only regard to the CIP and not regard to the operational costs. Because what is that going to add to the overall education budget? Is already 30% of our state budget, right? Goes to education. And so what's the kind of, as we grow and build, what's the impact as far as, you know, ongoing operational into perpetuity?
But you don't do any R&M, right?
No.
You don't do maintaining. You just build it and
They
then you
just
hand it
build it.
over.
Well,
Right,
in the current things we've done, we build and add to existing departments that.
Yeah, so you do the
maintain it.
maintenance stuff.
Yeah, but in this next tranche of hubs, to get the number of seats that we need, we will have to take on an operational deferred maintenance
Okay, and
portion
is
of
that
that.
allowed by law?
Yes, but we don't have any general fund budget for that yet. And that will be a request 2 years from now when these hubs
No,
get
but you
built.
know, I think before I think that going back to Senator Kim's point.
Yeah.
If this is new, because if I think there was an explanation to us that the CIP would require you to have operational dollars for the future, that may have been budgeted differently.
It will require operational
No, I know,
dollars.
but I don't know how
2
many
years
of
from
us thought that you're now going to be growing SFA having an R&M branch.
well,
Like that's new to me.
again, and this is not necessarily your folks' fault or Kuleana at this point, but we have a tendency to embark on programs and it sounds good, and all of a sudden it grows exponentially. And then all of a sudden now we're not just doing classrooms at the schools, but now we're gonna build these hubs, which requires the land and all the other things that go with it. Then what is the overall cost? Where are our priorities? Yes, we want to make sure that every preschool child has this opportunities. But again, what is the overall cost at the end of the day? And can we sustain that? And I don't think I've seen that plan anywhere. So before we keep building more bricks and mortar, it's like, how are we going to maintain this into the future? I mean, we've taken on, nurses, psychologists, physical therapists, everything in the schools. We've become the, health centers in the schools. And now we're building even more of these little hubs, and all of that going to apply probably to these children as well. So I don't know what.
But why is the R&M you guys versus DAGs? Like, I just don't understand why we're duplicating government and growing government for operational purposes.
Absolutely. It could still be DAGs. Right now, it depends where the hub gets built. The ones that at the University of Hawaii will do the maintenance, like the one in.
Okay, well, and who
in-
decided the hubs? Because I thought the whole point of the of the classrooms were to be close to either working areas or where people lived.
Well, absolutely. So,
Because now it sounds like when you're doing hubs, people gotta drive there.
yeah, but the decision to place the hubs are based upon the need
Okay,
for
may-
preschool
maybe in subject
capacity.
matter, you need to probably present
Sure.
a plan, because I don't know where any of these hubs are. How big, how many,
Yeah, so
and
these,
then even the long-term R&M.
right.
Cause then we're obligated without having had the opportunity to talk about this obligation. Cause once it's built, then what we're gonna let them, we're gonna just let them sit there? We can't operate it?
Right, so depending on each hub, like at the Astronomy Center, it's going to be run by the University of Hawaii. The hub for Department of Hawaiian Homelands, there's a Hawaiian Homelands project. There, depending on each hubs. There's a few hubs
Yeah.
on Department of Education land.
Okay, so maybe
Yes.
maybe you have to do a PowerPoint and presentation at subject matters to show which hubs are going to be in a partnership as far as maintenance
Sure.
and land, which hubs are going to be brand new that's going to require long-term additional staffing and money.
Mhm.
But it's difficult enough for DAGs and DOE to hire R&M people, and
Yes,
you know,
that's a big
challenge.
challenge for every department.
So why are
DAGs,
we
yeah.
going to end up adding even more departments or more capacity that's going to be competing with other departments trying to hire the same people? And now we got to build out infrastructure
Yes.
organization wise.
Sure.
That's kind of a concern.
Yes.
So who decides the priority of where a hub should go? You know, maybe Big Island versus Honolulu and like, how
Right.
you guys prioritize that need?
Yeah, so our governance structure is with a pre-K steering committee. The steering committee is based on the Ready Keiki initiative. The initiative, people at the table are the Department of Education, Executive Office on Early Learning, Charter Commission, and the Lieutenant Governor's Office. And so based on that governance, we've identified renovations, shovel-ready projects where you put additional classrooms and hubs to meet the need of the Ready Keiki initiative.
So when we had the last info briefing with DOE,
Mhm.
because we were tasked with no longer prioritizing CIPs and that you folks would do it, or DOE would do it internally. So my question still remains, how do you go about prioritizing which island or which district gets that hub first? Because you could literally just go like this.
Yeah, that's not the process we followed. We based it on a demand for preschool seats based upon data, and we've identified all the sites. Then we look at sites, whether it be county land, DOE land, DHL land, university land that can sustain the height.
Can we get a copy of how you've already, the board has already?
Absolutely,
prioritized it?
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the subject
you.
matter is going to have a hearing though.
yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
The pre-K steering committee process is monthly, it's well documented, it's driven by data, and we can provide all that information.
Fine and well, but the actual budget decisions been made by this body, this
Yes,
committee. And if you folks, and I'm not, again, when I say you folks, I mean whoever is making this decision, these hubs haven't factored in what is the overall cost and sustainability of this program. Is the intent to create these earlier learning hubs and preschool to be like public schools? So now instead of just K through 12, we're gonna have completely from 2 years
years old,
old
two.
or 2 years old on, that every child is entitled to having a seat? Because what is the impact to the budget gonna be? We can't sustain that.
yeah, it depends on where the hub's located. If it's on DOE property, then it's under the governance of the OEL by statute. Yep.
Okay, I don't care where it's at. It's gonna cost somebody money, and guess who they're gonna come ask the money from?
Yep.
Where's the school gonna ask the money from? Us. Where is DHHL gonna ask the money from? Us. UH is gonna ask us.
Right, and in the case of other locations, it's outsourced to a private provider.
Yeah,
So there's a variety of,
To
yes,
pay for that contract. Again, I'm not getting passionate about this because we keep adding on and growing government to the point where I don't know that we're going to be able to sustain. I mean, it's great to have these programs, but once you do these programs, people feel entitled. You cannot cut it. And how do where do I cut? Where am I going to cut to pay for these programs? Already DOE takes up 1/3 of the budget and another third of the budget is fixed costs. We can just have a small sliver of the pie. And again, that's not your decision. Whoever made these decisions to do this, again, and I don't know if I was sleeping on the job and I didn't know this was happening, but something's wrong with this.
Yeah, this will add, right? It's 100 million in CIP lapsing. The overall appropriation is 100 million in CIP lapsing in 6 months. The remaining amount that has to yet be encumbered is 60 million. And
Yeah, but that's for CIP. I'm talking about operational
yes,
costs.
no, understood.
Funding
Yeah,
and.
but that will
filling
create
it
an
with
additional burden. Yes.
Administrators, and filling it with conferences and training and all of that, and then contracts and then software. I mean, we're talking about a lot of funding.
But don't you think the authority should also be looking at generating revenue to pay for some of these ongoing operations? Because you have the ability to do mixed use.
In the case of pre-K, the revenue generation is really letting it to a provider who then can sustain.
I'm talking about the new facilities that are not on any state land. If we're going to be buying land,
Mhm.
why don't we end up doing some mixed use to help pay for the operations of the classrooms or of maintenance or some administration?
You have that flexibility or you?
No, we absolutely do. Yeah.
That's why I'm
I mean,
surprised. You shouldn't be asking for general money when you have the ability to generate your own. Other agencies don't have that ability, but you do.
Yes, Senator is right. The best use would be a mixed use for like housing with pre-K and all that options, right? That would be the ideal case.
Yeah.
Right.
That should be the way you do it, because to grow the government, to grow the general fund ask is difficult.
Right.
When you have the ability to generate your own funds.
Right.
So what's keeping you from doing that?
Well, in this immediate tranche of money, which was last fiscal year, which had a 2-year lapse, our best option again were 3 things: renovations, shovel-ready projects where you drop in.
Yeah, but on this chart, you have nothing about revenue generation. Zero.
Well, our only option for revenue generation at this moment in time is in workforce housing. And we only have 1 project.
But you can come up with your own ideas and come to us and say, look, this is going to help generate revenue.
Right. Right now, we have the ability to do 1 project with the financing, and it's Milani High School. That is a great option for revenue generation, but that one is
kind of a tricky one, though,
the
right?
first
Because
example.
you
Yeah,
like
it's
to have
precarious,
that. Yeah.
but housing is your best option.
Commercial?
Right, for rentals.
No, I mean, you could do commercial.
Yeah, that one I think is even harder to get funding for because housing is so
No, you could do mixed use.
Who's gonna manage
So they could contract that out as long as it generates enough revenue to pay for the contract and then whatever else. Because you figure KS, they don't raise taxes. They only use their land assets to generate revenue, and they pay for all of their education.
Right.
That's kind of the model that I thought you guys were going to take up, where you're going to generate revenue so that we can generate more revenue for education without
Yes.
growing the general
That would
fund.
be ideal. At this moment, we have site control on no properties of land. The only property of land that we,
So come up with a strategic plan that
Yeah.
shows us that's where we're going, and maybe we can help, but you have to generate revenue.
absolutely. We've identified, well, we have 1 project in play. We've identified 25 sites that are suitable for real estate development, for things like housing and mixed use, but that requires money to do those RFPs. It requires site control for that
Show us
land
a
use.
plan that shows that, and that there's going to be a payback. So I think there's some effort to assist so that in long term you can generate revenue.
Can you do key 3 on this?
E3.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so what's stopping you from doing?
Well, right now we have funding for for one P3, which is the one in Mililani, right? It's $5 million. We think the funds that we have will be needed for all of
I
it.
think what she's asking is,
Yeah.
didn't you give 10 million to UH to do a pre-K site? Right?
Yeah, but that's with CIP money specifically that's lapsing in a certain period of time in order to make a deadline and to hit the date where we can get the money.
To UH, you know they haven't moved the school yet, right? You know they haven't opened it in the new. Right, is that the one that Noah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you guys gave him the money, but you know it's not open, right?
Yeah, the facility's built.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know if their intention was to give it to operate for students by this fall. The dorm is open. I don't know if the pre-K
They haven't.
is
moved it
ready yet. They haven't moved it.
Understand is they can't move it because they don't have enough land for open play areas.
No, they can meet that line requirement, not necessarily in the back where the facility is. You can meet the DHS requirements with another parcel.
About that
Yeah.
later, but I want to make sure that when we give money, that we're paying attention to what's going on. Because if we give them the money and they can't move it and they can't put it in, then right?
Sure.
So who's being held accountable?
You know what is, okay, so you talk about workforce housing. Okay, you guys had land that Jet U was gonna give right next to Holomo Elementary. That never go through. You guys waited, so they decided to do something else with the land. Ho'opili have a shovel-ready elementary school that was gonna provide pre-K. That was overlooked and didn't go through. You're talking about University of Hawaii and these hubs. What we as a body here had recommended that you guys use them in the best area where pre-K going to go. University of Hawaii, Manoa do not have children. They're an aging community. So why would you guys give them $10 million to do a pre-K that the need is in the urban area, the areas that have growth, like my area, Mililani, those areas, Aiea, Pro City. You guys putting hubs, well, you say you guys are coming together, putting hubs, but who's putting one hub at the university? We can barely fill the campus with regular adults, and you're gonna put preschool kids there, but they're gonna do catch the rail. You see what I'm saying? How are you guys gonna get 10 million? Because you guys gotta spend the CIP money. But how you guys should have spent them was build an elementary school with the pre-K. My community right now have room for pre-K if we build facilities, which you guys are not. 6th grade wing, eliminate intermediate for the last 10 years, 0. So we cannot eliminate Elementary's 6th grade to make room for pre-K because you guys only have a small area for pre-K. So you guys not looking at the existing stuff. You're having meetings for what I have no idea. But those hubs, I don't agree with those hubs. The way you guys are strategically trying to put them where there's no growth, with a need for elementary school. We get plenty in my district that have Kama'aina kids, all of that. Then all these kids gonna go to the hub of the university. What elementary school they gonna go? Because elementary schools are overcrowded too. So now when they leave pre-K, they can't go to that elementary, they gotta go to another one in Kahuku. There's no more room over there.
No, but do you make the decision of where?
Well, I understand your frustration. We actually had pre-designs in about 15 DOE campuses for hubs. Unfortunately, those have been decided not to progress, and that's why the initiative had to pivot to other areas.
Okay, so this is probably going to be taken up in subject matter because
Sure.
it seems like it's going to be lengthy
Sure.
over the overall master plan
Yep.
for pre-K classrooms. But your powers are pretty
Very broad.
Yeah,
Yes,
so you
understood.
you can enter into partnerships, including PPPs, to acquire, construct, rehab. I mean, it just goes on. You could purchase new property. You can enter in agreements with developers. So I'm not sure if your strategic plan allows you to use all your powers, but your powers do not justify you asking for general fund in growing your operations because you can generate your own revenue.
How many FTEs you have?
12.
12, and you have 4 vacancies. 4 vacancies.
Yes.
Okay, and you are doing the Mililani workforce housing, you're doing the 25 classrooms, and you're doing the hubs. So
And
on
yeah,
this,
and the hubs.
created SFA. wasn't personnel supposed to be moved over from DOE?
The initial language of the bill, yes. But that was never acted upon.
Okay, so but it's in the statute,
It's in the act.
it's in the act.
It wasn't codified in the statute.
Okay, what is that?
So
It's not
the
codified.
text of the
That's what
act,
Session law.
Yeah, that-
Session law.
yeah,
The power already.
session law indicates that the agency should transfer the functions for CIP along with the
Yeah,
employees.
Except,
But they did.
well,
Yeah, it never was acted
no,
upon.
but the reason is that nobody amended the DOE statutes on facilities. So that still remains the same intact.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you don't,
there's
you
no
don't have
specific language.
reconciliation of their statutes and your statutes so
Yeah.
that it's clean. So they
Right.
actually have the right to still hold all of that because none of their statutes were changed.
Yeah, I don't know if it specifically says that in their statutes, but the bulk of that responsibility was moved over in Act 51 in 2004.
Yeah, I get
from
it,
that.
in creating your statute, but nobody
Yeah.
amended their statute to require the change.
But if the responsibility is transfer,
Yeah.
then you would think that the positions that went along with that responsibility should have been transferred as well. So all I'm saying is
Yeah.
that, you know, I understand 12 FTEs, 4 vacancies, that there's not a lot of people to deal with a lot of the stuff that's going on. So I'm trying to say, how do we fix this? Where's the fix gonna come? Are we going to give everything back to DOE? Are we gonna give everything to SFA? I mean, what is going to be the fix? Because we've already gone down the road with DOE doing it. They can't do it. Even with the facilities and responsibilities they have now, they're not doing it. They're not building the number of schools they're supposed to be building. They're not maintaining what they're supposed to be maintaining. So I'm, you know, it's a dilemma for us to have to fix this at this point.
Right, the session laws indicated that process, that was in 2020, nothing was done since then. Yeah.
You
That
guys have
hasn't been acted upon.
You guys have office stuff?
Last time I was here, we had an office space, Class A office space in Honolulu that we canceled, and instead we took up a one-room classroom at a vacant classroom at an elementary school. So we use that as our office space.
Sure. The $100 million that's about to lapse in 6 months, why is it lapsing?
That's
So-
the cash.
No, the cash was all swept, and
The CIP, I think.
yeah, this is the 100 million
Mm.
CIP that was appropriated in fiscal year 25. Yeah.
Oh,
35 million
Yes,
has
I
already
mean-
been allotted. There's a remaining allotment of 65 million, and the allotment request is in, but typically the BNF doesn't release it unless you have specific projects that are ready to be encumbered with the fund. So that's in process. The request is with, the allotment request has been submitted. We have identified those specific places where the money will be encumbered.
So how much of it is potentially going to be encumbered before the 6 months?
It's highly likely all of it because we have designs for 12 hubs. We think we can only enough CIP for maybe 8, depending on what the bids come in.
Yeah, so being that it's clear your direction is to focus your attention on these hubs, how are we addressing the deferred maintenance in the schools? Because the hubs is one element of it, but I
Yeah.
want to make sure that we're not neglecting our schools. Because I can bring you down the west side and point out exactly where we need priority needs addressed.
Yeah,
That's not his.
the color of
Oh,
the money,
okay.
unfortunately, is this appropriation is for pre-K expansion. So,
The decisions to expand pre-K was not done in relationship to what's happening at K through 12 and where the money's gonna come from, and that's my say.
Yeah, well, and it's all separate, right? Earlier we heard from early learning.
Yeah.
And then now it's SFA. And
Yeah,
then
we didn't hear
later on
anything
have
about
DOE.
the
So
early learning.
it's spread all over the place and with all it's like a multi-headed snake.
right, it's pre-K expansion, so we can't even use it to improve existing pre-K, right? It's to expand the
Yeah, I get
capacity.
it, but I
Yeah.
think it's important for you to develop a strategic plan based on your powers so that you can generate revenue.
But at the same time, we need to ask EEOL, because again, they're acting as a silo, and yeah, they're pushing their thing, but again, it's not in relationship to the overall budget. and the overall requirements.
So the 100 million you have it all identified as to which pre-K classrooms you're going to be working on? Is it all itemized that we can see what you're
Oh,
working?
absolutely. Yeah. So the renovations, everything's
And
itemized,
the renovations, not the hubs.
right? And the hubs are all itemized too, because that has to go on all of the
But
allotment
of the
requests.
100 million, what are you looking at actually executing on? So you have a plan of those, and that's all pre-K expansion. It's not the hub.
So she's gonna have a briefing on it.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
gonna-
So it's
Spend 6 million is encumbered.
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
that.
what's
We
what's
just don't
left.
have the
Yes,
list in
you can-
front of us, but
Yes,
then we
yes.
can,
And that all has to be submitted as part of the allotment request. Always BNF has no faith that.
yeah,
they'll
it's that
submit
we
it.
don't see it.
Yes.
Yes. You have a question?
So the question is, you was talking about land, right? Okay, so again, in Ever Beach, Ho'opili, they have the property for build the new elementary school. So why don't you build a pre-K, right, in phases, and then you build out the elementary school? But you're talking about other areas where you go put the hub, where you're prioritizing the hub, when the hub we really need right now is in Ever Beach. Kids are traveling from one part of the community to go to the other side of the community. But I don't see anybody focusing in the most fastest growing community, period. So do you guys plan to have hubs in the Ever Beach community?
Well, there were sites for existing schools to put hubs there.
I
those have been
understand that, but
canceled.
the elementary school, I know it's not your Kuleana, but it's been ready for over 5 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, that land is not with us. It's with through.
I understand that, but you guys are DOE and you guys are, it seems, within the agency, you cannot tell DOE, like how you telling Hawaiian Homes at a university, hey, we're gonna build a hub on that property. Can we build a preschool, pre-K hub? Or start it there on that property, since the DOE owns it? You don't need buy them, you don't need make one deal with Hawaiian Homes, you don't need give $10 million to the
So
University.
you know
of
what,
Hawaii.
he's gonna do the chair's gonna end up doing. a-
His excuse saying the land belongs to DOE, we don't have to buy it, we gave $10 million to University of Hawaii. He could have put the money into telling the DOE, how about we
How
build a
we
free
gave
hub
14
there?
million? Did we give 14 million to DOE? I mean, to UH? Was
10.
it 10?
10,
I think
yeah,
it was
it was,
But 10 was for
$10 million.
construction,
No.
it was for construction of the classrooms,
yeah,
Yeah,
not the
'cause-
purchase.
not purchase.
Yeah, because they already, UH already owned the land.
Same like the DOE.
No, but,
No, no,
no,
no.
but they had the building, they were building the building.
They need the
had
same
no
deal with the.
approval, Right?
university.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
No,
so
but
what
it's a
happened?
little different in how they interact with DOE versus UH, because with DOE, they're actually going through the state doing classrooms now.
Yes, yeah.
But didn't UH already have this preschool on the land where the
No, it was at a different
location?
location, right? So the
So what did
money,
we paid for what?
The bottom floor, I thought.
yeah, the bottom floor of the NOAA site.
So they were, UH would have had to do it anyway, right? No.
They expanded the capacity. There's a lot of demand.
No, they expanded the capacity of the building design to accommodate the pre-K. So the difference in cost ended up being 10 million.
Oh, is that what it was? That's what we paid for.
Okay,
But if we didn't pay for it, then what would they have done? They wouldn't have done it?
Yeah, they didn't have the funding for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but.
yeah, so
what-
that's the
basically
difference.
To lower the rents for
Yeah.
all of the residents in the building, $60 million over 10 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But they couldn't do the 10 million for the preschool? Okay.
Well, you can, yeah.
I remember.
Okay, why don't, so you have no additions, and hopefully you never will, because you can generate your own revenue. And then you don't have any. Oh, you do have some CIP requests.
You
I
do
don't know what
the
that
chicken
means.
sale.
So what is the status?
No, that's UH.
So
You have the new Central Maui Middle.
what is the status of that?
Wait, this is requests? Oh, only okay, yours, oh, you put the whole biennium in, that's why. Okay. So you're just looking at lump sum CIP for pre-K 2 times, 1B, 1C,
Right, one is,
special
the
funds.
special funds, right? Because what happens is, as we don't need the money as the renovations come under budget, the money gets drawn back into the special fund,
Which was originally CIP money though.
which is originally cash.
Okay,
Then that special fund money was always cash.
Yeah.
Then it became CIP, which
Yeah.
this lapses.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So to save the cash and not lapse it, you put it in a special fund.
Actually, yeah, it's
Yeah.
an accumulation of canceled POs too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So in it, instead of lapsing it, you're putting it all in the special fund.
Because it,
No,
yes.
that's what
Yeah,
you're doing.
yeah,
then,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then the CIP request is
Is that
the
educate-
27.
Right, lump sum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
you have projects within those lump sums that you can.
And it's RNF.
sub-
No,
Give us up.
lump sum CIP
For
pre-K.
pre, oh yeah, I mean, right, the need, if the objective is to provide universal pre-K seats is great.
So do you have a plan on what you're gonna use
So
that?
this is all mixed up with what you're talking about. This is the difference that you need.
What is this for?
Right, so this is
Yeah.
would be the next tranche of hubs, renovations.
So his overall plan with several hubs and then overall classroom,
not
certain
enough.
individual classrooms, he's taking some money. It's not enough, so he's asking for the difference.
Yes, I mean,
Do you have an idea of what these things
Oh
are?
yeah, he
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, his
So you
plan.
have
So
submit.
he has his plan,
Yeah,
which
give us
he's gonna
submit.
present to.
Oh.
yes,
He can send to us, and then they can do a hearing.
Yeah.
And then
For all of this?
yeah, that way at that point you can determine if
Yeah.
the
Okay.
different yeah.
Are you putting in these hubs into your workforce housing, like the one at Mililani? Is there a component in there? For a preschool?
no, that one has no preschool component. It has no, that one has no
Is there a
preschool
reason
component.
Why not? Wouldn't that be a place that you could generate funds, right? Because
It could be,
University-
operationally, it'd be incredibly challenging, given it's on a high school campus.
No, that's not true. They already have some pre-K facility at the other corner across the elementary school. On Mililani High School campus.
By the store?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
But it wasn't in the original RFP when the RFP was issued.
But going forward, if we're looking at our way to.
Oh, absolutely.
pay for-
We only had one RFP issued, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
The question I have, so you guys are in charge of building new schools? Because I see you guys have over here for the new
Yeah,
Maui,
yeah, we've been assigned by the legislature one new school,
or new school,
Yeah.
the
Maui.
one in Central.
a year, fiscal year?
No. That's all we put in the budget
Oh,
was Maui, Central Maui. Yeah, that was
the
it.
confusing part is when I asked DOE what happened to that school again, I don't want to keep talking about my district because it's a need. What happened to the funding? It was taken out,
No, but that's two different,
two different funds.
yeah,
But so all these
Yeah.
schools are done by.
different agencies.
Are done by DOE, not by you guys at this.
No, it depends on how we fund it. So if we put in the CIP and it direct it to them, they do it. If we put in CIP and it direct it to DOE, then they do it. It's who the legislature puts it in, designates to do the project.
But-
Thank you.
Okay, but isn't that not? Because why do we?
That's just the law though. The way the law is written, it says whoever the legislature assigns
Yeah,
projects.
so we need to look at.
Yeah, you gotta, that's where you're cleaning it up.
Give Funds to you guys.
Yeah, that's where, there's no sense talking to them about projects that we've assigned to another agency.
Okay, I made a big mistake because I thought when we created this agency that they was in charge of
That's what I
building new
thought.
schools.
No,
I didn't know that.
yeah, they have that ability, but like I said, we never cleaned up the existing statutes for facilities and maintenance in
Oh,
DOE. So both agencies can do it.
yes.
So it's just,
And it's
what
two places.
delineates it is who ends up who gets the funding. That's all, and
Right.
that's determined by us.
Right, so at this moment in time, not this session, there are 17 schools in design. One is with us and 16 are with the Department of Education.
Yeah, it's whoever we decide.
Yeah.
Meaning the ledge,
Yeah.
and some of it is not necessarily
So 17 schools
the
and you only
Senate.
have one.
So,
Yes,
And of the 17 schools, besides the one, so the 16 schools, how many of those schools were built? Or is being built?
only one is being built and that's Kalani Hakoi and it's partially built.
Do you know how long that assignment of 16 schools? That we wanted 16 schools to be built?
The oldest is Kalani Hakoi that started in 2006. And all these other schools have been initiated since then in various times. You know, design money was given at various times in different budgets, and
Okay.
in the accumulated time, it's
Okay,
17
we'll
right now.
ask that question to DOE at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So the other difference between us designating who gets the CIP, they have PPP powers, DOE does not. So they can do mixed use, they can enter into all these contracts, and they can generate revenue. DOE doesn't have the same ability.
Shifting it all over.
Well, but then who does, I thought when we first discussed this, it was gonna be new schools and it's supposed to be 21st century schools.
Yes.
Them, but DOE did the R&M, but somehow this got evolved and I'm not sure where it's at myself, so.
One more
It
thing
comes
needs,
down to who gets the CIP, that's what it comes down to.
right, and one more thing needs to be considered for any kind of development project is site control, and that's the land issue. So that has to be also.
No, but you can acquire land, so that's not an issue. So
Yes,
if you
but-
wanted to, you could just say, I need land, and then this is what I'm gonna develop, and then
Yeah.
how much I can generate, and this is what I'm gonna do. So
Right.
that's, stop crying over spilt milk, that's nobody's gonna give you land, go figure it out, and go come up with your strategic plan, and ask for the acquisition,
Okay,
not hard. Cause you guys have powers, as long as you can make the business case. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're gonna recess to 2 o'clock. This is about our longest recess, so we have till 2 o'clock.
Well, you have to 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, reconvening the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. And so now we'll be hearing from the Department of Education, who will present their supplemental budget request. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Moriwaki, Chair Makoto Kim, Vice Chair Kidani, members of the Ways and Means Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Keith Hayashi, Superintendent of the Hawaii State Department of Education. I'm joined by our Deputy Superintendents and senior leadership who are available to respond to questions as you review the budget tables. We appreciate the committee's guidance to keep opening remarks brief, so I'll just highlight a few points before we turn to the supplemental operating budget request. First, student outcomes are moving in the right direction. Hawaii has made long-term academic gains, and our schools are nearing recovery from pandemic learning loss, with our public school students recovering faster than the national average on key measures. That progress reflects sustained effort by our educators and school leaders, supported by department-level focus, resources, and accountability. This work occurs across a large statewide system with diverse student needs, which shapes both how resources are used and where pressures exist. Second, the supplemental request reflects restraint. At 25.8 million, it is significantly smaller than prior supplemental requests and was developed with full awareness of the fiscal austerity and uncertainty facing the state. We look first to internal realignment and reallocation before bringing forward any requests. These are detailed in Table 4 in the testimony materials. Third, we have taken concrete steps to improve efficiency and workforce stability. With legislative support last year, we established the Office of Campus Operations and Support, which became effective last summer and brings together key school-facing functions to strengthen coordination and accountability in how we support our campuses. We've also expanded use of student internships within Hawaii DOE offices, which helps bring internal capacity while developing student talent familiar with public sector operations. In addition, we repriced hard-to-recruit positions such as educational assistants and engineers and architects, and continue to focus resources on school-level needs. With that context, we've prepared to walk through the supplemental operating budget table and answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we go to Table 6? And then I guess you're starting off with priority 2.
Okay, so priority 2 is a revolving fund ceiling increase, amount of $7 million for professional services. This is to support our CIP and deferred maintenance programs by hiring skilled architects and engineers.
Well, I have a question on that. So you have architects and engineers too, right, in the department. So what do these professional service contracts give you that you don't have in your department? It's just $7 million.
They supplement the work of those positions, but do we want to?
Hi, Senator Moriwaki. Jesse Suki, Deputy Superintendent of Operations. So those, the increase in the ceiling there and for those contracts, they are to supplement the work that our existing architects and engineers do. So these contracts are focused on deferred maintenance and helping manage those workloads.
So how many architects and how many engineers do you have on staff?
You know, I'm gonna call up a Public Works Administrator. She has those numbers at hand. Jadine Urasaki.
Just choose one. Anyone.
Afternoon, Senator. For the Facilities Development Branch, we have roughly 62 positions. That makes up architects, engineers, administrative staff, construction inspectors. I can definitely give you the full breakout of those positions.
Yes, could you? And how does it relate? How do you determine on the professional services contracts what your needs are then? If you have architects and engineers on staff, what are these contracts for?
So this request for professional services, we don't do any in-house design, right? So we manage professional service contracts of licensed architect companies, engineering companies, and they do the work for us for the designs. And so this group focuses specifically on the deferred maintenance projects so that we can get the projects out quicker.
So they do the design and then you come back in for construction separately.
We come in back as part of our deferred maintenance budget.
How many projects do you have?
Deferred maintenance?
Yeah, that they're working on, yeah.
That they're currently working on, I can get you that number, but, you know, again, our deferred maintenance backlog is, you know, over 3,600 projects.
Do we give you funding for deferred maintenance as well? So you have a listing of those projects that you can also submit?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Follow up. So approximately how many architects and how many engineers?
On the staff?
15? Yeah.
I would say maybe 20 in various branches, in the various sections.
20 engineers?
20 engineers and architects in our various office.
So 10 maybe? 10 architects, 10?
I would say, yeah, it could be.
And they're licensed.
Not all are licensed.
Yeah.
So why do we need that many if you're gonna hire out all the services? Because they're not actually drawing the plan. So why do we need licensed architects and engineers? All they're doing is being project managers, right?
But they are still ensuring that the codes are being met. They're still ensuring the due diligence.
You can still do that. You don't necessarily have to have. But I'm just saying, we give you guys all these positions and yet, and you go to contracts, which we'll get to, hundreds of these types of, I don't know about hundreds, but a lot of these types of contracts, you first contract everything out. Consultant this, consultant that. So then why do we need all the bodies?
Well, it still has to be managed to
Yeah,
ensure.
but you could, we talked about that, having people that actually have project management background, because some of these engineers and architects, they don't know how to manage projects. We've had boondoggle kinds of projects at the airports where the project manager is a engineer and they let all this stuff go through and then the projects get stopped because, you know, they didn't do a good job and nothing happens to them. They still have their job. Even though we were suing or getting sued because they didn't oversee the payments, we paid them all off. When we went in, we saw all the discrepancies, and yet they signed up on it. These engineers, architects that are project managers signed up on it. So again, it seems as though we hire these people, and it's not just you guys, across the board, we're hiring consultants to do the work. We're hiring outside engineers to do the work.
How many projects are managed by another consultant?
How many projects? I can get you that number.
Okay, so
Because that's more of your worst fear, but yeah.
they're supposed to be managing that is what you're saying, but then you folks even hire a management, somebody to
Yeah,
manage it.
because it was like it's like how stadium's operating now. It's not really the staff. So DAG's hired a consulting architecture firm to manage the other contracts. So it's not even a direct oversight of the contracts. We keep adding layers of consultants, but I wasn't sure, you know, how you guys are operating. How many of your own staff do direct management of contractors, and how many contractors are managing other contractors?
So can you guys get that list to us? Of your 20 or how many positions you have in your, are they actually directly overseeing these projects, or they're overseeing the overseer? They're overseeing the consultant.
Yeah, and who's managing the projects now?
Our staff.
Both, right?
We have both, but ultimately it's still our staff.
Yeah, but no, but it's too hard. Like if one staff has like 20 schools, they're at that point, they're managing a contractor to manage other contractors. That's kind of,
That's what they're doing.
that's
Oh,
what
they
DAGs.
basically have like 20 contracts, but we're managing each one individually.
Yeah, but you also have a consultant sometimes that do the management.
That does the management, but they
Right.
still report
Right.
to
So your
us.
project manager manages the consultant manager
Yeah.
who then manages the project.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah,
We don't have that for everyone.
yeah. So the delineation,
some.
maybe if you guys can show us
Sure,
that.
we can get that to you.
Yes, and when you have another contractor managing the contract, some criteria for what, you know, is that a complex project or whatever, but, you know,
But
something
yeah,
that
is
you
it
can
for
show us,
everything
but,
or
yeah.
just some?
yeah,
'cause
which
yeah,
ones do you
yeah,
have
I mean,
consultant?
Consultants that,
Yeah.
each $5-6 million.
So I guess the question is, so what is the 7 million for? Is it for the contractor that's overseeing the contractor, or is it actually for actual work that's being completed?
It's for,
You correct me if I'm right, you still have Bowers and Kubota as your primary contractor to overseeing all the other contractors?
for deferred maintenance.
Right,
That's correct.
right. So where is the 7 million going?
So this will
then?
go and support that as well as
In K contract or?
the B&K, well, that type of facility asset management for the deferred maintenance, plus other architect or engineering companies for the deferred maintenance.
So can you give us some breakdown of the 7 mil what it thing exactly, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I guess the thing that what we really need to distill down is, I think in the interim, the B&K concept was fine. But I think at some point we need to move away from that and we need to start bringing that in-house. And I don't know over the years that we've seen it, I don't know if we've seen any of that movement happening where you're building the capacity versus relying just on a contractor to oversee a contractor, right? And so I don't know, you know, maybe you can tell us now what that movement has been. And I know you're relatively new to the job too, but I think that's the ultimate goal, right? Is we have our own people, so we don't have to have a contractor raising a contractor, but maybe that's, you know, something we should really think deeply about.
No, yes, Senator,
We
go
can
ahead.
we can get the information to you, sir. Thank you.
And not on the information, but can you guys give us a proposal on how you're going to bring that in line so that we don't have that middle management? You either have the position and you manage it directly, or you get rid of the position and you hire a contractor that's going to manage it.
Yeah, on that point, one of the strategic objectives that OFO is handling is looking at how contractors are hired and being more efficient about it. So that is something I think we're working on in that area.
Meaning, wait, so meaning like the contractor who does the work or the contractor that does the management of the other contractors?
Just from all of it, like how we deploying contractors and more efficiently, and because it does help with capacity, right? But
Yeah, but going back to, I mean, points being made, it seems like the state should be building the capacity instead of like outsourcing the capacity at a higher cost. You know, part of it is, it seems like with the stadium, I'm just gonna use that because I don't want to pick on anybody in front of us. But it seemed like the perception was the contractor managing the contract also tried to make sure that there was a need for them so that the state would have to be dependent on them for a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And, so that you cannot control costs that way. So that's, I think, part of the concern is if it's in-house project management, then that's a permanent employee. We're not trying to figure out how to manage things so that you're needed longer, so that you have a state contract even longer.
yeah.
And then it's like having a conversation with the contractor and the consultant and not really having a person working for the state involved in the dialogue. And then bye-bye at the tail end, we're talking about the stadium again, yeah. Nobody from the DOE. But in particular, that's what they did. The consultant and the developer is making these deals, and the person that's from the state is out of touch because the consultant is bypassing the developer is bypassing the state worker to
She said she.
put the consultant on the project, because again, the manager is not managing the project, so they're answering to the consultant. And I brought this up before, that I don't want that to be happening even with the DOE or anything like that, that the consultant should not be talking to the developer, period. But it seems like that's been happening a while since I've been here in other areas, like Senator Kim said about the airport, right? Consultants are in the airport consulting on the project with the developer. And then the disconnect was they would put in one electrical roll-up gate, right? Find out that they never put in the electrical conduits. But again, the state worker wasn't involved. So that's what we try to say, is that if we're gonna have state worker managing 20 projects, they gotta really manage them, so there's a sense that they tell the consultant, you cannot talk to the developer or the person. That's the problem we have, that they're making these deals, and I say they illegally do it, but they're making these deals. So how are we gonna bring that in? So that the consultants, again, and I stress this a lot, have the consultants not to go to the developer, and make sure that they're working with the managers that managing the property. That's the problem we've been having in the past.
There's more transparency on cost overruns and changes to the contract. If we know that we're negotiating it, because
Yes.
when another contractor is negotiating, we're not sure if their interest, where their interests are, because they're just a contractor. Senator Inoue?
Yes, thank you. Is this discussion, is it related to emergency reports that we have in a particular school building? And
No, the 7 million?
yes, does that include looking at emergencies that we identify in a school? And I think the administrator know that I've made a complaint about the building that was going to collapse, so very concerning. And you went to Waikia High School, Waikia Intermediate. I brought it up at DAGS yesterday because we have not gotten a report. They said they will check with you guys until today. And this is like several years now that the building is ready to collapse. But I understand that the report went in, but we don't get notified about what's happening. So DAG said they'll
No,
report it to
okay, is that-
DOE.
Is that somehow included in the 7 million?
And that's why I'm bringing it up.
Senator, I can touch bases with you after, specifically to that, because I have a response for that. But I'll
Okay.
touch bases.
All right.
with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
next item.
Okay, so well, back to table 6. I just want to point out, table 4 is a listing of 41 line items, $33 million,
No, we can see that.
25.8 million. That was the board request.
Yeah.
Table 6, these are just the additions. They total $9.1 million, 7.5 million is
Yeah.
revolving fund,
Yeah.
1.6 million is
Yeah.
general funds. So this next
We're
line
not
item-
going over the wish list. We're going over
Yeah.
the real list.
So that was just for context to say, we just went over $7 million of the $9.1 million on the table 6. The next line item is the one line item in which general fund dollars did make it from that first list on table 4 into the governor's request. And this is for regional kitchen,
Yeah.
26 positions, $1.6 million.
Yeah, the only question I had on that is if you look at your vacancies, you guys have a lot of vacancies in cafeteria helper and school food services manager too. Like when I tried to add them all up, they're so small. I don't know if I had the right number, but it's almost about 30 when you combine the two. So I'm not sure if you cannot use that for trade-offs and transfers versus just adding the 26. And then if you ended up needing it later, you know, it can come back in, but it's just those vacancies are just sitting there.
Yeah, and you'll see on table 5, which are the reductions that made it into the governor's budget, we do have a negative line, 11 positions being requested and adopted by the governor. So we do look at those sort of opportunities to
Yeah.
repurpose.
Okay.
But I think that's something that over time, we would be looking at, especially with the implementation of the regional kitchen.
But what about these now though? All of these food services.
Yeah, those positions, many of them have TA positions, so there's people in them. And so they're positions that we need and we use. Yeah,
Which, in the
It-
vacant position?
Yeah.
yeah, and it's part of you know, the reorganization
Yeah,
that's happening.
But then
for the
that
region.
means their position is vacant then.
It's-
You're holding their position to TA in another position.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But Sean
Okay.
from Okos can get more specific about that. Sean's team does the regional kitchen.
Okay, but still, there's some vacancies if you, I mean, it's just a shell game at that point, but
Yeah, so the vacancies, good afternoon. For the CAF helpers, there's about 10 vacant right now. So those are all in recruitment. So those duties are being covered by other cafeteria staff. The school food service manager, the CAF managers, there's about 34 vacant right now. So of those 34, there are people in those positions. 32 are
then
TAs
why is it on the vacancy table?
because there's no permanent person. They're all by TA. So there are TAs in there because
No, that's what he's saying. So they're TAing from another cafeteria position, which
Yeah.
means their current position is vacant while they're TAing into this position.
correct, or they're doing both.
Yeah, and no matter what, there's a vacancy in there. Yeah.
Yeah, so some are doing their duty and the CAF manager position with the ordering and doing the cooking and everything. So they're TA because they don't fit the one of the MQs that they need 6 years of.
But they're
kitchen
good enough to TA.
So
Well,
we're,
that's, I mean,
yeah.
come on, you better get on it, man.
So we're working with OTM.
I mean, you
to
just
look at
gotta
the
like,
MQ.
yeah.
Yeah, they're already in the
Clean
job.
this up.
So we're trying to revise it so that hopefully they can apply for the position.
But yeah,
But with regional kitchens, shouldn't that free up some of the people?
Long term, it will impact cafeteria staff. Initially, we need the 26 positions to open the regional kitchen. And I think the part that people don't understand is the regional kitchen positions are very different from school cafeteria.
It should make it a lot easier and simpler for the existing cafeteria workers.
It will.
Yeah, so you might not need as many, but you know, the way government goes, once we give you the positions, we never get it back.
So we're working on the long-term plan right now on how we're gonna initially we're gonna add we'd like to add the 26 positions. But as the regional kitchen produces food for the cafeterias, the cafeteria staff duties will change because the cooking will be done at the regional kitchen. So we're working that out on what that's gonna look like in the long term. So we're gonna be looking at attrition to adjust what it's gonna look like in the CAF. So the plan is to level out those positions. It won't be just to permanently add and not to reduce.
So you're gonna come in to actually reduce positions.
or
I think Senator, what we, as regional kitchen being a very new concept for us. We need these positions to ensure that we have,
Okay,
Yeah,
but
we
we
can
need a
always-
plan. We need to see the plan and we need to know that you're going to uphold the plan as we move along and it's not gonna take 10, 20 years.
Senator Kim, Chair Kim, well, we also have Annalise Tanner, who's our
new school food service administrator. She comes with a background and in regional kitchen development and running them both from Austin and Boston. So
Okay, we don't need a whole background on you, we've been there. We've been there. So
Yes. So the vacancies that we have on the list are in schools that are not in the LMW area, and they do need their kitchen managers and then eventually their cooks and bakers as those folks matriculate. So we can't
No, she
just
just
so-
wants to make sure that there is gonna be a follow-up, that you're gonna, the attrition
Yes.
component and
The-
the,
schools
There-
are gonna get.
Yeah.
There is a follow-up and a nutrition component. We have a timing issue where we do need to bring the staff on ahead of the regional kitchen opening
Yeah.
so that we can
So
train them and
if
get
you,
the
if you
food
just follow
going.
her line of questioning,
Yes.
is it a 5-year plan to end up hiring these now and then shrinking?
Yes,
know,
it
leveling
is
it
a
off
five,
later?
it is actually exactly a 5-year plan
so
because
can
we have
you
a
share-
4-year rollout for the
Yeah.
kitchen. Yes, we
share
can.
that.
Because she's gonna be here in 5 years and she's gonna ask, okay, where are we? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, next one.
Vacancies.
No, table 6.
Here on the third.
I just was, yeah, I was.
Ceiling,
Okay.
ceiling
ceiling-
increase
yeah.
for teacher housing revolving fund, $500,000. Revolving funds, not general funds, just to increase the ceiling. To support the revolving fund, which was used to repair aging teacher cottages.
How many cottages are there statewide? Did you know that? Yeah, I didn't know that. Did you?
You can ask how many functional cottages get and how many still burnt, never repaired to.
I didn't even know they had. Yeah,
Yeah.
About 11 on all the neighbor islands except Kauai. Wait, how many?
11.
11.
And they're all usable.
No.
They're not all usable.
So this money is to make them all usable?
Yes. But one burned down and then
Okay,
we.
so now
went-
you're not gonna rebuild or?
Well, we're dealing with the insurance aspect. of it,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, okay.
That's-
So if you get the insurance, then you're rebuilding it.
Yes.
And then this 500,000 is to fix the rest.
Yeah, it's a constant fixing because they were really kind of in bad shape for years. So we're trying to upgrade them so that it's more livable.
And how-
Sorry.
No, she said every island except Oahu
Hawaii.
and Kauai,
And you say teacher cottage, how many?
people live in them.
You know, interesting, it depends, can be from 1 to maybe about 4 or 5 people in a cottage.
When you say cottage, is it?
It's a house, it's,
In a.
it's a house. Yeah,
It's,
it's a
it's
cottage.
probably from what, 60 years ago, 70?
It's
How
the
old?
ones that the plantations built.
Yeah,
It's
it's
next to the
before my
school,
time,
but
yeah.
It's the Mountain View
Yeah.
buildings.
mhm,
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're fixing it for use, or you just fixing it?
No, fixing
No.
it for use because we have these teachers that are coming in, they want to rent it.
Yeah,
Yes.
except the burned one.
Yeah. Yeah. Most are
That
rented.
person has a
The
tent.
burn one had, boy,
At 4 cottages, or 4 people. Oh,
no, but the cottage itself, there were 4, but I think 2 of the cottages burnt, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, this is.
So when is that
Yeah.
expected to, because I think it was waiting on permits, yeah? Was it
That-
permit?
that too.
Insurance?
When
Well,
you
it's
gonna know
when you-
about the insurance?
The insurance, when we're gonna know?
Yeah.
I have to call DAGS, risk management.
Oh.
So you don't count.
Okay, so that person's gonna be out of a house for a while.
Because I think it was a couple of months, it was on the county permit, yeah, too.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
thank you.
I think, Assistant, we what we really need to figure out is what is our strategy with the teacher housing, right? Of the maintenance and what the program looks like, right? Because you just opened a whole bunch in West Maui and for teacher housing.
Well, you're
and-
talking about the newer ones.
No,
Oh.
but if we are in this position with having to now infuse with this much money for our other cottages, right? To me, it has to be a programmatic review of what is our strategy moving forward. So we're not in this position where we then got to infuse a whole bunch of cash all at once,
Mhm.
right? It should be a plan type of thing. Like I think UH even has a hard time with this. So I don't know, you're gonna have to put some people in figuring this out. Housing maintenance is not an easy thing, right? So I don't know. So what is the strategy? Because we don't want these West Maui ones to come all junk, right? Either we want to make it look good for a while.
That's correct. I think the immediate strategy, Senator, is to fix the existing ones that is in really disrepair.
And just.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
that's the strategy though. It's part of it is what, on a monthly basis, what are they paying to keep the maintenance going? What is the maintenance schedule? Because I think if you don't maintain those West Maui ones, it's gonna go downhill pretty quick.
That's true. Yes.
Just to add, you did have a plan years ago when Senator Kidani had the bills that we transferred. You remember you folks came to us to transfer properties that had buildings on it that was under city and county of Honolulu, and we did the land exchange, and it became now your property with all the TMKs, and that had to do with some of the buildings that's already
Yeah,
existing.
but the housing is not on Oahu. This is only neighbor island except Kauai.
Yeah, but they were all included in the TMKs that we did statewide, but you already had a plan that you were going to do, right?
Well,
No,
so
I don't think so.
that is separate. But going back
Okay.
to the cottages, so they're like 54 units, and the 500
So she said
ceiling.
11.
Yeah, it's 54 units. Yeah. So
11 projects,
Yeah, yeah.
and each project has a different
Yeah.
number.
But that's all part of the DOE's management of your program to create the.
So the 500 ceiling is to manage the units, but the you're talking about the Lahaina workforce?
I'm talking a housing
general.
strategy.
Statewide.
Statewide.
To help recruit
Okay.
teachers and
Yeah.
But just maintaining, like if all of a sudden you're gonna come in because, oh yeah, we should fix these. That's not what it's about, right? It's like a regular R&M that you gotta do.
Yeah, so for these, we already have them and managing them. For the Lahaina workforce housing, it's a little different because they have
No, it's all in the same. If you don't have a strategy of how you're gonna manage housing, I'm very concerned.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, we'll bring it up in some
Yeah.
subject matter
Mhm.
soon.
teacher housing.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Civil rights compliance.
One position. Athletics. The original request had dollars associated with it. We have just one FTE in this request before you're here in the governor's budget. To support gender equity in sports across all high and middle schools. Without these positions, without this position, the department will be at higher risk of lawsuits and may fail to provide full athletic opportunities for students.
You didn't want to do trade-off or transfer?
That's what those 11 on table 5 are.
Yeah, but you're asking for more than 11. Okay.
So how
Okay.
did you do without this all this time?
There's an existing program. This is.
Yeah, I know, but
There's
I'm saying
increase
you
in
have
budget in this area.
you've been functioning and you talk about, more possible lawsuits. What, we don't have possible lawsuits already now?
So Sean Bacon from Office of Talent Management. So really this position is really helping to assess and ensure an equitable access for all of our students in athletics. We recently have had a lawsuit at one of our larger high schools. This person is actually working closely to ensure we're in compliance with the lawsuit that will be being monitored for the next 7 years. She's also working on going out and ensuring there's doing training and also doing assessments of all of our facilities to also ensure. She helped recently initiate the girls flag football that just recently was initiated to ensure additional equity with our students in
Right, so
athletics.
you have somebody there now
There is somebody that is in that position now
and you're
temporarily.
asking for
Oh.
the position?
No, so the current position is Sue created.
That is
Oh,
correct.
that's why. So they're trying to take the permanent and turn it into a,
You mean-
they're trying a temporary and turn it into a permanent.
Okay, what about our AG? Can our AG not tell you guys what the potential of lawsuits might be based on our programs?
Chair Kim, the person in this position does work very closely with the Attorney General's office. The person also has a wealth of experience in athletics and works closely with the different leagues, does professional development and training with all of the public school leagues. So to
Okay,
ensure that
according to this person, we didn't do any of that.
not, perhaps not to the degree that we would have liked to. And so this position and this individual then brings her wealth of experience and planning.
Okay.
It's a real necessary position.
Understand that most of the positions are necessary, but
Yes.
in austere times, we have to really look at what we're asking for.
But they didn't include a dollar amount because you're already paying for the position, right? Because it was soup created, you found the money to pay for it, right?
We would appreciate the dollar amount.
It's not in the governor's budget.
There were two positions.
Yeah, but that's what's interesting, how you're able to find money, you're able to get these temporary positions, you're able to pay them without us coming in, and you're able to do that, but then you come in, you ask for new positions, and you cannot find the money to pay for those.
No, it's just, so just to be clear, there's really almost three types of positions, right? There's special project positions, temporary positions, and permanent positions. So temporary and permanent are usually created by us and it's in the budget. But special project positions can only be created by the superintendent, the university president, and the governor. So in this case, whenever the soup has a quick need, he can create a superintendent created position. And so that's what they're trying to do. They're trying not necessarily trying to create a temporary or permanent position, but change it from soup created to permanent.
Right, which leads us to.
So when he creates it, he got to find the money.
Right. And so, but he has the money, but then they come in because these are not positions that we gave you to begin with, right? You felt the need, you found the money, but now we're kind of forced to give you the money to. The
As
position?
Well,
as
the governor told them no. The
as
governor told them use the money that you're already spending.
as SB Kenneth shared, there was a Title IX lawsuit that the department was dealing with.
I understand.
And so this individual actually helped to further connect the school and bridge the gap between the Title IX consultant that we have in helping us.
Is that the first Title IX lawsuit we ever had?
That I believe, as far as I know, to that magnitude, that is the first one that we've had.
First,
That I'm aware of, that at that magnitude.
at that magnitude, what does that mean at that magnitude?
That there's a statewide impact to for Title IX. And so Title IX being very important for us, we want to be sure that we're addressing the gender equity issues. And so one of the
Yeah, but what this person has to do is when they go to like a high school, and let's say they have a men's locker room, but they don't have the women's locker room. Now they got to figure out, okay, how do we make it compliant with Title IX? So it may not be directly a women's locker room, but there could be alternative ways to deal with the requirement.
That's one aspect of the.
That's
of
only
this
one.
person.
Okay, what else do they do?
Looking at the components of what we're required to implement in other areas related to Title IX. This individual does that. And looking at expanding sports and working together with the different leagues, specifically sports to impact our Title IX issues.
Oh, okay.
So
So more.
for example, girls flag football.
Yeah.
Was really important for us. So there's federal requirements that we need to meet related to the number of males and females in a school connected to the enrollment ratios. All of those things play different factors in us being sure that we're compliant with Title IX or we're moving toward compliance.
Okay, wait, so she acts as legal counsel. And
She does not act as legal counsel.
Okay.
She works together with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, so what is her primary role? Because you're telling us that she has sports background. So is she an athletic advisor? What exact? I'm trying to find out what is it that she does.
So
No, she makes sure you're in compliance with
Yeah.
Title IX. That's the
And-
bottom
and then-
line.
Okay, but isn't that what the AG's office is for? To make sure
No.
that you guys are compliant?
No, so this person actually has to go in and look at the gyms and look at the parks and look and say, okay, you know what, this is what you got to do so you can comply.
And actually do professional development with the athletic directors to be sure that the ADs at their.
Yeah, but
respective
isn't what the deputy directors are for, what the CASs are for, the people that are boots on the ground, everybody plays a part. You have the principals at the school saying, hey, you know what, we're not compliant. Then that travels up to the CAS, then that travels up to the deputy superintendent, then that travels up to you. So there's a disconnect.
Senator, thank you. There are many areas that principals and CASs are responsible for. So this individual serves as a subject matter expert, whereas principals deal with the whole realm. Especially for federal areas, for all areas, but for Title IX, this individual serves as the subject matter expert.
Yeah, but how is she going to know what's happening in every school and what school is not compliant?
And that's how she works together with the athletic directors from all of the schools
Then why don't you
and
just
the-
have the athletic directors report to you guys?
and the different leagues.
But my thing is, when you had other lawsuits, maybe not to this magnitude, but you had other lawsuits, right?
Um, I, I,
On
I,
Title IX.
I can check into that, Senator. I'm not familiar with any come to mind right now. It's really specific to Title IX.
I'm sure you did, see, because I'm very much for Title IX. I think it's very important. But all these years you've done it, why you wait until we go on magnitude lawsuit? If this was so important, then you should have had this person there, so it would avoid us having this lawsuits, right? But you've been operating all this time, and then it just seems like only now bright light went out, oh, we need this person, this expert person, and one person. So I don't know, if they don't even come back and say you need one more and one more, but
But
anyway, that's the concern I have, the lack of doing this in the beginning or understanding the magnitude of the problem, and then you let it linger on, and then we get lawsuits, and then now after a large lawsuit, now you bring them on after the fact.
But your principal training, you know, your academy, you don't have a whole component on Title IX.
We do, Senator. I mean, there are many areas in principal training. Federal compliance is one of them. For the federal areas, there are very there's a lot. And so the subject matter experts for the different areas are really important to help support the entire system.
So I get what you guys are saying with the subject matter, but what I guess we're not understanding is, okay, so I will give you an example since Campbell, okay? So the girls only can get 12 players because that's all probably true out for the team. So the boys cannot get 15 players because it's not gender equity. So again, we're having this subject expert who's giving the advice to the ADs, and the ADs are afraid because, hey, we cannot get 15 boys because we only get 12 girls. So you see what I'm saying? So now the boys football team get 80. How much the girls get? 30. So are we gonna cut all those guys from the football team? But that's what I'm saying. But they're doing this for other sports in the school. Basketball, I asked that question. Volleyball, I asked that question, right? So again, if the girls don't have it, the boys cannot have it. And that's the same like with the donations and stuff like that. That's again comes to the AD and the principal, what my colleagues is saying. I understand you guys are thinking this position is important because of the suits, but again, it's also causing other problems within the program. When you guys saying that, oh, the football team get this much buses or cheerleaders get this much. I mean, it's again, it's a routining thing because of course you guys got sued or whatever it is. But again, you guys would fix the problem at Campbell when you guys would do the combine the boys and the girls the boys locker room into a boys and girls locker room to a unisex locker room to address the matter. But I'm not seeing the fact that this one person is gonna be a fix all for all the schools without having the input of the administration and the AD. And again, like how my colleague's saying here, they can do that right now because again, AD is also professional sports because most of them play sports, been in sports, so they have that background too. So you're talking about other areas in the school that gender equity. Every single person that's there, it's a new thing for everybody.
Okay, can I just ask, so who does the civil rights compliance specialist report to?
This position currently reports to the Director of the Civil Rights Compliance Branch.
Okay, so who is that on, like, is that
That-
under?
It's under the Office of Talent Management.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out between Heidi, Jesse, and Tammy.
It falls under Tammy.
Okay.
That's not under student support services?
Because I thought Tammy has strategy, innovation and performance, talent management, infotech services, and fiscal services.
Correct.
So
So
which-
it's under Deputy Adamari Chand and then under myself in Office of Talent
Oh,
Management.
okay.
And then in the Office of Talent Management, there's the Civil Rights Compliance
Okay.
Branch.
So this person is in your shop.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, the next one.
The annual position for the middle school leadership, support a program to bring engage middle school students, prepare them for high school success.
So we've not been preparing them for high school success, and we need a position, special position now for high school success?
Chair, if I may, so this position, and I'll let Deputy Armstrong also add. This position when I started the position here as in my current role, it was really important that we focus on building out middle level education and as a transition point between elementary and high school. What was really important was that there be a position to help build leadership. We have that at the high school. At the middle level, it was non-existent. So we do have a warm body in this position, and what she does is one of the things is that she hosts a middle level student leadership conference every year. We were just talking a week ago, and so for this upcoming conference, we have 750 individuals attending. 600 middle level students are attending the conference. And the way why it's leadership and why it's so important is that there are breakout sessions that the students go to, but each of the breakout sessions are student run. So the students from each of the schools, they plan something that's important to them as middle level students, and then they host other middle level students to come and learn from each other. If you're free, I can send you the information. It's a very powerful event for middle level students. They come over, they're really excited. So we focus on leadership. We also focus on social emotional learning and development, on character development. The theme has been lead like Duke, after Duke Kahanamoku. And we also show the movie Waterman. And so what we want our students to understand, like the legendary Duke Kahanamoku, leadership is really important. And what he did in his life, what can middle level students then
When you're
take?
questioning
Okay.
the program and the
Yes.
validity.
Okay.
I'm sure it is very, very good.
Mhm.
Okay, well, questioning is, and how long have you been doing this conference?
I believe this is our third year.
Third year. So who managed it the first year?
Yeah.
Because these are all super, yeah.
Right.
So,
So
yeah,
who managed it?
that the person in the
person who's in
So
the
this
current
temp
position.
This temp position person who has been doing it,
special project person.
yes, this
Yeah.
one position
Yeah.
has been doing it for the past 3
Correct.
years.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, why do you need one person to do one conference?
Well, it's actually more than a conference. She also oversees the connection for our middle levels, works with our Leadership Institute and the middle level education.
I understand. You're going to be able to justify every single position you ask for. But when I look at your how heavy your org chart and the many people that you have here and under them, it just amazes that you continually adding positions and it's very top heavy. So, I mean, these positions are very nice to have and good to have, and you're going to have good explanations and good reasons why. But again, I'm going to go back to, we've been operating, what is it outcomes we're going to get that's different at this point? Because you can make you're going to be able to make a justification for every single position that you're going to be asking for, right? And yet, we got to pay for it. Now, if you're going to continue to pay for it under your budget, that's fine and well.
But the first position, that going back to the civil rights, what's the salary on that one? That position.
I'm not sure offhand, Senator, but if we have that, if we don't, we can get them.
It's approximately 130,000.
Okay, 130.
And then
Okay, and then this one is what?
Similar level position.
130,000. 110.
That would be at entry level, yes.
And
So
then,
quick,
oh, and entry level is 110.
Where are you getting these starting salary numbers from? I'm just curious because we have principals that are 24/7 on the job, constantly working with our students and with staff and with faculty and with parents and with community that are not even getting paid nearly as much as they are getting paid. And you're telling us that you are intending on, which maybe they are already in that position, a leadership specialist to conduct a conference that therefore is broken up by students and student-led to watch a movie motivated by a local character. So this is just wrong on all kinds of levels when you're trying to justify a position that, in my opinion, leads a conference, facilitates a conference, but is being led by the students. Why not take that concept, embrace it into the DOE, create your own conference, and do it yourselves?
What they're doing.
No, they are with the special
But they're
project
getting-
person.
Yes, and,
Yeah, but
Senator, I think the best way I can describe
But you couldn't do this without the person?
it would be very difficult to do because of the complexity of everything. And I think that's why I really, if members would like to attend, I think it's really being there and seeing what.
No, we
That's
agree.
different, though. That's different.
But all of the work that's involved in getting
yeah,
to that
yeah.
point, yeah.
Let's get paid the big bucks.
No, I get that part. My thing is, when you look at the number of vacancies, we could just take from vacancies and trade off versus trying to keep adding positions.
And at this high level of
Mm-hmm.
salary.
Okay, next.
You know,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm curious that, even while you have that there, how you go about, because I know it's not all the middle school students, so you're getting them flown in to Oahu, and which schools are being invited? I mean, if it's Neighbor Island, I'm sure that, are you guys providing a travel budget too?
Yes, Senator, all of our schools are invited. I believe that this coming conference, all except right now, 3 schools, are not planning to attend. And so we're checking on those schools, but every other middle school in the state,
So
it-
they all are invited.
Where's
they're
the
invited, because I
budget?
think it's important. I can get that, we can get that to you, Senator. I think it's really important that, our neighbor island students have that same opportunity to get together with everyone. So it is actually, it's a statewide conference.
Thank you.
And I just want to add one more data point, that the middle schools themselves and the principals have expressed great support for this position. In 22-23, so the first year, middle school principals reported that they felt 18% felt that they were very supported. The middle school level was very supported. In 24-25, that 18% increased to 72% through the principal survey. And then in 25-26, that original 18% of principals expressing satisfaction in middle level support increased to 84%. So the schools are appreciating this position, and this person goes to the, she's on Oahu, she goes to the neighbor island, pulls the middle level student leaders together, and they're trained in school leadership, and they develop camaraderie among each other. They go back to their schools and implement the leadership
So
activities that they've.
was this a one-day event, or was it an overnight event?
It's ongoing, and
No,
they.
because I'm just curious to know if this is an overnight event, then you guys, who's housing them? Is it your guys' budget, or is it?
No, she's talking about the conference part, not
Yeah.
the.
No, the
not
conference is a one day.
One day,
Yeah,
so they
one
come
day.
in and they go back.
Correct.
But if you give them budget.
I'm thinking about it. I wanted to go and go see how they were doing, but I was told we weren't allowed to come in and visit to see.
No, you're welcome to come to any DOE event. Please join us.
They never refuse.
I will reach out to you, Senator, to be sure that you get an invitation.
Okay,
And
the
to-
next two then, the deputy
Okay.
superintendents.
So just that middle school, it was been in existence since ESSER started, and it's a repeat from last biennium request.
So initially you paid from
It started
with ESSER
with
funds.
ESSER. And that was part of what the presentation that was provided to the committee was about, was to see the trajectory of upward achievement results over the last 20 years.
Yeah, but I think
That's
historically
part of
though,
what we're trying to sustain.
yeah, but historically,
I think that's been missed a little
not
bit.
just me, but I think members of this committee have also said that when you have federal funds or grant money and you create positions, but you cannot sustain them, that
Yeah.
may not be the best choice.
Yeah.
Because then now you're creating these positions, and not just you, with
Yeah.
federal funds. Now federal funds are shrinking, or the grant lab ended, and then now we got to depend on the general fund budget to subsidize.
Understood.
And literally, and across the state, it comes out to hundreds.
Yeah.
So then it's difficult when it comes out to that much.
So the next line item is the last one. It's for requesting 2 positions for deputy superintendents to support leadership roles. And this is in the areas of strategy and administration and operations. Without these positions, we're gonna have critical improvements delayed, lacking executive capacity to address systemic change challenges.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was it before? We had one deputy, right? Before?
Yes.
Yeah. And so all of a sudden now, if you don't get these positions, you're gonna have all these bad things happen.
I think, Senator, over time, over the last several years, the deputy positions have been instrumental in helping us to move the department forward in different areas and continuously to improve in the areas that we're struggling in. And definitely we do have areas we still need to improve in, but I think we've made gains in those areas. The deputy superintendents have been really important. And you're right, we did start with one that was pretty much in academics, but now with the three that we have, we are really able to address different issues and different challenges throughout the department and our large organization.
And with every position comes a private secretary, comes a coordinated support director, right? I mean, you get, it's not just this one, these two positions.
Yes.
Because there's more positions that have to then, I mean, it's just that the upper management is getting very heavy. And there's a lot of needs down, and there's a lot of vacancies on the bottom level. And there's a lot of complaints. There's a lot of complaints about the CASs and so forth and how that's being run. And my understanding now that it completely comes under academics. And it doesn't come directly on, I mean, they have report to you, but certainly there's that concern that you continue to build up the top levels and very top heavy. And how much does these deputies make?
We can get that number. I don't know offhand, Senator, but we can get that to you.
I mean, they're right under you.
I'm sure it's around that
They're
area.
getting paid. It's about, yeah.
What you guys are getting paid? Deputies? What are you getting paid?
So I think I don't know if I want to get the deputies on their salary out.
But this is
Well, the
the
public
budget
pays for
thing.
it.
We're asking about the budget, the public funds.
I can get you the range.
Yeah, so the range is
The
what?
range.
190
I'm not
to
sure what the
2?
range is.
Okay.
I can get the range.
You know what though? But if you look at it historically, before you used to only have 7 districts and 7 district superintendents with the one deputy superintendent. And then when you first entered as a teacher in DOE.
Long time ago.
Right? So since then, Pat Hamamoto ended up doubling it. In fact, she went from 7 to 15 for the CASs. So over time, and then now we're tripling the amount of assistant or deputy soups. So
I think initially in the beginning, when we did have 7 districts and 7 district superintendents, each district superintendent had a deputy district superintendent. So there were, I believe, and I'm not sure about Kauai. I'm not sure about Kauai, but I do know that each of the districts had a deputy superintendent.
yeah, but I don't really believe that going from 7 districts to 15 CASs has been cost neutral, because the CASs end up building up their each capacity as well. So it's probably, when you look at the overall staff, it's probably been quite a bit.
I think too, when we look over time, and the gains that the department has made, primarily in the area of academics and student learning, we have shown a very positive trajectory, which I think it goes to the hard work of everyone in the field, teachers and principals, but I think as well as the leadership team that helps to support the field. And I think everyone working together with the resources that we have been instrumental in helping us to show those gains.
Yeah, well, we're not sure though, because you guys, there's no audit for it. And that's why I've been going back to your audit division, doing more, not just financial audits, but performance and management audits. So you haven't really had an audit to actually quantify what you're seeing.
So what has been the added costs, not just for the 2 deputies, but also for their support staff? Where is that money coming from?
In the biennium budget that was passed last year, the 2 secretary positions were approved in the biennium, just not the deputy positions.
So they were approved for the deputies that we didn't approve.
Correct. well, let me check. Brian, can you clarify
But not only,
We
I
didn't
think it
get
was
the FTEs for the two deputies that were requested last.
the secretary?
biennium, but we got the other positions were, yeah.
we gave you all those other positions, so that's just more bodies and more costs that we're adding. You know that that your guys' budget take up 1/3 of the state budget, right? And it continues to grow, right?
Yes.
How are we gonna contain all the cost?
I'm definitely aware of that, Senator, that we do take a large part of the state budget. We are also, though, I believe the largest agency in the state with 20 somewhat thousand teachers and
There's a lot
40,000.
unnecessary expenditures, and we're gonna get to some of that today and in future meetings in the committee. But there's a lot of concern, you know, travel is one, and we'll get to that. But again, you know, I'm not sure how the department is really looking at, how do we maximize the people that we already have and the budget we already have and tailor it instead of just adding more bureaucracy.
Sure. The deputy position pays 165 to 195. That's the range.
Well, where did you get that?
So you know what? How do you reconcile though the principal autonomy with the growing of the district of the, I guess, your offices and the district offices and the CASs? Because if we're giving them more autonomy, but at the same time we're becoming more and more top heavy, it's almost like two different philosophies.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Chair. Principals at their schools do have, and as a former principal, I appreciated the autonomy and working with my school community, whether it be the teachers and the parents and so forth, to be able to create our academic plan and our financial plan specific to the needs of our school community. So that's really important. But those individual plans connect up to the broader picture. And I think that's where it's important that complex area superintendents come in, because the CASs then help to organize.
No, but if that means the principals are leading the DOE, if they're really going to figure it out, but then now because they want to do certain things that were not part of the overall plan to begin with, now you have to staff up resources to support.
So
versus it being more strategic.
So each complex area also has a complex area plan that aligns to our state strategic plan. And so we have, maybe if I go the other way, it might be better for me. So we have a state strategic plan that's approved by the Board of Education. And the strategic plan is what all of our leaders and our school system is working to achieve and to support. So at each of the complex areas, they take a look at the strategic plan and they create complex area plans that help to support their unique areas to move forward.
Yeah,
And then
so-
the principles align to that.
Yeah, but what I haven't found, and we've had this discussion before, is as you enter into a new strategic plan, have you evaluated all the other things in the base that are obviously are not working, because that's why you're doing a new strategic plan, but you haven't taken out anything that was in the base. So all we're doing is we're creating programs, adding positions, and then we change direction, but we left everything there in the with the previous strategy and the strategy before that. And so it doesn't seem to be morphing. It seems to just be growing.
I think, and you can jump in. I think if I'm looking at the old strategic plan to our current one now, actually it builds on what we were doing on for us, it wouldn't make sense, I think, to just switch from one plan to another. I think it's more nuanced and it's more, it builds upon previous plans so that we can improve our trajectory.
Yeah, but I just don't find, going back to the auditing, because you guys had program evaluators before, and I think it should be separate. It should be like an audit to figure out, is it the right staffing? Are the staff at each CAS level appropriate, effective, efficient? And we haven't really gotten that. That's where I have a real problem sometimes with project management positions, because you have a strategic plan, and now because you have the plan, you're justifying, oh, now we got to add another position because we have this new strategy, and now we need another position because we have this new strategy, and it just ends up like growing and growing because you just keep justifying growing because you have a new strategy. But I don't necessarily see the outcomes. And, we talked about this with Ohe. And you told me, oh, it's because, we want to make sure that we have the values, the culture. Yet at the same time, we have quite a bit of violence in Waianae-Nanakuli, which I don't see the connection between how you take those Ohe values in school, DOE, but then the community action, what's happening is doesn't reconcile. It doesn't seem to be synergistic, or it doesn't seem to be helping the situation. But we're putting more and more resources into it.
Definitely, Senator Chair. We can, I can follow up with you and kind of address the concerns that you have. If either deputy want to jump in, if not, we definitely.
And then the board is adding all these programs like Ohe without even coming to the legislature.
Well, and that's a question. Who's here from the Board of Education? Okay, so why is the board approves all of these positions that you ask for?
All of our requests that go to our board requests is part of our board approved, but
Okay,
board approved budget.
What person here? Can you come up? And is the chair of the board not here?
He's traveling.
He's traveling. So are these things that, I watched some of your meetings and none of these kinds of questions are being asked. Is there a reason?
I think like anything else, we looked at the department's presentation, specifically those things that they feel necessary in order to run the department. So when the time for approval came about, the members in FIC approved and it went to the GBM, and in GBM, the full board approved it.
But did you guys even talk about and have them justify how this growth and the overall growth and whether it's really needed? And, how much is it going to cost? What is that going to add? I mean, those are questions that I don't believe the board members are asking.
I think in the situation, these numbers, the positions, everything else, the department was able to justify the needs for the.
Okay, so you heard our concerns today,
Yes.
right? And you
Yes.
think these are concerns that board should raise?
I think, again, this is something that's brought up and superintendent is saying he's going to, work on these things, and then in turn, this thing will come back to the board, I'm sure.
Okay, but if you just independently take a look at the landscape of where our public schools are at, make your own independent decision, finding your own research, and even just looking at this org chart right here, if you can tell me that these two additional deputy superintendent positions will help us with teacher shortage, will it help you folks meet your locally produced food from 30% in 2030? If it will help us to bring school buses back, if it will help us to compete at a national level with our education numbers, the crime in my district is very prevalent. So what you're telling me and what I'm witnessing on the ground are two totally different impressions. So there seems to be a disconnect because you're coming, in my impression, to this committee with a very detached mentality of what our school is facing today. And so you haven't given us any numbers, any data, no statistics, nothing to grab onto that justifies two more positions other than sensationalism. This is what we want to do. The culture, this is helpful, but this doesn't help to get our graduation rate up. This doesn't help to transition our seniors from high school into career pathways. So I'm just not seeing any real-time results. The only thing I'm seeing is more top-heavy executive levels getting paid very generous salaries. Meanwhile, the real people that are doing the work are in the schools, working for what I would consider, compared to your folks' salary, as nothing. And so there just seems to be a disconnect from reality of what we're facing, not to mention the executive branch has threaten to withdraw tax breaks that was promised to the public. And yet you're over here asking us for $7 million for engineering positions. Meanwhile, we have 190 positions vacant. That's totaling $14 million. So I don't know if you guys aren't taking this serious or if you just have mechanically trained yourselves to come and present the way that you guys have always presented, but this is a serious problem. The DOE is failing miserably, not even in other districts overall compared to the nation. And we're not even going to take it to worldwide, which we are years behind of other countries that are exponentially preparing their students for real life. And here we are continuing to add more executive positions. So how is this going to help us with teacher shortage? How is this going to help us with absenteeism? How is this going to help us to keep local teachers here, retain our local teachers, and then also get our students with the basic soft skills? We're talking about basics. We're not even trying to graduate experts here. We're trying to graduate kids that can do the basics in the workforce to be able to get them to be able to survive here in Hawaii just with basic personable skills.
So Senator, for the department, we're definitely the basics are important. We're graduating students who are globally competitive and locally committed. That's our commitment.
Okay, in my district, we have 50%, hold on. We have 50, because your numbers and my numbers are not adding up. We have 50% of students in my district that regularly attend school. 50% regularly.
And
my district, we are #1 in absenteeism. So how do these two positions help my district?
And we are definitely working with the schools in your district to help address the absenteeism issue. The question about whether Hawaii students can compete nationally, if I can, this was part of our slide deck presentation on grade 4 reading, and the National Assessment of Educational Progress is referred to oftentimes as the nation's report card, because we can compare apples to apples with this assessment. So the NAEPA assessment, as you can see here, Hawaii was in the bottom 10 states in 2003. We're in the top 15
But you
now.
got these two deputies recently, so you can't take those numbers and compare it to the two, I think. So, I mean, I don't want this to continue to go on.
Well, I mean, and if you guys are doing so great nationally, then we don't need these two positions.
I think the two positions help to, in response to pandemic recovery.
Okay.
Okay, pandemic recovery is coming from the fact that students from the pandemic are graduating already. So they're no longer on the books.
Senator, I can talk with you after, and we can touch bases more.
Well, I mean, I just need the justification to be impacted in real time, not in a PowerPoint when I go to the schools and when parents come up to me.
Yes. And Senator, I'm more than happy to go out to
You've been out there many times, but still nothing is getting done. Nothing is getting done. You know as well as I know that the facilities in Waianae have been neglected for many, many years. And that's not just on you, that's on everybody involved.
Let's get together.
Okay, so
thank you.
Who evaluates the different CASs then? Because if Nanakuli Waianae, if she's saying that the absenteeism is that high, wouldn't that be the complex area superintendent? And how long has that percentage been like that? And has anything been done so that the CAS takes corrective action?
I oversee the CASs, and the answer is yes. I was just this morning at
How long has it been at that percentage?
Many years. And it is more than just a school issue. It is a community issue. And the two schools I visited today, Nanakuli High School and Nanaikapono Elementary, 55% chronic absenteeism. They are going to the parents' home. They are calling the parents. The parents say, oh, I'm just waking up. They've changed. If they have reading first thing in the morning and only 4 first graders are on time, they put reading off until 9 o'clock when the first graders start trickling in. Meantime, that office staff is calling the parents. They're going to the parents' house. They're sending messages, they're providing supports. What does the parent need to get the child home? They are working extremely hard with their community to get these kids to school. So I'm sorry, I would disagree when I hear that the CAS or the principals are not doing anything to support
didn't say they
attendance. They are
weren't. I said
working their
you're not.
tails off.
Let's be clear. They are, you guys are not. You're the ones here trying to justify why you need more money and more positions. So let's just be very clear on what I'm communicating.
Well, and let me bring this home. Talk about my school. We had a program that kids wanted to come to school. Principal comes in, the CAS appoints the principal, and they cut the program after 9 years, and now kids don't come to school. So you're telling us about absenteeism and everything, what you're doing, and it's on your watch. It just happened 2 years now. And now we had to fix it finally, after months and months of going back and forth with your CAS, which I have a lot of issues that I can share with you, and other members here have also complained about this. So I don't know what kind of evaluation that you're doing, but certainly there's concerns. The other area of concern, we talk about outcomes, is the Medicaid reimbursements. How much Medicaid reimbursements have you done on your time?
We did pause Medicaid
For how
reimbursement
long?
since
With that, wait, let me look.
in
Because we're leaving millions off the table. We're not getting reimbursed for any of these services that you're providing in the schools because you haven't gotten the reimbursements or applied for the
we were
reimbursements.
claiming, and when the
When?
department, and this happens, nobody wants it to happen, but it does happen nationwide. So what happened in November of 2023, we were doing direct service claiming, and
how much did we get back there? Because I understand we didn't even get a fair share.
no,
Other
we
states
did.
were getting
I
a
can
lot more.
give you the numbers. We were bringing in money for direct service claiming,
much?
which is smaller. We were also bringing in funds for administrative claiming. The Medicaid section found that our claims, through the way that they were being transmitted through the system, the technology that we have, were not being recorded accurately when they arrived at CMS.
Right, so what have
And
we done about it?
So in May 2025, we received, or April 2025, we did receive from DHS a school-based Medicaid claiming guide, which they created, which we did not have before. So that guides the processes in a document that we need to follow. Prior, it was weekly meetings. We did the process correctly. It was our technology that didn't allow the claim for skilled nursing to differentiate between a nursing service that was a nurse to a child versus a nurse to 2, 3, or 4 children.
Understand, but again, it's in the claims, and since 2023 to now, we haven't applied for these
No,
claims.
we were still claiming for administrative claiming. That halted in January 2025. We submitted a quality assurance report to DHS, our state Medicaid agency.
Let me shortcut this. How much did we collect? How much did we collect back in 2023, 2024, 2025? What did we collect? In Medicaid reimbursements?
It was in the millions, and I will give you those numbers. So this pause is temporary, and you can expect claiming to resume if our plan, and we have an articulated plan, which I am more than happy to go over with you, in January 2027. So next January.
Is this pause?
The pause is that we expect to get new systems that can accurately
How
record.
long is the pause? From what date to what date?
The pause from direct services was November 2023. The pause from administrative claiming was from 2025, January.
I was referring to, you did not make claims since 2023 for the direct reimbursements, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how much did we get before that?
I will give you those numbers.
So from 2023 to now, how many, 3 years, we've not collected anything for the direct payments?
Not for direct,
Not
but
for
we
the-
have collected for administrative claiming, and I'll give you those numbers.
We didn't get any for direct. And
Correct.
millions of dollars, right?
Correct. A few.
Again, that's falls directly under you. And to me, that's the outcome. And we don't have it. And you've not done anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say anything, but we haven't fixed it. quickly.
We are working with
3 years.
state Medicaid to fix it. The fix involves,
These are millions of dollars we've left.
I agree.
Under your watch.
I agree.
Okay, under your watch. It's not been brought up, but it's been there and it's still not fixed. So this is not acceptable.
And we do have a plan to do what needs to be done to restart direct service claiming
As of when?
by January 2027, next January.
Another year.
This requires integrating and adopting a new platform that is integrated with all of our other platforms to be able to successfully transmit claims so that miscalculations are not made.
But you don't have a temporary plan to collect at least some instead of just stopping?
Unless we can't do direct service claiming now. In addition, in June, there were additional requirements for Medicaid that require us to have our related service providers.
I think you guys should go back and relook at a transition instead of just doing a straight recess or not doing it for a while.
Senator, we'll definitely relook at what we're doing and we'll get together with you to share the different challenges that we've encountered.
But when you guys encountered this problem and you knew how much money that we're leaving on the table, I mean, what was the cost for us to fix it?
Was it?
Because of the amount of money that we're leaving on the table.
Okay, can I go back to your original question? We got the numbers in 2023. We collected 3.67 million in direct service claiming and 1.6 million in admin claiming. In 2024, we collected 2.27 million in direct service claiming, 2.94 million in admin claiming. And in 2025, we stopped the direct service claiming and we collected 2.43 million in admin claiming.
So other states get like 26 million, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in addition to us pausing and not even collecting, I'm not even sure that we're collecting the maximum we're able to collect.
We are,
Because you're telling me that we only expend like in November, 3.67 million for direct reimbursement costs?
because we were only billing for skilled nursing services. We are currently looking at our position descriptions, our duties, and the way that our related service providers collect their service information, which requires consult and confer with the union. And these are all steps that we are taking to hopefully complete prior to January 2026 so that we can fully comply with our state Medicaid medical model in school-based billing.
But you knew back in November 23, when we was only collecting $3.67 million, that we weren't describing it correctly. We weren't submitting some of these claims correctly, which resulted in us not getting all the claims.
We were collecting it correctly and we were, the issue came with our infrastructure and how the claims were
We're gonna have an
submitted.
info briefing on this
Okay.
in about a week and a half.
Thank you, Senator. We'll get back to you.
But again, this just goes back to, what are the outcomes? When you add on these positions and we don't see improvements, it's very difficult to justify on our end.
What did the other states do? I mean, is there nothing you can't learn from what they do and use some some of
We
those?
do, and while nobody wants to go through this, many states do have to put a pause. And if they don't put a pause and correct the billing process, they do owe back money. States have owed back 40 million, Philadelphia owed.
But does it have to be a pause? There can be something temporarily and then a transition? You might want to look at that. 'Cause then no, we're leaving money on the table.
We understand that, and we are doing what we need to do, and I'll give a full briefing, but we are doing what we need to do in order to get billing restarted. And I can go over all of the different steps that are being done, and the timeline for each of those steps so that we can resume billing in January 2027.
And so how long have you guys been working on trying to figure this out?
We've been working with DHS since, they've always been our partner, since the beginning of billing for Medicaid.
And what year was that?
2021? 2021.
And we still don't have it cleaned up.
No, we were billing in 2021, 2022.
Yeah, but it kept dropping with the amount of money that we were getting. Let me ask you this. Do we have an educational specialist position that has given us responsibility to work on this?
Yes, we do.
You have somebody?
Yes, we do.
Okay, well, that even worries me even more.
But you don't use IT? Your IT, I mean, why?
We do.
It says here the Medicaid was a problem in 2018. So we've known since 2018 that it was problematic. And I'm getting this from people texting me from who's watching this, who's in the know.
Okay, any questions on table 15?
Yeah.
The blank amounts are what the governor did not include in his budget. No, that's the. No, it's not. It doesn't even say the level. No, the table.
Oh, it's just preventive maintenance.
Well, table 15 is capital improvement programs. Yeah.
Hey, Chair, I know you talked about table 15, but you just brought up CAS earlier. Can talk about CAS?
Well, okay, let's just see if anybody.
Can you talk about what the 146,000 that you have in capacity? Why is that increased from, I think we gave you 3 million last year, but you're asking for 146,000. What is that for?
No, that's
Table 15?
million.
Yeah, 146.
Table 15, page 48.
Capacity. So we have a budget request that we sent to our Board of Education. I can tell you what that is. Sorry, many notes. So we actually asked for approved by the board, 288.3 million in capacity, that lump sum bucket. And the purpose of that ask was for East Kapolei Elementary School, 142 million plus 4 million. King Kamehameha III Replacement School, we asked for 141 million. And Core Ridge Elementary School, that's a new school for design, we asked for 1.3 million.
Are we on CIP?
Yeah.
Table 15.
I can have a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the amount of encumbered funds for projects? And I have asked this question earlier, Superintendent. You never gave me the list. I asked this back in April, June, because you gave it to us in 2023, and it was about $1.5 billion that was encumbered, but the projects are not completed. And my understanding is that has grown. That number has grown. I asked for that and did not get it. I asked BNF for it. They gave it to me, not with all the information that you folks have, because they said they don't have all the information. So, and then when I asked the board members who came to meet with me, they said they asked for it and they never got it either. So I'm very concerned about that number and why we're not getting that kind of
I
information.
apologize for that, Chair. If I said that and I
To,
didn't give it to you, then that's on me. I apologize for that.
Oh, and I also brought that up to Audrey, right? Audrey, you were in my office. I asked you for that. I never got it. I mean, I don't know what we're hiding, but that's a lot of money that is there, billions that is sitting there, and you're coming in for these other monies. I'm not sure how that works,
Wait.
because do you need 214 million in order to finish the 893 million dollars worth of projects, old construction contracts?
Well,
What
the
do you
money,
need to finish all these?
Okay, so is that the correct number?
what is it?
1.5 billion?
We can
Billion.
provide the information and we'll provide it. But specifically, you want to know what, because there's different ways to.
No, it's hard to ask for new CIP money if you have quite a bit of projects that you have cash for, but you can't finish. Because
Right.
don't you want to finish those first? Because if not, then all of this cash or this CIP is just going to get delayed and you're not going to be able to do it because you still got the $1.5 billion worth of projects.
So in the lump sum request that we're making in these buckets, these are for projects that we have prioritized and identified following our process and criteria. These are projects that are moving forward. They're going to get built. We have projects in the pipeline that have construction money, that have design money. I'm not sure if you specific about what you're looking for, we can get that.
What are all the projects that you've encumbered but you haven't finished?
Yeah, you gave me that in 2023. You asked for it from WAM. It was about this thick, and it was about $1.5 billion. And I've raised that in committee meetings last time. And then I asked for it this year again, and I have not gotten it.
We can get that.
And that number didn't go down. That number went up. And that's why I wanted an update to the 2023 report that you have given me. I wanted an update. And I told that to Audrey in that meeting. You said you guys would get back to me. I asked the board, couple of the board members that I met with, they never got it as well. So I'm not sure how the board can even perform when they're not getting this kind of information and that they're not asking these questions.
Okay, we'll get you an update of that 2023 report, Senator.
Why wouldn't you guys have that? You know, you're coming before us. It's been there for years.
Over there.
Senator, we had sent you the information back in July, but we will send it again.
I never got it. How many pages was it?
I don't know, but we'll send it again right away. Oh, it was originally sent in July.
And so how much
What is
did
it the same
total to?
information she's asking for though?
Yes,
What did it total?
we don't know offhand. I'm sorry.
Come on, you gotta know within a 1 billion, 2 billion, 10 billion. It's about 1.6 billion, right?
I don't know. I don't wanna say something and I gotta slap myself later, but we'll send it to you again.
Okay, wait a
Senator.
minute. So here, I'm sorry. Here we have a room full of people getting paid, decent amount of money and everything. And this is your Kuleana. This is your area that you're supposed to know, and it's a budget briefing. I have to sit here in all the departments and know all of this. How is it that we get the numbers and you guys, this is your budget, you guys don't know the numbers? That's what I can't understand. You got all these deputies, all these assistant deputies, all these people on this, and yet you guys don't have the numbers. And this is a budget briefing. I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
Chair, sorry about that. We'll get that to you right away. I apologize.
But it seems like, I'm sorry, it seems like every year we go through this, every year, not just you guys, other departments come, they're not prepared, they don't give us the numbers, they get it to us after that so that they don't need to respond in public to us about these numbers. But I assure you that you will have every opportunity to respond to all of these questions in public in our subject matter committee.
Okay, I'm still trying to figure out if you have a backlog that much in that amount, how are you gonna be able to finish the projects that you're asking for in 27?
Are we gonna complete these projects?
Yeah, because if you have 1.5 billion of backlog projects that you have cash for, but you didn't finish, how are you gonna do these? I mean, you only got so many staff.
How many projects can you do a year? Maybe
Well-
we should ask you that question.
Well, we do projects, I mean, we can get you amount per year. You know, the last report to the board, we did like, what is it, 23 projects from July to December, that reporting period as a snapshot. And before that, it was like 90 something, and that was another snapshot. So the projects are being done and completed. And for these projects we're asking for, if we got the money, they would be completed either for the design or the construction.
Yeah, but you can only do so much. So every time you guys come in and ask us for the CIP, these are projects that you guys cannot complete because you have so many still on the books and you can only do so many a year. And then in the what year you folks didn't do projects, and so you missed 4 summers of construction cycles, 2021 to 2024. Each lost summer compounds delays, cost escalation, and public frustrations. Okay, the backlog is saying encumbered unspent obligations. 893 million of the 1.7 billion are unfinished construction contracts.
Yeah, that sounds about right, but I want to get you the exact numbers. I just don't have it.
So I'm close within 100,000 or a million.
It's 1
close
point
within a
something
million.
billion, yeah.
So how can you finish all those projects?
Well, first of all, we're thankful to the legislature for allowing us to have the lump sum approach that was started with Act 250, and that allows us more flexibility with getting projects completed rather than having hundreds of line items, which makes it difficult. That was a big help, and projects are moving since that
Okay,
time.
but those are current projects moving. You have hundreds of projects that's been sitting on the books for years, right? 2016. It's sitting there as not complete. You've got money on the table. You got other organizations crying for monies, and you folks are sitting on over $1 billion of encumbered funds.
Well, it's
and
not
no
re-
project.
It's not really money on the table in that way. It's like design might be completed, but construction's not funded, or design is in process, but there's needs more funding for design.
Right, those are the ones that all need more funding because the cost escalated for whatever reasons. Now you cannot complete the project. So some of them has a lot of unspent dollars sitting there because you need more money to complete the project.
Mhm. Yeah, and through the prioritization and the lump sum buckets, we've been able to focus and do the projects with the highest need, and we
Okay,
appreciate.
can you provide us the list on which projects from that $1 billion projects, which ones did you actually complete?
From the
Encumbered $1.6 billion worth of projects that are sitting there. Not the
from the-
ones we gave you,
okay.
not the ones within the last 2 years, but those beyond that.
So, okay, I want to get it right. So from the last report, you want us to update like what was completed?
Yes, well, I want to see the current amount, how much it's grown, and then I want to see what projects were completed.
Sure.
But is that part of the 7 million ask then? Because you have all those projects on the books and you guys need the
The
capacity building?
the 7 million for the ceiling, that was for our deferred maintenance. You know,
But that doesn't even help with any of this.
no, that's deferred maintenance.
The 7 million that JD and guys are asking for.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then also give us how many projects you can do per year.
Senator
Chair,
DeQuay.
can we also get the breakdown of some of the repair and maintenance projects that they had on the books that have been
Yes, yeah, she's
completed
asking.
as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah. What's your question about the CAS?
So I wanted to go back to the CAS. I don't know what some of them are doing in relation to communication with their principals. I just got back from Lanai. They don't even know what's going on with the CIP projects, and that you folks have taken it over and prioritized it. So money that was sitting there that they're looking at lapsing, he doesn't understand because he hasn't been having communication with them. I don't know where the rest of the other principals are at, but there seems to be a disconnect. of where those priority projects are gonna lie, and that you folks are now in charge of CIPs versus us putting in those priority projects to help our districts. So can you guys have better communication with them? And I did spend time with Kaz Winky at the schools. But again, you know, I had to literally be there to say, can you let them know that DOE is now in charge of CIP projects and it's not us? So when I'm walking around and having conversation, it's not, hey, why this not fixed? How come you guys not doing this? Because what I don't like is that you guys have now prioritized what projects can move at a smaller level. When I get one gym cracking, I get the roof falling in, I get construction going on, and now I cannot have no sports whatsoever go on while I gotta go figure out the community center and how I move the sports programs around, which is huge in my district, as you know. So that communication has to be clean. They don't know what's happening. You know, I went into HANA a couple weeks ago as well. You know, I need Principal Sanita, you know, and he's still trying to figure things out himself. You're worried with where you guys going and how you guys moving the projects forward. You know, Laurie has been really good. I'm not blaming anything on Rebecca, but the communication ain't there.
Well, thank you, Senator. We'll definitely reach out back to the CASAs to be sure that that two-way communication is important, and that especially the principals know what's happening. That's really important. That's what. Thank you.
Because even when I tried to follow, and I'm just going to tell you straight, I even emailed and texted you, and I couldn't even get a response from you, which is why I'm kind of looking at all these positions. Do I have to climb through the act of Congress to also have a communication with you as well?
My apologies for that. I try to, especially for our legislators, I try to respond back right away. So if I did it, I apologize. That's not normal. So sorry about that.
Thank you.
Senator, if I could also add in response, the way that the priorities are determined are not just at the state office. That process is a process that involves the principals and the CASs, and every year those projects get identified.
Let me tell you about the principal. I drive past the school every day. You know how long it took to get the damn tree off of the gym? It grew from here to how big, and it became a CIP project, which shoved everything else down, which tells me even some of these principals have no idea what's going on in their school. Which is why when the connection of them to work with that athletic director, which I don't know what kind of training you guys giving, what makes it even worse is that we get perfectly good people applying for the principal position, but it needs to be recommended by the principal that probably don't like the other person, which is why I always believe that it should be open so that we get one really good principal that actually has boots on the ground, know the community, and can have that relationship. But as I'm saying, all these positions do me no good if I cannot even get that happening. I would rather see these positions, payment go to the teachers, so I get more teachers coming in there and staying there versus I getting the fly-by-nights.
And Senator, I'll follow up on the, because I think we both had a discussion on your concern just now, so.
And it's been ongoing, as you know.
Great.
It's a problem.
Okay, thank you, though.
Okay. Just go back to table 15 on your CIP. You have this BNF adjustment add funds for preventive maintenance. What is that? 30 million?
No, that's the cash that they lapse.
Is that so
right?
you're lapsing that?
That's
The 30 million for preventative maintenance that was added in the CIP. So we requested 30 million in preventative maintenance in the operating budget.
no, yeah.
Because
That's table 5.
Yeah.
Right?
so
That's a
you reduce
reduction.
it.
That's what it
You're
usually,
just replacing it into
that's,
the
so
CIP.
that's what we asked for. And then in executive budget, they moved it to CIP.
Yeah. So it's in it's outlined in table 5 as the third item, right?
Yeah. And our preference
And
is
so
that-
now it's placed in the
So,
CIP.
so
Yeah.
but what do you do? Preventive maintenance, like repairs and
No, this is
painting, and you
RIV,
can, it's not,
right?
so it's
Yeah,
not
this is-
really CIP,
so
right?
we would prefer if it remained in operating, because it gives us more flexibility to address things before they actually become
So what
repaired
are you
fields.
paying for then? If it's C, it's different than A
No, yeah.
funds,
A
right?
fund, C funds are supposed to be more long-term.
Yeah, long
A
term.
funds are supposed to be real short-term. So
Right,
these
right.
are short-term
These are
projects.
short-term
So-
projects.
Preventative maintenance are quick, small fixes to prevent things from breaking. So when you move it into CIP, then we have to rethink about how we deploy
Right,
those
and it-
funds. It's not as flexible. It has to
term.
be CIP bond type restricted projects.
But have you had any conversations with BNF to give you shorter term bonds if they insist on using C funds? You know, because I think it's a perpetual issue, right? Like, you know, if you only need cash and there's no cash, but we still got to do the maintenance, we got to go figure out another strategy, right? But there's been no conversations with them.
Yes.
Not to my
Because we're only doing taxable bonds right now. I don't think it's non-taxable geo bonds because we had an issue a few years ago, right? So I would assume that there's more flexibility in the use of bonding on funds, but there's no conversations.
Well, definitely the operating fund approach allows us to
No,
respond.
I know, but
quickly, yeah.
if you have no operating funds,
Yeah.
what's your recourse, right? But if you're not having any conversations on what the limits are, that's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean, we appreciate the funding. We'll figure out how to use it. It just changes the dynamic about how we
Yeah,
respond.
but CIP is for long term. It's not for painting and.
Well, it
carpeting,
depends. It
you know,
depends
they
on how
can't
long the
do it.
bond is, right?
Well, but
Because
it's
there's short-term bonds
but it's
too.
more repair and maintenance, not long-term new buildings or construction, right? Right.
It makes a difference.
But I think the overarching question is what is your facility strategy, right? I think that's on how we're going to deal with the backlog, right? That Senator Kim has been talking about, how we're going to spend that down. Are you going to force lap some of that? Are you going to actually do some of that? Like, I think there is no clarity and we're a little bit concerned, right? And I think I had a conversation with the chair of your board and asked him, what is your facility strategy? And he didn't respond, right? He didn't give me a strategy that I was satisfied with. And I don't know. I hope you guys in subject matter can show us that there is a strategy to figure out how we're going to move forward. Yes, giving you lump sums, that's one part of the strategy. But part of it is how are you going to fill those positions? How are you going to get things done in a timely manner? How are you going to decentralize some of these projects? Because every time I ask about a project at the local level, they're like, oh, we got to ask. So it goes up the chain and then all of a sudden it ends up back at your shop, right? And so if the people on the ground don't know what's going on with projects, that's concerning because in theory, they're the ones that are supposed to be managing the day-to-day. So I think there just needs to be a reset, and you guys have to clearly articulate where we're going with this because as I told you personally, we're the biggest advocates of the DOE. We put in all this money, but if you cannot spend it, we got to repivot and figure out why and how we're going to do moving forward. But I think you got to show, especially if you don't want to give up projects to School Facilities Authority, you need to show us that you're capable of making sure that you can execute.
But have you guys considered a portal or a dashboard so that principals, teachers, parents can see where their projects are and
Oh, don't even go there, because this is their improving school facilities tracking thing on all the CIPs, which has not been updated.
Is that
which-
CPT?
I don't know, Office of Facilities Operation, Improving School Facility, Design Build Jobs Tracker. We can't even get the tracker. They don't even update it. It says 5/21/25, and so when I go to look here, they don't have anything, blank.
There's two things that principals and CASs can use to see where projects are. If it's repair and maintenance, they can use Maximal, and that tells them where their projects are. Like if there's a busted toilet, they put it in Maximal and R&M addresses it and gets put into the system. If it's CIP, they can look into CPT
and it's
see
all
what
real
things are.
time?
It's updated, yeah.
What's this?
I'm
No,
not
real time meaning
sure what that one is.
they can see every day that if the status changed or not.
I'm not sure if it's every day, but it's updated. Yeah.
Because in
It says updated. I looked at it in 5/20/25, which says updated, but it wasn't updated.
Which one is that? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Sorry, I've bad
It's from
seeing.
you guys, it's from your folks'
website.
website.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make it up. It's there.
No, no.
But again, just tell me how adding on your deputies that this got improved. This didn't get improved.
Yeah, there's different
Didn't
tools
get
in the back that CASs and principals can use, yeah.
But again, this is a tool that you folks have on your site that's never not been updated.
Part of it though goes back to our earlier conversation on the audits. That's why I still think we need to relook at your audit division, which is supposed to be attached to the Board of Education, but then they decided to put it under you, right?
No. Internal.
Yeah.
I believe it still reports to the board.
So does it or not?
I believe internal audit reports.
Okay,
to the
so who
board,
does she
because-
report to?
So
She
I
reports
think-
directly to the board
I-
chair?
I think on the org chart, I'm trying to think that I believe,
Because I thought a previous board said, okay, we don't want to manage it. It should go back under the superintendent.
yeah, I believe the internal auditor reports to the board. I'm not sure.
The
where
day
she sits
supervisor.
on the org chart. Yeah, I don't believe that she sits under that. She sits in
Okay,
the,
well,
under
can
the
you
office of the
check? Can you
super, I will
check?
check, yes.
But I think.
I want to be sure I give you the right
Yeah,
answer.
because when our conversations are red book versus blue book, and
Yep,
it seems
yep,
like
yellow
all
book.
she does is the what, the.
Red book, I believe.
But what we want to make sure is that there's also the performance audits, management audits, because a lot of these issues could be hopefully solved sooner if you had if she had that kind of capacity.
Okay.
And then that way you can deal with it versus it just mounting and mounting and mounting. It's faster, better for you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah.
I wanted to,
Go ahead.
really quick, I just wanted to circle back with Senator DeQuoit's mention about the CIPs and now that being funneled through DOE. The problem with that and finding it very problematic in my community is that the public doesn't know the difference, right? So when they come up to us and they let us know that, as example, they cannot enter into the girls' locker room because the plumbing is backed up still yet 5+ years, so on and so forth. Even though I tell them they have to go through the principal has to go through the CAS, the public doesn't know the difference. They just see the state and they see us. We are a little bit more accessible. So I don't know if your requirements for the CAS should be to come to, well, I guess this would only apply to Oahu, neighborhood board meetings, but something that's a little bit more excessive because again, when I tell them that they have to go through the principal, they have to go through the CAS, they're not getting responses. And so then it puts us in the pressure seat and we can't even get access to it. I've been trying to get CIP projects, funding, information for, well, a few months now. So I'm not sure how we could better streamline this system. I would like to just be able to let my community know, hey, there's a work order, or no, it didn't get processed. As easy as that. But when they hear, well, you got to go to your principal, that just buys into the stereotype of who the public thinks that we are and just pushes it off to the next person. And so they don't realize that our hands are tied through a system that we don't even have access to and we don't get regular updates. So I don't know internally if this system is working for you, but I'm saying it's not working for my community. And it's definitely not working for me because I can't even get the basic information on what's happening in my own community, yet facilities are failing miserably. So something has to be reorganized. There has to be more accountability on the CAS. I don't know exactly I know who oversees it, but I don't know where the accountability factor comes in. But there's a disconnect. So I have to say that. Thank you.
Can we go to
Yeah, go ahead.
travel?
Oh,
Or no, you want to go?
no, the contract.
So just as a follow-up to Senator DeCourt, you guys used to send out memos before, like you guys never have a problem, sending it out and now we just don't get it anymore. Project coming out, okay, this is being completed, this event is happening. All of us have on broad reach in our districts and it's hard for us to communicate clean up and down the chain. So I don't know. I mean, the communication just really got worse. I mean, it got worse. And sometimes when we go home, we there, but walking through the store and for buying a gallon of milk take me 4 hours right now because I'm trying to explain what you guys doing but not doing. Every Fridays I send out an e-blast to basically recognize what all the state departments are doing. The biggest is education, the biggest complaint I get. And it's super frustrating. And like I said, it made it worse the minute you guys took over the CIPs because the CIPs in my mind is more repair and maintenance. What you guys are doing, pipelines, this, small kind of renovations. There's bigger projects and most of those had lapsed. And now that communication doesn't stem to those principals who like, bro, I don't even know what happened. I go, wow, really? and I shouldn't have to be the one calling the CAS. So the direction come from you guys to CAS, but you keep putting layers and, I don't stickler about money, if I go pay you, do your job. If not, I just will hire her to do the job for you guys. Since she's digging up all kinds of shit. It's like, I don't know what else you're finding in the mess, but it's not a good fit. I don't like coming here and having to kind of like pound on you guys and then trying to say like, clean up the mess. Like, we're trying to help you, but you gotta clean them up,
Okay, speaking of messes, shall we go to travel?
Yeah.
Okay. Table 23. Can you folks explain why we have 200 and how many pages? 240?
218.
218 pages of this that has no explanation, no nothing on it.
I'll take that one. So this is the third year in which the legislature is asking for this level of detail. The first year, which was 2024, we had a similar problem. We have over 8,000 travelers or trips taken, both inter-island and mainland.
Maybe it's too many, that's why, huh?
Well, yeah, with 40,000 employees and, I think we make up over about 40% of the state's employees.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
for these 8,000 trips for a statewide system where there's travel going inter-island, a lot of it might be maintenance work, which is a priority area, for example. To collect these 12 elements of information was prohibitively.
Okay, Brian.
So what we did that first year was we pulled PDFs of every travel report and made that available, but it contains personally identifiable information we could not provide to publicly. So last year we provided information in this format, and this year we provided the same information. I think if there's concerns, if there's something you want to delve into, it's something that we could look at.
No,
The
I think
area that
it's-
collects this information, sorry, just one last point. Vendor payment, payroll, this is a very overworked, understaffed area that is already having overtime challenges.
So maybe they should get the
Those
positions
are-
and not these other things.
Those are reasons. Well, we have had requests that haven't been funded in the past for additional support and through the process for additional help in those areas. But I apologize. It is my area that compiles this report or has been asked to compile this report. But again, it's just been prohibitively
Understood.
difficult.
So it's your responsibility if you think that there's areas that is question that you can't do, why don't you come back and ask us? Because for you guys to give me list of $45, $45, $65, 45, come on, we're not after that. We're not after what is that? It's a per diem? Is it gas? Is it what is that?
Those
you're
are
giving us?
costs associated with inter-island travel, and those are per diem rates. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
probably
so-
some per diem rates or
But do you
reimbursement.
give us per diem on everything? I mean, we ask the same question of every other department and they put it through and they don't give us per diem. So, I mean,
Well, that's a travel associated cost, which is what we believe the report
then you
was
could
seeking.
have come back and said, do you guys want this per diem? Because we don't want that. We want to see what the travel amounts, $1,600, 3,000, 40,000, whatever amount of trips. And we want that information. What is 218 pages?
I think that's something that I think we'd be open to talking to. What is really needed? What for decision-making purposes or even just public information purposes? What do you need?
Brian, you've done this before.
Exactly.
Okay, you've done this before. You know what we're after. So for you folks to give us 216 pages of this, to me is like a slap in the face.
I'm sorry. I actually honestly I'm not sure what is being sought by the committee. We provided
we want to know how much we're actually spending on some of these
today,
trips.
we provided a presentation in the format that was requested and a lot of tables and we skipped over the presentation because we went straight to one table. So I'm sorry, I don't actually know what
Okay.
folks want and maybe that's something we could work on.
Okay, so let me just, if I may, justification for travel, that's blank. Position number, job title, am I looking at the
Yeah, but he's
Okay.
saying that it's just too much stuff for them to put on. And yeah, if you're gonna give us all the per diem, it is a lot, but we're not after the per diem.
Well, we pulled the information that was readily extractable from a system that wasn't prohibitively difficult to, or time consuming to pull, and we provided that. If justification for travel is something that the committee is interested in or needs, we can
Well, when
put
you
the energy into pulling that.
Well, when the work-related travel accumulates to almost $4 million, yeah, it's important. It's important to the public. It's important to taxpayers. So when you're bringing us a spreadsheet, you have no position number, no job title, no justification for travel, no agenda, meetings check, training session. I mean, it just shows that you're just not taking this serious. So when you're spending $4 million, yeah, we're going to take it serious. And so the fact that you're coming here with 218 pages and this is not even filled out, I mean, it's no wonder why from the top and we trickle down to the bottom, we're getting substandard reports. We're getting moderate results is because you folks who are the top and you are representing the top, you are coming over here to present your budget to ask us for money, but you can't even give us updated, fill in the blanks. I mean, so whatever system that you're using, if you can't easily download it like this, or even if you had to manually put it in, I mean, you've got positions to be able to do this work in. You knew you were coming in front of the Senate. You know this is a time where there's going to be some cutbacks. I don't want that cutbacks to have to be to taxpayers. I would prefer that it be through the departments. And so when you are not putting in the work to execute a report and then it totaling out to be almost $4 million, yeah, we're going to take it serious. And maybe this is not what you had expected to come and to respond to today, but you have to pivot. You have to understand that because you folks carry 1/3 of the budget, that, yeah, we're going to be just a little bit more microscopic with you folks. So,
And I appreciate that. And you know, for context, we spent about 2% of our budget for administration. That includes superintendent's office, HR, fiscal, community engagement, civil rights, all these areas. We are by far the lowest in the nation in the percent of spending for state admin, by far. The reason I bring up overtime, we are stretched, we are challenged, just like you folks are too, I'm sure, with staffing and finding folks to actually do this work. Our current process is manual. We rely on paper forms to collect and route for approval and to document the payments. My area is on the back end on the vendor payment side. So we process the reimbursements. We're processing based on what's basically an image. So what I'm talking about is prohibitively difficult for us, or we would have to set aside getting those 40,000 employees paid every twice a month. The 300,000 vendor payments that have to go out every year. We would have to, it's not an either or situation. It's if we got to do everything, there's only so much time in the day. And so this is the first questioning we're getting in 3 years on this.
okay, but even if it were
So-
only for the past 3 years, you should see a pattern and you should just come with it. All I'm saying is the lack of effort is being
Yeah, and yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be argumentative, but this is the first time in 3 years that we've taken questions on this area. I'm not saying we can't provide information or we won't. Let's have that conversation and what is actually needed to help inform decisions. It is a large amount of money. It's for things like conducting trainings, investigations, doing repair maintenance at schools.
well,
doing
and that would be
numbers.
fine if it were on the
Okay.
report.
Yes.
Right, we're not questioning that.
Okay.
We don't know that it's for that because it's not there. But again, if there's areas in which you think is too minute or is taking up too much time, then why don't you call the budget people and say, hey, this is the problem we're having. Do you still want us to give you all the per diem? Because that is coming up to 200 pages worth. Okay, because only 18 pages is whatever. And let us make that decision. But you do this for 3 years. And I asked budget, I said, did they do this last year too? Because for some reason I must have been asleep at the wheel because I didn't see this. If I'd seen this, I would have made a comment about this because that's not acceptable. You know, and again, we're not telling you to go do this mindless kind of filling in if it doesn't have some meaning to it. You could give us a lump sum and say per diem amounted to this amount of money, but here's the pages that you probably want to know.
I think the reason the report's so long is because the fields, we filled out the fields that we could readily fill out, and program ID was one of them. BNF suborg, and there we have a lot of suborgs in each of our EDNs or ways that we shred out our budget, and that's sort of why there's so many rows in there. So I apologize for that, but we captured start date, end date, and total cost of
Yeah,
the
but you
trips.
gave us a per diems of $45. I mean,
That was part of what was asked for was the cost of the trip, and that's an associated cost of the trip.
you could have gave it to us in a lump sum, saying,
Okay,
per
you,
diem total.
you should know. You used to work for her.
Exactly. You used to work in budget. Yes.
Yes.
And
we-
I know
we-
it's because
we
you have a
created many of
UW
those
shirt
tables back
and
when I
she
was
has a
with you.
Wazoo shirt.
Plot thickens.
Okay. So I wanna go to more
It's a
specific.
mistake.
things.
I didn't know.
Okay, so I asked for your report on the agricultural chips that was made between November 2022 and October 17, 2025. So you had a total of 15 trips in this period of time. 14 of those trips were to South Korea. So in 2023, you had 3 trips to South Korea with 46 travelers for a cost of $177,551. In 2024, you had 8 trips to South Korea, which is pretty much more than one every other month. 138 travelers for a cost of $581,424. And in 2025, you had another 3 trips to the same South Korea, 39 travelers for $140,908. This totals to almost $1 million worth of travel. And we looked at the justification, and you listed a bunch of things, but basically the last line you've said, schools have also been exploring food product development using what they have been growing. So can you give me the list of all of these schools that attended these trips, and what are they growing and what are they using? Because the outcomes to me is questionable. The number of people that attended from each school, I'm not sure that $1 million worth of this kind of travel is warranted. Yes, some of it is, I mean, but come on, in 3 years, you had this kind of cost. Where did this money come from to pay for these trips?
I believe, Chair, it was a combination of, I believe it was SRF. Some was
Most
SRF
likely
funded,
ESSER funds.
SRF funds, and some may have been also school level funds.
Okay, ESSER funds that you felt you had to spend, that's why you guys went and made this trip.
No, actually, we the ag tech focus and overall focus for just helping our folks. And these trips were all statewide, different schools
Right.
that
We
attended.
have the list, gave the members the list
Thank you.
of all of this.
And Korea's ag tech, and it was to Korea. Korea is recognized actually, from what I learned, is one of the global leaders in innovation.
Okay, you don't have to justify that.
Okay.
I want to justify the number of schools, the number of trips that you had to take, the number of people that you took
Right.
For this one project. Okay, and I don't know how many other projects like this that you have.
This
But that's a concern.
schools going to Korea was for, as I was sharing, for agriculture technology, but also to look at the innovation that's happening in Korea as they have rebounded. And I won't go into that because you want me to do that,
But
but
what's the outcome? How many of these schools actually give us a report?
I can give you.
Many of these schools
The-
actually implemented these stuff and doing it.
What-
Because the one school in Kalihi that had anything close to ag was Ka'ivai, which you guys shut the program down and they didn't even go on this trip. So, I mean, it concerns me that these kinds of stuff is happening because I don't see all the ag going on in some of my schools that went here, that they're growing anything, if they've done anything. And maybe I'm wrong, but certainly I would like to know that. The other concern I have is that the numbers that you guys give don't add up. Okay, so I'll give you a good example. So on the trip on March 24, 29, South Korea, you had 20 travelers and you folks said that approximately cost was $61,650. I calculated based on what you said, $150, $1,500 per traveler for ground transportation, lunch, dinner was 1,500. Airfare, 3,083. Is that coach or that sounds
Oh,
kind of
that,
high.
all of our folks who travel they fly the economy.
Okay, because the economy here fluctuates from 1,600 to for $4,000. That was my thing. And then you have the lodging. Then you have common travel expenses, which you guys don't delineate, per diem, baggage fees. But just by multiplying 20 travelers times the $1,500 per traveler, times the airfare, times the lodging, I come up with $100,000. And you guys gave me 61,000. Now, I don't know what you didn't include or added, but then I added the per diem because my understanding that all of these travelers got per diem. And the only part of the per diem they paid was the hotel and all the food and meals that were included. But according to the contract, they get to keep that. So we added another $6,000 in this case for the meals for those $60 that they get for per diem per day. But you guys don't even tell me that. But it comes out to 100 and this is not the only trip. Almost every trip, it was over what you folks. So I don't know who's adding and subtracting and multiplying on this.
I'll touch bases with the folks who put this together and get back to you soon.
So who managed this trip? And
So the trips were coordinated through each of the area superintendents, and working together with their principals.
and then they each
And
found.
but I'll also say, Senator, that for internet in the process that we have for approving travel, principals put their request into complex area superintendents, and the complex area superintendents for international travel has to be signed off by me by the superintendent. So the final authority on any of these travels is mine.
Doesn't it look like a boondoggle for all of these trips, all of these schools, all of these board member, whatever.
I think
district
in
education specialist,
in
complex academic officer.
no, I do know some of the things, the outcomes for some of the schools. And I know Senator De La Cruz is already aware. Like Lelhua, Minilani, Wailua complex area. They are doing different kinds of methods of farming, traditional environment, aquaculture, value added on top of what they've gained from his experiences, value added product development and so forth. When in talking to the schools, some of what they learned was from their trips to Korea.
No, but you don't have to send that many per school. I mean, come on, you have a budget, we're austere times, and it's like trip after trip, like 1 month between each one.
I think for the folks who attended from the schools and from the complex areas that attended, it's important that when we go, and this is my thinking, is that when folks go and they do travel, it's important to have more than one person go, because when they come back, there's definitely opportunity for folks to start talking about what they saw, what the next steps are, and as a team to kind of come up with where they're going to be going next.
Okay.
And I know for
Yeah, but this one school get 4 complex area guys that went. I would be more impressed if I saw an ag teacher that went, but 4 complex area
and
guys from one school.
we did have a number of CTE and ag teachers that attended to look at the ag and the innovation. If
I get it,
they
but
were
you don't need 4 of the same guys to go.
You
It's
need to
ag.
see
Whi-
people that
which-
come back
which-
each
Put the
year.
ag teacher with
which
the
I'm sorry, Senator, which trip was that?
Kaimuki, Kaimuki, you get the Kaimuki McKinley Roosevelt. You get 4 of the 4 complex areas that go. And you know what? I don't even see Maui in here.
There's
I
some.
don't see none of the trips of Maui, Big Island. I mean, I see you
What's
get,
Big Island?
and then Lanai. I mean, hey,
What?
you get 2 vice principals on that ship. How many vice? I mean, it's like how many vice principals take for flip and switch? I mean, give me a break. You know,
Are you,
crazy.
if you're referring to the Waiakea high school trip, the principals there, the vice principals there have since moved on to Hilo High School and to Hilo Intermediate School and leading their schools. So the experiences that they had in going with the Waiakea team now actually has spread to three of the secondary schools.
Okay, so why don't you answer Farrington, that
What's
was,
the outcome? I mean, where they are in innovation and agriculture and so forth.
And
I mean,
I can follow up with them and get that information to you in terms of what the next steps are happening, has happened.
there's a lot.
yeah, so the Farrington, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people from Farrington went. This is in March 2024. And of the 5, I know of 2 have retired. 2 retired. I mean, so where was the benefit there? I mean, I'm just saying, and it just happened, I know that particular about my school. So, but again, these are, the whole purpose is to have certain key people go to these trips, get the information, bring it back and share it. Everybody cannot go. And I noticed one school students went, which was great, but what about the other schools? Their students didn't go. So again, the equity, the fact that you've had all these principals, vice principals,
I think, Senator, to your question about individuals who retire, I'm not sure at the time of that they traveled, I'm not sure if anyone was aware of what their plans for retirement was.
yeah, but we're not talking like 6 years later, we're talking about 1 year
Right.
later, but.
I think it's important for individuals who are going to retire, that they share though that, maybe I shouldn't be going on this trip because I'm going to be retiring in a year. Maybe somebody else should be going. Whether that's been shared with
But isn't that
rest of the
part
team.
of your folks' review when you're approving this trip to say, are these people the ones out on the front line? Are these the ones that are going to be around for a long time? Are these the ones that, really are going to be in the classroom, making a difference? But again, you arm people, groups of people that can come back and bring the information. They don't have to actually go there. Right? I mean, you have all kinds of ways of Zoom, of seeing things right now. AI can give you realistic views of things.
In talking with some of the folks that attended, they did share though that the value of them traveling there, actually talking to the folks there, being able to see what was the value.
And I've gone on this trip. We went on the Australia trip, but at the end of the day, I didn't really have to go. It was great for me to go. I learned a lot, but at the end of the day, I didn't bring that back. I'm not growing anything. I'm not, what I'm saying is that not everybody has to go. And it's just that if it was your money, would you send all these people on your money on your dime? I mean, if we had a lot of money, that's one thing, but we don't. We're looking at positions. We're scrutinizing every position, and then we get something like this, almost $1 million worth of travel within 2-3 years.
Yeah, you know what probably would have helped though, Brian, because going back to the form, because there is a column in there that says cost paid by state or other entity. So that itself would have probably helped clear up quite a bit. Because if it's ESSER funds, that's not the state. And that's federal funds.
Yeah, so maybe means of finance.
Well, no, it actually says in there, cost by state or other entity. So you would write state or other, yeah.
I might also caution that
I'm sorry, I thought that was private money you were looking for.
when you plan the trips and invite the teachers, I don't think you can ask them when they're retiring. That might be a violation of their contract. So just be careful.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you may know, or the principals may know that information.
Thank you.
So can you guys redo this report with the correct numbers? And
We'll-
all of the numbers and
we'll
not
take a look at
just,
the numbers.
if you're paying per diem, because if you're gonna put per diem on this sheet, then I don't know why you're not putting per diem on this sheet. So you give us the full accurate of the cost and where the funds came from and who coordinated this.
And
Somebody had to do all the planning and the trips and coordinating the schools and so forth, right?
right.
To get it. So who did that?
We did work together with Design Thinking Hawaii, and they helped us to coordinate the trips and to set up so that
And we paid them for that. We did, right?
help with coordination. Yes. we did.
Yes, again, so a consultant help us put it all together. Okay. Okay.
Okay, just
No.
going back to the CIP lapses though, what I don't want to happen is what happened on, was it a year and a half ago? Where we all found out almost from the media of the amount of projects that DOE had that was lapsing. And so that became problematic because it caught everybody by surprise. And so I guess for us, we asked for CIP. We have to prioritize our ask. And then now we have to ask for the same CIP that we asked for the year before, which means you can't ask for anything new because you're trying to get what you guys lapsed. So that's where I think, it does have an impact on us. Because if the district needs multiple things, now you got to ask for the same thing twice. So I don't know, hopefully we can resolve at least the backlog and kind of figure out if there's anything that's going to lapse. Okay, I just had a question on contracts.
I think like the last time, remember I asked you guys when I said you guys going to be handling the CIP, give us one memo that now CIP lands in DOE. So that way, in this case, Senator, the court can say, no, there's the memo. There's no, difficulty in understanding who's making those CIP requests. It's out of our hands, it's all you guys. So she has that memo. But I never got it.
Okay, we'll,
Yeah.
I'll work with facilities.
Okay, it's
Thank you.
table 14, page 28 in the document, but it's page 57 for us.
Page 28,
Yeah, 28.
8 on
What's
table
that?
14.
Yeah, 28 of 282.
I'm sorry, Chair, what table was that?
Table 14.
14, thank you.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth from the bottom. There's a contract with the University of Hawaii that has a value of 7.8 million to develop and implement assessment in Hawaiian language for the department.
I'm sorry, that was on page, the 47 of the.
No, 28 of 282.
Thanks. Okay, yes.
Yes, so what's the rationale for that?
Okay, so I would have to look at the contract to be very specific, but generally speaking, this is a contract that started in 2021 and it goes until 2026. So this is a 5-year contract and the 7.8 is the ceiling on the contract. It's like a equivalent of purchase order. So it's up to 7.8. The DOE contracts with the university on our Hawaiian language, our assessments in Hawaiian language. So one of them is a set of assessments called Ka'eo, Kaipuni Assessment of Educational Outcomes. It is the state equivalent to, equivalent's not the right word. It is the state assessment given to our Kaipuni students in grades 3 to 8 to meet our state assessment requirements. So we do smarter balanced assessment, which we showed here earlier for our English medium students. And then we have a different assessment that was developed in Hawaiian for our Kaipuni students. So the university is the contractor that develops the test items and then manages the scoring and does the reporting.
So who does the assessment for everybody else?
So
It's
we
not
have
in the
a
program.
So we have a different contractor for that. We're part of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, but we have a contract with Cambium.
So all assessments are contracted out?
The administration of the assessments are contracted out. So we have folks in-house that manage assessments as well, but we contract out the assessments. This is with the psychometricians and the platforms, because our tests are conducted online. There's all kinds of inter-rater reliability and like statistical stuff that happens with the contractors. So this one, this particular one is for our
And so how many
Hawaiian
students
immersion.
is that?
We have a total of about, I was just looking at numbers today. There's over 2,000 students in our Kaipuni programs, but we only test in grades 3 to 8 for the Ka'eo assessment. This meets our federal requirement under Every Student Succeeds Act for testing every student in the grades 3 to 8 in English, in language arts and mathematics and science.
What does it break down to? The 7 million breakdown into the 2,000, is it 2,000, the ones that are assessed? What is it?
And this
break down
is,
per student?
I'm going to have to do the math. So you can see here in this line that the outstanding balance is 5.7. So since 2021, we have so far only charged 2 million to the contract. So I can get back to you. What I'm not familiar with just by looking at the numbers right now is how much of this was initially developing the test versus the ongoing administration.
Can you guys give us a list of all the assessments that that you contract out, including the kindergarten assessment that you guys did? And
We
what
can.
that totals out to be, because there seems to be quite a bit.
We can. There are assessments that are required by meet federal requirements.
Just
Yeah,
give us
we
the
can do
list.
that.
I don't
Yes,
have
we
to
can.
know who requires it or what.
Okay, just right quick on the next page, on the first line, $21 million to Cambium assessment.
So
That company has several, right? It has a couple lines before and
Oh,
line
yeah.
after.
Yeah.
Those are
So,
all assessments.
So hang on, we're gonna look at it.
I mean, not necessarily that you have to respond, but I'm just pointing out how much, again, we're spending on these
Yeah,
assessments.
so if they can provide us with a,
We have there's state funds and also federal funds that pay for the assessments.
We can provide further breakdown. Yeah, and if you can let us know exactly how much state funds.
okay, can we go to page 26 and 27? There's again, this is to University of Hawaii, to provide a pharmacy technician program at IAEA High School, and on the next page, that was 26 and 27 to Waipahu.
Same contract.
Oh.
26.
26 and 27. So how many students are being served by this pharmacy? I assume it's an academy?
So these are courses for students to earn industry certifications, and these are non-credit courses, so they don't fall under the early college agreement or early college funding. And Senator will have to get back to you on specifically how many students participated in each of these particular contracts. So
You don't have an approximate?
no, I don't know offhand.
Okay, what other health academy programs currently exist, and what data shows the need for this new certification?
So we have academies. Yeah, we can get back to you with specifics, but generally speaking, most of our schools have health academies. Health is and healthcare workforce is a
Right,
really
you
big
have
need.
health, but then now you're breaking it down to even more specific.
More
pharmacy.
granular. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so forth. And as we know, the pharmacy school is on the Big Island, and that enrollment is down. So I'm not sure that we can be all things to everybody, but how the costs, how does that break down on whether or not we're serving the majority of our students? And I guess,
Chair, may I share on the farm tech? I'm a little bit familiar with that.
right, that's your.
Back when I was, students get the certification, but they also, students who go through that course, they were getting hired at, places like CVS.
Okay,
And
just how many?
okay, yeah,
One,
we can get you that.
3, 4?
I can think that I can just tell you the date that I was there, how many, but we'll get for you statewide.
Okay, again, we're looking at what we're spending and how many students we're actually benefiting by these programs.
Chair, just to add, so we're paying for their classes and they get hired as interns. And I've met
No, do
some,
they?
they got hired at
Some of them,
CVS and they're getting paid. So are they certified?
They have, it depends, but through the farm tech class, they get a certification.
So why
I'm
do
not
we
sure
use
exactly what
the pharmacy school in Hilo that has been
Question.
built by DKI and as noted, the enrollment has been down, but now you're taking them out of the enrollment for future because they're already is going to be working, interns getting paid later and get hired. So are we in conflict with what our goals are supposed to be?
You want to get this? I can explain. So pharmacy technicians are more entry level in the pharmacy as opposed to pharmacists. So the pharmacy technician training is shorter and people can get employed. So often the people that
Wouldn't we encourage them if they're in high school, like as a senior, then encourage them to go to the pharmacy school and be a student?
So yes, and one of the things that the university has is an opportunity for the pharmacy tech students or students who are pharmacy techs to go on and move forward in the pharmacy pathway.
So I've met students at the campus in my district, and I'll tell you, they were from Maui, and there were some from Kauai and Oahu here on the west side, and was so impressed, even if the enrollment is down, but they're so impressed about being there in college setting and a pharmacy school that they didn't have to go to a large campus. But just to add, I'm just supporting the DKI that when he decided he's going to do that is for our economic benefits, but also to make sure that cost of education is much cheaper. Thank you.
Okay, I had a question about contracts, page 29 of 282. 1, 2, 3, fifth from the bottom. And it says 1,040,000 max value. It's with College of Education. But the explanation was regular meetings to ensure coordination of scope of work.
This is for College of Education to support our work with the After School Alliance. So I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Elizabeth Higashi.
So how
to
does,
explain.
I mean, just calling meetings?
So, sorry, no, so one of the things that, it's not just calling meetings, but maybe we should have been more clear in regards to the response on that section. My apologies, but Hawaii After School Alliance does help us with all of our after-school programming in regards to our professional training, especially around some of our, for example, some of our A+ requires them to get their certification in order for they to our A+ after school employees in order for them to work. And so they help us a lot with the professional development, the training, in addition, coordination with a lot of our community organizations, just because we know it's a high area that a lot of times it's hard to staff. And so what we really try to do is coordinate with a lot of our community organizations across the entire state. And this contract actually just ended in December.
Okay, that doesn't seem as, I guess, as accurate as it could have been then.
That's my fault. My apologies on that part. I should have done a better job in being clear
Yeah, it's just
in responding for that.
And then the there's 2 lines down, there's another one, UH 2,484,000. School-based behavioral and mental health services. Same thing, it just says biannual, annual report, and monthly check-ins.
Sorry, Senator, can you give me the line again?
The
Oh, school
third
base-
from the bottom. 2,484,000.
Okay, so that's the one with the University of Hawaii.
Yeah.
Right. So the biennial annual report, that's how it's being monitored, but that is to train our clinical psychologists. So we have we're supporting 6 doctoral psychology candidates and interns and some postdocs to work primarily with our very high-end students. And so we're supporting them as they're going through their doctoral programs.
But right above that line, you have services to supplement recruitment of clinical psychologists with the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. Services to supplement recruitment. So we're trying to recruit psychologists. Is that what it is?
Right. We are constantly trying to find
qualified personnel without having to contract that. So this,
So what's the outcome? What was the outcomes? That one was only $700,000, but what's the outcomes? Did we get more? I mean, again, we're getting companies to do the work, to do the recruitment. But what's the problem and what's the outcome? And if we don't have enough psychologists, then I don't care how many people contracts you go out to recruit them, because there's a shortage. So
right, so there's those two efforts, right? One is to support them as they I think this program is at Chaminade. And then the others is to for the recruitment. I can give you more information about that specific one.
okay, I just hope that we're not getting into contracts again, because people just don't want to do the work. They'd rather have some other consultant do the work. Let's continue with
The next page,
oh,
though.
no, above. I'm gonna go before.
Oh,
Page
go ahead.
28. Can we go back to page 28? Page 28, we have on the very top, external evaluation of Department of Defense education activity. So we do an external, who does the external evaluation? Ward Research? Don't DOD do some reporting already? And that's not the only one. You have that one, you have another one. That one was 80,000, another one for 60,000, external evaluation. Then one more below that, external evaluation services, Department of Defense. Why are these external evaluators needed when DOE has an entire department of strategy, innovation, and performance, which includes positions who have assessment and accountability section, as well as data governance and analysis section?
We would have to look specifically into each of these contracts and grants, but oftentimes federal grants have requirements for third-party evaluation. Like, I couldn't speak specifically to these expenditures. We'd have to look specifically at the grant. I can
Okay, but
tell.
we do have an entire department of strategy, innovation, performance, which includes positions for assessments and accountability. Yet we see here contract after contract for assessments, for accountability and data governance. So, but you have a whole, again, these are people that we hire, yet all they do is oversee these consultants.
So our assessment and our evaluation specialists in our assessment and accountability branch serve a different function around our assessment and accountability. We do not currently have any positions in that office to do specifically for program evaluation.
Okay, but you do have assessments, accountability, and analysis section, right?
Correct.
Page 29. So the overall questions for 4, 5, and 6, recruitment contracts for external vendors. External, it's, I think, I guess the question would be, why are external services needed for recruitment of employees?
Page 29, what line?
On page 29. Let me see which one. General assessment program, consultants are developed. Professional services related to evaluation. External services for Department of Defense. Turn the fifth one down. Okay, am I on the wrong page? Okay, but you have contracts, and I'm specifically, I thought it was on page 29.
I can ask why you look.
Needed for recruitment of employees. Why do we need external services to recruit employees?
Which one? But just general.
Sure, sorry,
Or general.
is that a general question or specific online?
Well, it was specific, but I can't find the exact line, but I think my staff will be come up with it. But-
Okay, here, while they look for that, let me just, what is the last contract on that page, the $22 million? For speech and language services.
PT to physical therapy. These are all the stuff services we give, we don't get it back from it.
Oh, so this is the part of the reimbursements.
These are for contracted services. So the need that we have in the department goes beyond the or the department-based employees that we have. So then we have to contract out services.
And so is this reimbursable through Medicaid?
Someday it will be. Right now,
So it should be.
it can be once we have all of our
'Cause that's 22 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't leaving a lot of money on the table.
Right.
Medicaid reimbursement.
22 million is the cost. Not all of that cost is
Okay,
reimbursable.
how much would be reimbursable?
It's hard to say because it would depend on the student that's getting the service has to be Medicaid eligible.
Okay, so maybe half at
So maybe
least?
54%, but you could say half of it could be reimbursed, but it
Yeah.
really would depend on the student that's receiving the service.
But even if we spent more money to try to just get the system up so we can collect, we'd probably make more money that way, spending it to get the system up sooner so we can collect versus continuing to pay these contracts and then wait till 2027.
Yeah, we definitely want to get back to being able to claim. So we're working with MedQuest to be compliant with their requirements.
Are we required to do physical therapy in the school?
It may be part of a student's IEP to receive PT, OT, PT, and speech language therapy.
So how much would it cost us to expedite this process so we can collect the reimbursements faster? Because then if you did a cost analysis of how much more we got to spend now so we can collect the money versus continuing to pay out all these contracts and not collect anything for 1 year.
It's hard to say exactly. I think getting us to a point where we can be compliant is going to take time. We have to create a quality assurance plan to be compliant with
But we don't have to
MedQuest.
work from scratch. If other states have already done it, why aren't we using some of
And we're doing it too.
the services that they use? So because they already have a consultant that might know how to do it.
Yes, we're working with them. We're working with our contacts throughout the United States, but
Isn't it not just know how to do it, but answering the questions and being able to describe the services and so forth, and then being able to transmit it the way they want it transmitted. Right?
Correct.
That's part
So
of it.
that's
the
been part
technical
of the issue is being able to electronically transmit that information in a compliant way to MedQuest's satisfaction, right? Because they're the ones through CMS and MedQuest.
So have you worked with MedQuest? What is your problem in compliance? Because MedQuest is a state agency, so how can you work with them? So if it is computer program or it's, not having the computers or whatever it is, identify what the problem is so you can correct it instead of just saying you're out of compliance.
Right.
So what is the problem?
So as Deputy shared earlier, one of the issues is our electronic student information system. It does not, it's old and we are in the process of updating it, acquiring a new one. But we're not there yet, but the old one has a challenging time in giving the kind of information in a way that MedQuest.
So you have a contractor on board that's working on getting your computer system up to get that information from the students in the format that MedQuest needs?
We are working on an update program.
Do you have a contractor, somebody helping you with getting your computer system?
Yes.
And that person is connecting with MedQuest? Because it is a DHS
Yeah.
agency,
Yeah.
so
So
you should-
MedQuest and Medicaid eligible or compliant activities have to kind of talk to our IEP.
I understand that,
systems.
but are you working with them to actually get that information so that you know how to correct the problem?
Yes, we have been working with some providers, there's another office that's involved in that as well to,
And how long have you been working on this problem?
When I started a year ago, there was not a contract, we haven't consummated, but we've been in the planning stages with a company, with a contractor that hasn't been completed yet. So we are looking
So
at,
do you have a contract, or are you completing a contract for a contract?
so we do have a contractor. We are running into some challenges, and I'm not the expert in terms of the technology aspect of it, but we are,
Who is helping you in your department on getting this corrected?
so there's several, but Assistant Superintendent Peckinpah, who is in charge of our Office of Information and Technology, her staff has been working with our staff to finalize our contract
Yeah,
for an
I
information
think
system. I think we're gonna, I mean, we hope to have something rolled out in July of 2027.
Because this is $22 million and mounting, that it seems to me that this is urgent, that you get a contract, or you work with the CIO, the state, and with MedQuest, and find out a way you can correct this problem and not sort of say, I'm waiting for the contractor to find a way.
I understand. Yeah, it is a priority for our office. We are,
But what are you doing with the superintendent or with your IT people, or Brian, you guys helping her so that
Yeah.
it can be addressed?
I mean, is it worth us having a hearing with you guys, the CIO and MedQuest from DHS, so we can kind of just clear this up quickly?
we are preparing to share more detailed information that we have scheduled with Senator Kim. So we are preparing to share that information.
No, but she's talking about taking a course of action. So if we work with the MedQuest office locally,
Mm,
we work with the CIO because you need the technology,
mhm.
software, because it seems like you guys have hit a wall.
So Chair, our CIO, Amy Peckinpah.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent, Senator. So this is a very difficult system replacement that's been ongoing. Given that, we are actually looking at a contingency plan to leverage the existing system to get there as well. So we're kind of parallel tracking to try to get back to billing as quick as possible.
So is the problem that you've got all of the data and you can't get it in the format, and that it's that kind of problem versus there are other compliance problems that you have? I think we don't know what your problem is. It's hard for you to just kind of languish with not being able to get reimbursed.
Yeah,
That's a real problem.
Yeah, the issue is multifaceted. I don't know if it may make sense to have another session around it specifically. But with the legacy system, for example, we're only collecting service logs in larger increments than what's required in order to get to the billing. That's just one of the issues. So it's kind of multifaceted. I don't know if we want to kind of walk through all
Or
of
it's
these.
not clear whether you know what your problem is, other than you have a problem.
No?
I mean, we do have and have been meeting with MedQuest. We meet with them regularly. We were billing, and then there was some new guidance from CMS. We recognized that the way that we were able to give them information would be inappropriate. We might be overbilling. So that's where we stopped, so that we could get to a system that could report or give CMS information so that we could get reimbursed, because we were getting reimbursed. So we have been able to identify the problem. One of the issues is that MedQuest does now require us to produce a quality assurance plan before they'll allow us to claim again. So creating a quality assurance plan is pretty comprehensive, and it'll take,
So how much did we collect in 1 year? What's the highest amount we collected in the past?
I think about 5 million was probably the highest.
Wow. And it should be where? Because if the 22 million you guys mentioned, we could probably collect 54% of that, or 50%. That's 11.
I mean, based on our projections, we think once we get to, because we're doing direct service claiming, some states are doing what's called free care. So they can collect a lot of money. I
Well,
mean,
and-
there is a potential to collect a lot of money.
So
But we have to get
have you
there.
guys figured out what the potential amount is?
Well, if we're doing just direct service claiming, potentially if we were doing for everything, nursing, ABA, OT, PT, SLP.
Which you are.
We're paying for it. We provide those services and
They're
pay
just not
for it.
collecting for it, but if
Could
we were
be
to do a lot,
about 11.5 million is our projection. Right? But what we want to do is to get to free care. So then your potential, and I don't know what that number is, but your potential to collect would be much higher.
so the behavioral analysis contracts, you can't collect for that,
Not right now. And
but you can.
could. So we have IDEA. Whatever a student needs, we provide, right? A medical model requires a diagnosis from a doctor, a prescription for service, and that has to be done annually. And in our current system, our educational model, we don't require a diagnosis or written diagnosis from a physician. MedQuest is we have to adhere to a medical model. So we've been an education model. We have to pivot to a medical model, and that has been a recent development within the last year. DHS, MedQuest provided us with guidance. I think it was in July of this year. So we are trying to align our practices. It's a huge change for the way that we do things in IDEA.
Yeah, so you could end up getting reimbursed for at least some of the behavioral analysis services. Because if you look at page 32 or our page 61, table 14, the entire page has contracts of 140 million. Each line is 140 million.
Correct, but that's not the amount that we're paying. That's the ceiling, right?
Yeah, but whatever we end up paying, you're saying some of that could potentially be reimbursed.
There's 17 contracts for behavior health analysis, 17
Right. There's a
contracts. Because
huge need.
nobody in
Yeah, we're
DOE
not-
can do this.
We're not, well, it's the reimbursement component, right? Because then it's more than just the 11 million you talked about. If we can end up getting reimbursed for some of this.
Right. So we have been looking at, we've been doing nursing, right? Our next, we're doing it incrementally, but we do have to do a comprehensive approach. But ABA is a huge cost to the department. There's a huge need. And even with all of these contracts and the employees that we have, we still struggle to meet the.
You know, I get that part, but that's different than trying to figure out how as quickly as possible we can stand up something to get reimbursed.
Yes.
I mean, I think you're trying to you're mixing apples and oranges by justifying the need. The question is, how do we get a system up in place much sooner so we can get reimbursed and get some of these monies back?
Right. So we can provide you with a timeline of when we hope to be able to get reimbursed. And we also want to get reimbursed sooner than later.
Could you tell us so in your report, the information, not just what their timeline would be, but what you've done and what the challenges are, or what the problems are, and what you've done about them, so that we can see something more active than just reporting, okay, we're going to plan to do it, July or whatever, right?
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you reach capacity and trying to figure this out, that we need help. We need
So-
HS, we need CIO, we need other people, maybe potentially consultants, because even if we have to pay, we're going to get the money back quickly because we can get the reimbursements.
We did contract a company that MedQuest had recommended. They use this contractor as well. So we wouldn't be able to stand up a quality assurance plan alone with our office. Our Medicaid reimbursement section is very small. And so we recognize that. So we'll be contracting that portion. I think it could be, I have no idea what the cost might be, because we would have to do an RFP for those
Wait,
services.
so you don't have a contract?
We have a
Going
con-
out to an RFP?
We have a small contract, less than $25,000 with a company that is giving us, doing a gap analysis, and will then help us to understand what kind of what we need in order to do a quality assurance plan. So they are looking at our special ed processes. They're looking at uh, other things in the school system, so, and collecting all of that information.
But part of the problem is the vendors, the vendors are not reporting properly, right? Some of the information and not giving the right information. Is that also part of the problem? So the vendors need to be educated as to what it is that that they need to send in or give you folks?
I'm not aware of a problem with vendors, but in terms of overall documentation, that is another area that we will need to train the field in, because one of the requirements in a medical model is a
Right.
form of documentation that our providers have not had.
But shouldn't you have been doing that already? Educating them and making sure that they're reporting it correctly instead of waiting?
So I'm not aware if people have not been reporting anything incorrectly. But
But you
we,
just said that we need to make sure that they know the information and so forth. So there's obviously problems here.
there's problems, yes.
But I'm just saying that we're gonna, it's like another year when all this has been going on. Why haven't we been multi-pronging some of this?
Or at least
fix
going
it.
forward, we gotta start burning the midnight oil to get this solved, man, because if not, we're leaving a lot of money on the table. And we're talking about, potentially the governor's proposal of freezing tax breaks. I mean, you guys still have needs. We gotta
Chair.
get this solved ASAP.
I agree.
Chair, quick question with regards to the SPED students.
Yeah.
How are you folks assessing students? How are you diagnosing them? As example, my coast holds, I believe, majority of the SPED students on our coast. How are they being diagnosed?
So for IDA SPED services, we do not require a diagnosis.
So
So they become eligible. We do an evaluation, comprehensive evaluation initially. There's cognitive evaluation, social tests. So we have a comprehensive evaluation that we do, and then a team works to identify the eligibility category, and then we work on developing their plan.
yeah, and when you say we, who do you mean?
I mean, school teams.
The ones that are at the campus?
Teams that are at the
Or-
campus, and there's also personnel at the complex level that can do the assessments.
Okay, because, and do these assessors have clinical degrees? They have, what else? What are the requirements?
So a speech language pathologist would do the speech evaluation. A social worker may do a social history. A clinical psych or a psychologist would do a cognitive.
Oh, yeah,
And how long typically does it take to diagnose one student?
There is a timeline,
enjoy
but
it.
I think it's within, we have to, from beginning to end, I think it's 60 days at the
Oh,
moment.
labor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty fast. So, so the reason that I bring up this concern is because I just want to ensure that if students are maybe a little bit more hyper than other students, that they're not being diagnosed as SPED students, and that there is in fact a process, because I do believe that the department does get extra funds, right, if they are diagnosed as SPED students. No?
We get money from the federal government, and we also have our own budget within the state.
Okay, I just want to, and maybe you folks can send me the actual process, because again, when we put a label on these kids that they're SPED students, that carries with them into adulthood. And so I just want to make sure we're not psychologically labeling these kids to think that they have such a condition that they need special requirements, attention, and then they carry that over. So if you don't mind, if you could send me over your assessment, what that looks like, I just want to ensure that it's going through the proper channels.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
So, I just like go back to that, reimbursement.
Mm.
So you guys have to come up, or you guys contracted somebody to help you guys meet the needs of what Medicaid is asking, MedQuest.
Yes, when I,
Is that the stop block? Because it seems like that is the stop between you guys setting up the reimbursement. Is that the problem right there?
I think, my understanding was we were thinking that we could use some of our current processes, the way we run schools, to be able to reimburse.
Yeah,
DHS
no,
is
no, no,
saying-
no, no, I get that, but I say, is that the stop block to expedite the processing of the reimbursement?
They,
So,
Midwest
because you
is
said
asking-
earlier, you guys have a contractor.
Yeah, but she's still.
Can that contractor tell you how fast? By putting all this stuff together so that you can do the reimbursement? Because you gotta erect the approval of MedQuest,
Mhm.
but you need that contractor to help you folks, I guess, get whatever paperwork you need in line.
They will be able to tell if I'm, that.
But so
well,
how long? How long would that take for that contractor to help you do that?
I.
They,
would
they're
be
not
able to-
giving you any idea? I mean, because they already know what
You know, in this.
MedQuest needs.
Right. We just recently executed that small contract.
Mm.
So once we start working with them, they'll give us a timeline and I can share more information about how long they're estimating that to take.
Is it, are you targeting the 2027? Okay, no, thank you, thank you, Jeff.
This is the one area of all areas we would think you would be asking for more resources. Because you're going, it actually has, but
So we have resources from the previous, from the reimbursement, looking at the contract for the quality assurance plan. I'm not positive on what it could be, but I would imagine it would be like in the $250,000 range, which I think we can cover with the budget that, or the funds that. we're
but if you guys can come up with a timeline much sooner though.
How many staff do you have?
Technology. We have about 9 to 11 positions in that.
And then they're focused on, what do? They're not looking at doing the compliance and programmatically so that you can actually get closer to putting it all in the computer and getting in compliance with MedQuest.
Previously, they were working on the actual reimbursements that we were able to get, the administrative claimings and the random moment time studies, et cetera. But it is beyond our capacity. We will need to contract for additional support to get back to being reimbursed, definitely. And we do want it expedited.
You need help.
Yeah, and I think our biggest challenge right now is our technology. And once we get that done, we're closer to being able to bill for the services that we had previously billed, while simultaneously then we train our field, the other folks that we haven't been billing, on the new process required by Medicaid. So we can get back to where we were
And
if
more.
we can, and more.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you say you need the technology, have you been working on that?
Yes, that's what AS.
So then you
Tech-
have funds
yes.
in there for the technology to do it?
Yeah.
And when did that start?
Over a year ago?
When?
It's been over a year. And
the status?
that's what AS Peckinpah, we were working with the company, always going well, and then it hit a hitch. And so that's where we are. So we're back
What
to
did
the
it hit?
drawing board.
Oh, so you have to find a new company now.
I-
Yeah.
You're not a contract, or not a contractor to help do the assurance, assessment.
So there's a quality
Yeah,
assurance plan
there's
that we need to
different
contract,
components,
and then
yeah,
we also have
And
the
different contractors for
technical-
different, yeah.
It'd be easier if you bring the guys together and then just try iron them out with them, and the CIOs and all.
And yeah, yeah,
That's what the money's to, we gotta get that.
yeah, yeah.
That should be on priority.
So how long has this program been in process? So like, how long have you been operating? In the
Manually.
For-
MedQuest? Oh,
So-
you're new, but
She just came on July.
We're both new. We're both new.
Heidi.
I think, right, I think 2020.
So Heidi, oh, go ahead.
No.
So the CASs all report directly to you.
Yes.
So do you have a org chart of how many people in each CAS office?
Yes.
What's the formula that?
It ranges, it ranges on the size of the complex area, and it also ranges on, you'll notice some of our more rural complex areas have fewer staff. That's not by choice, that's by lack of available staff to support them. But I can send you, the, complex area org charts, their structures.
So generally, how many people per CAS?
Gosh, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but I can get you that information.
Okay. And then the other two soups are Terry and Kinao.
Correct.
And how many people do they have?
In my shop, I have approximately 120
And okay.
across all those, the
And
different.
120 working to make sure that they can get the reimbursement.
No, not.
No,
not
man,
for
I feel like we need 120
everything,
people working
right,
on this.
For everything in my office.
Okay. And then student support service. Oh,
That's-
no, Terry.
Just give us.
100.
Yeah, but how much people managing things? Not necessarily all the worker bees, but how many managers, right? Are they all managers?
Yeah, just trying to get the kind of a.
They all managers?
4.
Well, you can give us.
For example,
So I have 4 branches in my office, and then they each have a director, and then they're subject matter experts, and then support staff.
Okay.
Can we get a report
Yeah, I mean, you guys, don't we have the org charts?
with the numbers, with the people, with the numbers?
Yeah, but Terry came up, so let her talk.
Oh, so we have in our office, we have some teams that work, like not large teams, but for English language arts and math. But there's other content areas where we still have like one specialist who is responsible for the entire state, for example, our science specialists. So these folks are responsible for different programs, and we also try to work cross office. So
Oh, okay. I gotta just try find. So that was table 18. See, because you know what, if you look at table 18, A1. Yeah. A1. So if you look at internal audit, it does report to Office of Superintendent. It's not, there's no direct line to Board of Education.
I don't, maybe stuff, no,
No, I know, but that's just not how it's reflected in your org chart.
So
If you look at table or the link that you guys provided, page A1. Oh, table 18. You see it, Tammy? No.
I'm looking, I have to double check on what we submitted. I'm looking at the plan of organization.
Yeah, that's the one.
2024.
That's the one. So second page has his signature, right? Third
So-
page says Board of Education at the top.
It's a dotted line to the superintendent. In
No,
terms
that's
of,
the Advisory Council for Adult Education. That's the dotted line.
if you go all the way down, there's internal audit is also a dotted
Oh,
line.
that's like. She's in the coastline. It's so small you can't tell it's dotted.
Sorry, it's but it is.
But why
it
would
is
it?
dotted.
But why
Below
wouldn't
that.
it be dotted directly to or aligned directly to Board of Education?
Gosh,
Looks like it still goes to the.
Because the line is solid after that little section, that two dots, and then it's all solid all the way to superintendent. You see it?
I see it. It
Misleading.
also has a parentheses that says administrative, so equivalent to the Teacher Standards Board, Executive Office on Early Learning.
Yeah.
That also is dotted line off of the solid line.
Okay, you guys, yeah, that's unclear. So
Okay.
maybe you should just clean that up,
Yeah, we
because if
can-
internal audit reports directly to the board, then there should be a line to,
It should be off of the board, not going to the superintendent. to the
yeah,
board.
similar to the Advisory Council for Adult Community Education.
Assistant Superintendent Sean Bacon is going to talk to this. We talked about it in our reorganization discussions. I just don't remember the detail.
I believe the reason for the dotted line is because the Board of Education is all volunteers. They are not, there is no actual salaried employee that is in charge of the board. So that is why it's, it's a dotted line, so that superintendent is the salaried employee, that's the actual employee of the state. But then there is the dotted line there, whereas there is that.
Okay, that's fine. It's just that when you're looking at organization, that's not necessarily as accurate.
We'll
Because you
take
want
a
to be independent.
we'll take a look about how
Yeah.
this is presented and come back and
Okay,
share.
I mean, it has, I'm not sure how accurate this is on the CASs and everything. So does this reflect everything for the CASs?
You can- Are you talking about the org chart?
Yeah.
For the complex areas?
Yeah.
We have org charts that were Sean, can you just confirm that the plan of org they're looking at is the most current one?
125 in the bottom right.
Yeah, is there 7125 in the bottom right corner of what you're looking at?
Is that it? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's what you guys provided, the link.
Yeah, so that would be current as of it's the snapshot as of 6/30/2025. There is work we are doing with the complex areas and state offices around organizational realignment. And so that complex areas are an area we're looking in the next year to do some reorgs.
Okay,
To
because
clean up the org
going
charts.
back to the contracts on behavioral health, but yet a lot of the complexes have over 50, oh, what is it? Oh, 0.5. So each complex has behavioral health specialists, behavior specialists. I'm just not clear how the contracts and the amount of staff per complex end up interacting. And we don't have to, we can talk about it later, but
We'll give you the org charts, and if we don't have org charts in that form, I think what you're asking for is for each complex area, what staff do they have? What are their roles and what are their functions, correct?
yeah, but you have, yeah, I guess the way how it is now, you put all the complexes together and then you kind of you have them outlined, but depending on the, I guess the type of position. So it's each position has a different org chart. So for instance, you have one for behavior specialists, clinical, all of that. Then you have a similar org chart with just, physical therapists and occupational therapists. And so it's like, not that it's redundant, but you just have it over. What I was trying to figure out is one complex, what's in all of them
Okay.
versus having to look at every single one based on a position type.
But each complex has, is unique. in its-
No, yeah. That's fine. Because the way how you have it now is, I see Farrington, Kaiser, Kamuki, Kalani, Roosevelt. And in this chart, it just shows, the physical therapist, occupational therapist, 12-month, versus seeing everything that Farrington Complex has or everything that Kaiser Complex has. If not, I have to kind of add it up myself going through each.
Would it be helpful if we sent you a list for each complex and this complex area and the staffing that they have?
In the cumulative versus by type.
Okay, we can do
Yeah.
that. Okay. But you want the position names as well?
Yeah, please. Because you have it, I guess you do have it. It's just that I would have to add them all up one page at a time.
We can do it in an easier format.
Okay. Okay, any other questions?
Little research. In 2016, Hawaii got $260,000 where other similar states got 26 to 38 million dollars. And this is in reimbursements, so just to put it into perspective. And again, that information, some article that we will print out and send to the offices.
I have just one question. You have so many contracts and it's in different divisions. Do you have a policy so that there's an evaluation of the performance of contractors that you have on board? Who does that? And does each division have something? So there's accountability of the contractors, because there are some big contracts and you don't know what the results are. But I think it would be helpful to know that. I don't know if you do it. Do you do it?
It normally is up to the individual section and evaluation contract.
At this time, it is the responsibility of each contracting manager and the assistant superintendent who signs off on it to evaluate the efficacy of their contract. We have discussed some other procedures to take a look.
It would be good because we're looking at performance. And
Yes,
so,
agree.
if you look at the contract and it's not giving you the outcomes that you need for that division or office, it's really important because again, we're looking for funds so that we can in fact not take tax cuts for the public. We need to know that we're being more efficient and effective in when you contract out, especially the big sums.
Yes, we agree.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adjourn.
Mhm.